Well, a very good morning to you for the final day of Kent against Middlesex here at St Lawrence Ground. The umpires, Chris Watts, Paul Baldwin, making their way to the middle. Hot on their heels is Laz Deploy, the Middlesex captain, alongside Tom Helm. Middlesex looking for 3 more cheap wickets here to put themselves absolutely in the driving seat of this game on the final day. In their way, Keith Dudgeon, Matt Milnes, Kent's 8th wicket pair, hoping for more runs to hopefully, for them, put Kent in a commanding position for the remainder of the day, or at least a more competitive position. I'm Matt Cole, shortly to be joined by Kevin Hand, BBC Radio Kent and BBC London, BBC Sport Online via the website and app, and of course with the pictures from Kent County Cricket Club as well. Welcome wherever you are joining us this morning. Bit of tension in the air perhaps. I don't know if you're feeling that, Kent Middlesex supporters. Discussion this morning around the ground, certainly from Kent supporters. How likely are they to win this? Middlesex favourites, but could Kent grab victory on the final day, make it 4 wins out of 5 in the championship. 2-3-3 for 7 then. Kent to resume. They are 206 runs ahead. Talked to Ekansh Singh last night about the variable bounce that's out there. Doesn't feel it's flattening out at all, so it'll be tricky for Dudgeon and Milnes to continue, but Keith Dudgeon has made a number of very handy scores for Kent this season, and he faces first ball up, clipped into the onside, as he did last night. The South African very prepared to take a quick single just to get runs on the board. Milnes is called through. Dudgeon moves on to 17, and Matt Milnes has 8. That's set up for the day's cricket. As I said, from a Middlesex point of view, if they get on with it quickly, take quick wickets here with Tom Helm opening the bowling, it could well be that they set themselves a lowish target and Kent will really struggle to take these wickets. Let's see. All to play for. Outside the off stump, a little bit short from Helm. A very woody sound from Matt Milnes, was trying to pull that one away from outside off stump. Quite well wide. He's looking at the toe end of his bat, and no runs. It goes into the onside. The field alongside Joe Cracknell, the wicket keeper, is a single slip Sam Robson, and then effectively a gully or a fourth or fifth slip position is Ben Geddes. Short leg, Caleb Faulkner under the helmet there. Helm to bowl then. 2 Milnes just past the man at short leg, but kept down reasonably. Faulkner couldn't get down to his right to get that one. So a single taken by Milnes, so 2 off the over. All grist to the mill, I'm sure Kent fans will be saying at this point. So welcome wherever you are listening today. The prospect of a very exciting day's play here. 235 for 7 Kent, a lead of 208 as Helm bowls to Dudgeon. That's nicely tucked into the onside, and they'll take another single. No aggressive intent. Dudgeon and Milnes can both swing for the fences, but this seems to be the way they've decided to proceed as they did last night, is to nudge the singles, just keep the scoreboard ticking over. All stopped there at mid-on by Middlesex captain Laius Deploy. Pelham, who has 2 for 61. Bowls the 5th ball of the first over of the day. Bouncer to Milnes, so like quite a lot towards the end of the day against the lower order batters. I won't call these 2 tail enders, because they are both very reasonable with the bat. He ducks underneath that, and there is no run. So yeah, it's a slip, a gully for Middlesex. Backward point is Zavagahar. Then a wide-ish mid-off, sort of hybrid, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. A short leg, as I said, mid-wicket, fairly close in. Deep square, deep backward square for Middlesex, as Milnes is equal to that, rising delivery up towards his chest. Bowled back of a length by Helm, end of the over, 2, 3, 6, 4, 7. So steady as you go from Kent for the very first over of the day, adding to their overnight score. We'll be doing half-hourly updates for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Here comes the first one, keeping them informed of what's going on here at St Lawrence Ground. It is quite toasty, Sophie, but what a day we've got here. Beautiful scene out here, bright sunshine, set fair for the day, and a really exciting finish as well promised between these two sides. Middlesex, you'd have to say they're favourites right now, with Kent 236 for 7 in their second innings. It's a lead of just 209 runs. They'd like 20, 30, 40, maybe even 50 more runs added by the last 3 pairs here. That may be a tall order, because Middlesex have bowled really well in this second innings to have Kent in this position. But a bit of variable bounce out there on the pitch as well may help the bowlers when Kent come to bowl. We'll see what happens. But Keith Dudgeon is there on 18. The South African lower order batter and bowler has made very reasonable runs for Kent, and Matt Milnes is no mug with the bat either. So 2, 3, 6 for 7. As I said, I would say Middlesex favourites at the moment. Unlikely to be a draw at this point between these two sides, but Kent still have a chance if they get more runs and bowl very well in the final innings. As I said, it's poised for a great day's cricket here. Kent 236 for 7 on the final day against Middlesex, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Navia Sharma is taking up the ball from the pavilion end and just tucked into the onside by Keith Dudgeon. Again, they look for the single there and taking it off the second ball. So 2, 3, 7 for 7. Yeah, put on the spot by a number of Kent supporters today. Have they got enough? What do they need? What do you think the chances of they're winning? I'm like, I'd love to. I'd love to give it an accurate idea, but that's the wonder of cricket, isn't it? It was asked for my win viz today, the likelihood of Kent winning, and I've got higher than other Kent supporters. I think just on the basis of Kent being in good form at the moment, but Middlesex very much favourites at this point. Milnes turns the ball to square leg, and to short leg rather. Caleb Faulkner fielding there. Vocal, the Middlesex side. Yeah, at the moment, Last Deploy is my co-commentator out there at the moment. It's his voice you can hear. As I always like to say, Tenterden's Last Deploy. Played in the Kent League for them, but Sharma now to bowl to Milnes. Sharma gets a touch on it, the bowler, in his follow-through. 20-year-old England under-19 player, an England Lions player now as well. It's half stopped by him. Last Deploy follows up. Toby Jones has the ball. It's a dot ball. Sharma bowled so well yesterday. His figures of 3 for 31 don't flatter him at all. And got a couple of players at really key times. Ben Dawkins had batted 50, 60 balls for 11 and just looked to be coming out of his shell, having weathered the early storm of the opening bowlers. Bowled him all ends up. Did Sharma, who is bowling to Milnes now. Good full length once again, a little bit of movement. Milnes plays into the offside. And then, probably crucially for, or maybe crucially, for Middlesex as well, Danny Bell-Drummond, the Kent captain. Again, a bit like Dawkins, but have come way out of his shell, started to hit some really crisp shots. He was on 60 when Sharma bowled him, and also got the dangerous Grant Stewart off for just 8. Completely destroyed the stumps with that delivery. All of them clean bowled. A real young prospect here. Middlesex hoping he can bowl them to victory here as Milnes, as this one's just straying onto Midland leg, tucks that up to mid-wicket. And a single taken. Another talk from the Kent supporters this morning was just how far Kent are behind the required over rate and just how they're going to make it up as well. I think they're at -5 at the end of the Middlesex innings, which means they're 5 overs behind. They were docked 3 points earlier in the season for a slow over rate. I think that was at Bristol against Gloucestershire. And yeah, points deductions, obviously. On that occasion, they were going for a win. Bristol didn't have the opportunity to make that up, but they have been dogged by slow over rates. They may be chasing a win again today, but all that to come. We'll see what the outcome of that is. 2, 3, 8 for 7 as Milnes faces Helm, will bowl his second over of the day from the Nackington Road end. Nicely done by Milnes again. He's just let that run off the bat, opens the face slightly. Off a good length delivery into the offside. Zabagahar fields. And there's a single to be taken. And they do duly take it. 239 for 7. I'll keep you up to date with scores around the country as well today, but all eyes on this one for Kent and Middlesex supporters. It's not that busy this morning on day 4, it has to be said. What could be a very exciting finish. Helm bowls to Dudgeon, shortish. Dudgeon, a conservative hook, if you like, or just helping the ball down to backward square, fielded by Seb Morgan, another one of the Middlesex young guns who's bowled excellently, with Kent's Ekant Singh and Ben Dawkins, also still teenagers. There's been some shows a real promise from these two sides, their youngsters. Bouncer from Helm. Milnes gets underneath it. But yeah, I was joined by Ekant Singh at the end of the day yesterday, talking about this pitch and the vagaries, really, how it had changed in nature during the game. And far from flattening out on day 3, bit of variable bounce, he said, is the biggest danger to the batters here. And Kent full of confidence, as you might expect from a team who gone pretty well in the last few games. They get a few more runs here to bowl at Middlesex. I think what Ekant said is make it uncomfortable for Middlesex. Obviously, they want to do more than that, but 240 for 7, the lead at 213. As Helm bowls to Milnes, doesn't really get up that one, just back of a length. Milnes instinctively just goes into a evasive position. It goes down the leg side and there's no run. Middlesex like that, trying to keep the volume up. Couch making 46 yesterday. He was the last man to go LBW to Tom Helm, taking evasive action himself from when he thought was going to get short and didn't really get up. And I mean, that's why he's talking about variable bounce, as Milnes defends that into the onside. And there's no run. Be great to hear from you, Middlesex and Kent supporters. What are your feelings? What are the likelihoods of your sides winning today? kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. Give us your thoughts and where you're joining us on this fine Monday in Kent. It's a short, oh, he's gone, and in the end it's a tame dismissal. And caught that leg gully, absolutely what Ben Geddes is there for. It's a short ball from Helm. I think he's taken a little bit of pace off it as well. And Matt Milnes has just really helped it to leg gully as if he was giving him catching practice. The easiest catch Ben Geddes will probably take in his career. Straight at him, couldn't get out of the way. And Matt Milnes, you could see, just looking to the heavens after getting out for 11 there. The softest of dismissals. He goes from 11 from 35 balls with a single 4. And Milnes has gone. Middlesex make the first breakthrough at 240 for 8. So just 7 added to the opening night total. And while Kent shouldn't have to be relying on lower order batters, Milnes knows he's a better bat than that. He's been outthought by Middlesex. And Helm takes his 3rd wicket. Milnes goes, and Matt Parkinson will come out next for Kent in the 71st over of Kent's 2nd innings. So the new ball available in 9 should Middlesex want it or require it at that point, if Kent are not all out. So 20 put on for the 8th wicket. Easy to extrapolate and say, well, 20 for the last 2 for Kent will be very handy indeed. That will give them a very solid lead. But at the moment it's 213. Looks thin. And it's Matt Parkinson who comes in at the non-striker's end with Keith Dudgeon on 20 from 40. Once again, showing what a good signing he's been for Kent. That's an African quick bowler. Slip fielder as well. Sharma bowls to Dudgeon. A little bit of movement in from outside the off stump, but defended by Dudgeon without a great deal of fanfare, but with a great deal of encouragement from Laius Deploy. To say you'll hear his voice most on the effects microphone. He's actually closest to it at mid-off, other than the bowler Sharma. Probably won't be shouting much to himself, I wouldn't have thought. Lovely Shaz, they say. 240 for 8. Sharma comes in now to Keith Dudgeon. Defends that off middle and off up to mid-on. Once again, Laius Deploy fields. He's also chief ball polisher. He's just picking up the bottom of his white shirt. Furious shining of the ball. You can see the stain on his shirt, the red stain. Then onto the forearm as well. He's wearing a long sleeve shirt. Javier Sharma with the white headband, sweatband, keeping the fringe out of his eyes as he strides in now. Bowls to Dudgeon. Nice shot from Kent's number 8, and he'll take a single to square leg, and Parkinson will face the next ball. So we've been very impressed by Sharma. Kevin Hand of the Middlesex supporters have seen him before, but looks like a pretty repeatable action, as they say, as well. Glides in, very fluid. Shaney gets really good movement into the right-hander as well. I've seen him bowl 3 of the Kent batters so far. Didn't take any wickets in the first innings. Bowls to Parkinson. Now it's a great delivery and he's gone. First ball, LBW, deep in the crease. Again, movement into the right-hander. Parkinson has no answer for it. Sharma's beaten him for pace and off the pitch. And Parkinson goes for none. Kent are 2-4-2 for 9. And Middlesex have 2 of the quick wickets that they craved. Just one more. And they will be batting here at Canterbury. Parkinson, no doubt about that, is gone. Just really didn't get himself in any position to play that. And Sharma, as I said, has bowled excellently. And takes the wicket. And that's his 4th, 4 for 33 for Navya Sharma. And immediately surrounded by his teammates, celebrating that one. And not quite his best figures so far. He's already got himself a 4 for 17 in first-class cricket in the matches he's played, 10 of them. Shows what an effective man he is, but could be on for his first 5 for here. On the brink of it, Hassan Mahmood comes out, the Bangladeshi international. He took 9 wickets up at Blackpool for Kent. 6 in the second innings to help bowl Kent to victory. We'll propel them towards victory in that one. And 2, getting rid of Faulkner and deploy. He may be, well, he will be vital for Kent. Bowling-wise, how quickly will he be bowling though? As Sharma comes into him now, straightens him up immediately. Up near the splice, defending that one. Suddenly taking defensive action. A ball from Sharma. Looking for number 10, says Leas Deploy, the Middlesex captain. Sharma goes back to his mark. To Hassan now. Oh, that traps him. I think that's going down leg. And the umpire unmoved by that. But again, it's beaten Hassan Mahmood. And I wonder if this will affect how Keith Dudgeon now bats at the other end. Where Hassan just resting on his bat there. If that's hit him on the thigh. But Keith Dudgeon having a chat with Hassan. How they're going to operate from now. I think Matt Parkinson said in the first innings there may be a bit of a misunderstanding between Hassan and Parkinson as they were looking for a 4th batting bonus point. Ended up with Matt Parkinson hitting the first 6 of his first-class career to make sure Kent got over the line at 400. But chat between Dudgeon and Mahmood here. No slipping for Dudgeon. It's a leg gully and a short leg for him. And he does look to play it in the onside and chips it past, or rather pulls it past Kenneth Faulkner at short leg. No run taken. Well, okay, that's an indication. Dudgeon maybe just looking around the boundary, around the field now to see where his likely higher scoring shots are, but not taking the single that he could have had there. And Tom Helm's field is very much packed leg side. They're daring him. Helm will bowl to net to Dudgeon now. That's gone past short leg, and no, they won't take the run there. Hassan is backing up, but Dudgeon is staying where he is. It's gone past short leg again, but to deep backward square. Seb Morgan throws in. There's only one there. And I think Dudgeon is looking to protect Hassan Mahmood here. Obviously to get what he can for Kent. The lead is at 2-14. Middlesex would very much fancy themselves to get 2-15 to win this contest. This is Helm now. It's whipped away by Dudgeon. That could be four. It is indeed. He's on that quickly, pulling away. Almost a pirouette at the crease. Fast hands to get the ball to the boundary. 2-4-5 for 9. Said there are, I think it's 7 on the leg side. 2 on the off. Indeed it is, yeah. There's one at deep third and one at cover, and that's about it. Again, it goes short, tempting Dudgeon into the shot and allowing him the single, and he does take the single. Morgan fields again. Beg your pardon, 6-3 field. Oh, it's all going to change now for Hassan Mahmood. They're coming in anyway. But I couldn't see Sam Robson, who was obscured by the overhang of the woolly stand to our right. 2-4-5 for 9 now, Kent. 2-4-6 for 9, sorry. The lead 2-19. Dudgeon has 26. Hassan yet to score. Did get himself 22 runs in the first innings. Different pitch now, though, I think. As Hassan defends it. Straight back at Helm, stops it in his follow-through, low down. Just rearranges the shirt around the big shoulders. Warm out there for these bowlers who've mostly been bowling in short spells. I think because of the heat, both captains rotating the bowling. Fairly often. Helm to Hassan, short ball. And Hassan has eventually ended up on the floor. It's a gentle, almost backward roll, but ends up on his backside. Get out of that one from Helm. It was beetling towards his head. It got out the way of the short ball. Did enough to keep himself out of harm's way. And sub-fielder coming on now for Max Holden, who's just taking a break. After his mammoth 182, you may be thinking about batting before long, and perhaps, fittingly from a Middlesex point of view, seeing them home. Navia Sharma then, looking for his first 5-wicket haul. Bowls to Dudgeon, backs away, straight back at the bowler, hit with some force, but Sharma stops it. Got the left arm on it first, right arm on it second, but stops it. 2-4-6 for 9. A little bit of breeze around the ground. Barely a breath of wind yesterday. And the southeast at the moment is heating up towards the middle of the week. See just a little bit of breeze ruffling the shirt of Navia Sharma as he runs away from us at the pavilion end to Dudgeon. Good Yorker length delivery, that one. Dudgeon's dug it out. Inside part of the bat, though. It's skewed away to square leg and there's no run. Let's see, not got quite as leg side for Sharma's bowling, but he's not going to bowl as much short stuff, more up to the wicket for him. To stump, so they got a slip in there, short leg for Dudgeon, allowing the single elsewhere on the ground. Sharma now bowls to him, tries to whip that away on the onside, hits the thigh pad. Might have got a bit of bat on that as well. Yeah, he was rehearsing the shot he wanted to play, which was to lift that over square leg for 6, but ends up being a dot ball for Dudgeon. 2:19. Plenty of time in this for Kent. They don't have to get a hurry on, but how much Keith Dudgeon is preoccupied by the thoughts of trying to shield the number 11 Hassan Mahmood from the strike. Looking to play scoring shots here. 2-4-6 for 9. Dudgeon on 26. Sharma bowls to him, and he does pull that away. And is that going to be a boundary? It is. That is going to be that 6. He's pulled it away for a maximum. The 250 up for Kent. And Keith Dudgeon, goodness me, he's been important for Kent this season with the bat as well as the ball. 250 up. He moves on to 32. I was talking to Jamie Reid about that yesterday. Keith Dudgeon averaging 20-odd. Really important knocks. 39 against Gloucestershire in the win there. 44 against Durham in what was eventually drawn game, but had the better of that one. Did Kent in the home game here against the league leaders. On to 32 now. Sean bowls to me, clears the away from the leg side and will get himself a single, bludgeoning that into the offside. And that really has worked out pretty well as well. So Sharma will get 1 at Hassan Mahmood. That's all he needed to get rid of Parkinson. And as Sharma goes back to his mark, our head of thermodynamics is rearranging the fans.
I've done my BBC London update.
It's like a...
It's ready for you to go and have a break for half an hour.
All good. Crikey, 2 fans here. Is that the way it works?
For 2 days, I can promise you.
No, I'm
the setup
sure.
was pretty clear.
Well, yesterday I was hoping to replicate it. Inside part of the bat to Hassan Mahmood. Could have taken a single, won't take a single. Keith Dudgeon will stay at the striker's end for the next over. 7 off that one, 2-5-3 for 9. Cat and mouse as Dudgeon tries to protect Mahmood from the strike and score as many as he can. 2-2-6, the lead. Kevin Hand speaking to Kent supporters this morning. Some furrowed brows. Needed 50, they think. A 250 lead to make this competitive.
That was pretty much what I thought in the end, the second day. And thank you to yourself and Jamie for keeping me company on the motorway yesterday.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Back and forth.
Yeah, it was great to have your company. I know with service stops that you would chirp back at us.
I was going to say, yeah, my chirps back were off air, whereas you were chirping on air, which, don't worry, it's stored up for today, Matt. Although I've got myself off on a bad footing this morning.
I checked my media law books last night to make sure where I stood before you arrived this morning.
Here's Helm, looking to wrap it up. 253 for 9. He bowls now, and down the track comes Dudgeon and pulls out to mid-wicket. The cry was catch. Fielded in the deep. There is that fielder, Faulkner. Just at square leg, deep mid-wicket, cow corner, mid-on, mid-off. And, well, it's quite an extraordinary field, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So very much leg side biased. And he's bowling short, isn't he, Helm, to try and either get in the leg trap, I suppose.
But going back to the 250, I think the overall, Simon Cook was up here on day one, and just a brief conversation here and there as you have. The overall feeling was both sides underperformed with the ball in the first innings and overperformed with the bat in this match, and that led to 416 to 443. As his Helm bowls short, this is hooked down to deep backward square leg, and once more the single rejected. Dudgeon 33, Hassan none from 5. And one of those games of cat and mouse. Much as Jamie and yourself said, the one thing is there'll be a result today now, one way or the other.
Yeah, they bowled really well, Middlesex, yesterday. Sharma has been absolutely superb. And as a strike bowler, but good economy as well. And yeah, I think as a unit, they bowled really, really well, Middlesex, in their second innings, putting Kent under massive pressure.
Helm short again, hooked once more, and this time the single. I'm sure that was Roland Jones. Number 21. Bowled Helm, unless they switched positions in between, whether Roland Jones came up to square leg and Faulkner stepped back. I'll have to wait and see. 231 to win it is. Forgive me, did I say 241? 231 it is. I fancied if it went beyond 250, it was difficult to see Middlesex chasing it. Kent 257 in their second innings.
Sets it up beautifully, doesn't it?
I think it does. I think we've been set up all the way along for a really good game here, as long as the weather played its part, because we're going to need all of the 89 overs, you'd imagine, that are remaining. Middlesex aren't going to knock this off in no time, and you wouldn't have thought they'll collapse inside, 70 or so overs, certainly. You'd think that this will go a long, long way through towards the close tonight. 2:30 is the target, and they've got an hour and 20 minutes to bat before lunch.
So 2:31 to win, absolutely. The 2:30 is the lead, and the players go off now. We'll join you in, 7 or 8 minutes. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners now. But as Kevin Hand says, set up beautifully now for a run chase with Middlesex needing 2:31 to win, Kent needing 10 wickets. Perfect timing, Sophie, as Kent are all out for 257 in their second innings. Keith Dudgeon with a very fine 37, but that means Middlesex will need 231 to win this match at the St Lawrence ground, and Kent will need 10 wickets to look at the two sides' chances. Middlesex favourites. They'll probably need all of the remaining 80-odd overs to get to that target, but their favourites, Kent, will need 10 wickets and need them quickly as well to bowl them out for a victory of their own. The draw very unlikely, with the sun absolutely belting down here, which means it's an exciting finish to this game. Kent looking for their 4th win in 5 games. Where you would back them is they've been in great form, but Middlesex are not doing badly either, in 4th place in the Division 2 table. So that's set up then for the final run chase and wicket chase. If you're a Kent supporter, the players will be coming back out in about 5 minutes' time, and we'll have commentary via the BBC Sport website and app, and of course regular radio reports. Welcome back to the St Lawrence ground, Canterbury here. Well, we've been back and forth, Kevin Hand, haven't we, during this game? So you do in a 4-day game. Who's ahead? Who's behind? It's going to be pretty obvious in this innings. Middlesex need 231. Kent need 10 wickets. The draw is unlikely, I think it's fair to say, with needing about 3 and over to win this one. Middlesex, they do it. But as you said, it could well go to 6 o'clock into the 80s.
Close to it, yeah, close to it. 87 overs remain. Of course, we've lost a couple for the change of innings, haven't we?
Yeah. So Milnes from the Nackington Road end will bowl to Geddes. That one kept a little bit low, but interesting.
It was almost like the first ball of the Ashes, though, wasn't it? It was like, what's going to happen?
Oh, yeah.
It's the first ball. You were just waiting for off stumps to come flying out of the ground. I didn't expect Geddes to give a big booming drive through the covers, Zach Crawley style,
No.
but you thought, oh, God, goodness me, come on, first over, first ball, get in behind it. As you say, that there's been a little bit of nibble all their way through, but maybe just one or two, keeping a fraction low more to the point at this stage.
Yeah, Kent will need to strike early here. Certainly, you've seen what Max Holden can do on this, and right in line, Geddes on the off stump, plays it back to Milnes, and there's no run. Kent with 2 slips, it's Dawkins and North East there. Keith Dudgeon will be bowling before long at Gully. A point. There's an extra cover, Grant Stewart there. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-off is Daniel Beldrum just tossing the ball to Matt Milnes. Mid-wicket, Ekansh Singh, and then deep backward square, Hassan Mahmood. As Milnes comes in then from the Nackington Road end, bowls to Geddes, gets caught up in his pads. As you can hear, there's a roar from the Kent fielders. And plenty of chat. Usually quite a quiet side on the field, Ken. I thought Middlesex were very vocal all the way through the encouragement they were giving the bowlers, certainly in that second innings, and no surprise. A symbiotic relationship, it was working really well. So the Les Ames scoreboard has already put 1 up for Middlesex, but it is none for none. 3 dot balls to start, and Geddes settles on that one, just outside off stump. To Matt Milnes, and there's no run. As Grant Stewart flies across the pitch to field that one. And we've got his follow through of fielding it, full of enthusiasm. Sam North East can hear his voice at second slip. He'll lead the applause as well. As Milnes returns to his mark. 5th ball of the Middlesex innings to Geddes. Similar ball, similar outcome. Defended in the offside. Grant Stewart flies onto it. There's talk of the over rate for Kent as well. I know this may seem academic, but they are 4 behind. They do not bowl overs quickly. They've already been penalised in a win at Gloucestershire, losing 3 points. There, they really didn't have time to make it up because they were chasing the win there. They decided to go for that. But a subplot, let's say, much more importantly, they need 10 wickets. Middlesex need 231, and Geddes studiously defending that one. Milnes stops the ball with the outside of the foot, and applause from the Kent crowd. And the Kent supporters, the members to our left, a maiden to start. I have to say, there's not a great crowd in today, but obviously people back to work on a Monday. It's not a bank holiday, but those that are here are set for some exciting cricket, I think. None for none, Middlesex, off 1.
So, Hassan to take the ball down below us. Glorious sunny day again. What reward for Canterbury week, but will Kent win? Cricket, as they say, has been the winner to this stage, and cricket, I think, undoubtedly will be the winner come this evening.
You've gone early with that one.
Oh, thank you. But, well, early in my day, 46 minutes in. Here's Hassan, 2 slips and a gully. He's in, bowls, and this is defended into the offside by Robson, and there is no run. I don't think this can particularly happen quickly today. That Kent run chase of a couple of years ago when they knocked off a sizable run chase in the game, but with an absolute ease, potentially even on the 3rd day after a shootout on day 1, the pitch flattened out somewhat. And as I say, the murmurings are that the bowlers just haven't weren't quite at it in this game in the first innings, which allowed 4-4-3 and 4-1-6. And the batters really were at it. Well, I think on the final day, Middlesex will need to be on their game here as Hassan's in, bowls, Robson's up on his toes, pushes into the offside. The thing with this match, though, there have been patches where all of a sudden, I mean, all day long on day one, you thought every ball was going to be a wicket because there was a lot happening. But then that Max Holden and Zafar Gohar partnership towards the end of the second day and into the third morning, goodness me. I mean, those boys just settled in. And
well, yeah, that partnership will win the game on its own.
Well, it'd be mad to think you've got a guy who scored 180 in a partnership of that size and you don't win a game, but they were in a perilous position at 6 down in reply to Kent's 4-1-6. And here's Hassan in, bowls, and this ball's eased back at a point. Runs here, and it could be 4 of them down to the vacant deep third. It's just going to pop over the rope, and Middlesex are off the mark. A boundary for Robson. And it's 227 more to win. My eyes are just about working to see that score, but I think I managed to get that total wrong 3 times in 3 attempts just before we went off. But yes, it is now 227 more required for Middlesex, and it'll be a good win this for Middlesex to come back from that position in the first innings and to come back from knowing that they let Kent overscore as well on 4-1-6, but definitely Middlesex overscored. I think a couple of put downs, one of them very difficult for Holden, very difficult indeed, and one potentially for Gohar as well early in his innings. As here's Hassan in, bowls, and Robson guides this one down to the deep third again, deep backward points in position. They'll come round for a single, 5 without loss. Geddes on to strike to face Hassan, having faced the entirety of the first over.
Yeah, Harry Finch doing the fielding there for a second time. He's on as a sub. It looks like Ben Compton. No real great surprise there. Badly mashed up his finger a couple of months ago and has played the other 3 days of the game, but won't be at all surprised if he makes fleeting appearances, if any, today. Finch down at backward point.
2 slips in a gully. There's a deep backward point. There's a cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg as Hassan is past the umpire. He bowls and this ball's pushed to mid-on by Geddes. 5 without loss. BBC bringing you live cricket here at Canterbury. BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London combined. Matt tells me he was channeling his inner Kevin Hand doing that first 30 minutes alone.
Well,
I'm still trying to work out whether that was a compliment.
We all aspire to greatness, Kev.
Hassan is past the umpire, he bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. And I love that you jumped on my miswording of Ben Compton's time with Richmond as well. He's South African born, isn't he, Ben?
Zimbabwean, I think.
Zimbabwean. So that's where it all began. But he had a substantial period at Richmond.
He did.
But, you were chipping away at me.
I was splitting hairs there, but actually, it was a very interesting thing to say, and I was like, well, I'll be interested to see
where it was. Yeah,
researched early. So
of course you had. You just forgotten because of so much that you carry.
But then, of course, I had to be pedantic because that is in my nature.
Well, when I arrived at Radlett for Middlesex women, and they were very unlucky. Well done. On the performance, but not the result for Middlesex women yesterday against Warwickshire. When I arrived at Radlett, one of the first things was said, "Boy, you're copping it, aren't you?" I'd been listening to you two all morning.
It's like, well, that's the problem if you leave the room, isn't it? It's Milnes to Robson, just clips that just backward a square. They'll take 2 from Milnes, who scuffs angrily at the footmarks, but got inside the line of that. Did well. And actually, Jamie Reid is nothing to blame in that. It was entirely me. But you've worked with me before. You know how that runs.
You were involved.
Your peril
if you
leave for a day, or even 5 minutes, to be honest. So Milnes then to Robson. Outside part of the bat, keeps low, Dudgeon fields, and there's no run. Say slightly perturbing for Kent at this point. We haven't seen a big shout, ball beating the bat yet. 7 for none. As Kevin said, yesterday I suppose the opposite almost of that huge partnership is just none of the Kent players looked like they were in substantially for any great time. And when they started to, they tended to get out. But Middlesex bowled really well. Milnes outside the off stump, left by Robson. And there is no run. Morning, Michael, on the email, kentcricket@bbc.co.uk, talking about slow over rate. Interested, he said, to hear that Kent have been deducted points for a slow over rate at Bristol. Why don't test teams get penalised for slow over rates? Ticket for a seat at Lords this year, 130 quid, but rarely do teams bowl 80 overs. Thank you for your kind comments, Mike, from Morning Rochester. I won't give you his comments about Middlesex, but there we are. He's a Kent supporter into the offside. Of course, he's hoping for a Middlesex collapse here. 7 for none. At the moment, none in the wickets column for Kent. I did see actually that. Oh, there we go. So I caught out of the corner of my eye a notification, which I think has just come to me, about England being docked 12 points from the Test Championship for a slow over rate at the Oval. So there you are. Sequence you shall find there, Mike. But thanks for your email. Oh, he looked in an awkward position, Robson there. An appeal for leg before.
Was there a couple of noises?
Yeah, it was quickly stifled. Yeah, could have been going down as well, to be honest, the angle of the ball.
I mean, there was
got himself into an awkward position, though, Sam Robson, didn't he? A bit of indecision there.
There was a lot going on there, and I wonder, would they have held the peel more but for an inside edge that they potentially knew and heard?
I'm not by any means saying that that's plumb. More to the point for Kent's cause is that it's one that's beaten him. And again, just seaming in, that's a big appeal. It's going to be leg by. He's going down the leg side. So I think we know what the umpire will be saying to Matt Milnes, is that's going down. But again, it's beaten him onto the pads. It's not a bad shout, but the deflection of the ball takes it quite fine on the leg side. And that's what the umpire has adjudged there. It's 9 for none at the end of the over. But I'm sure you take my point, Kevin Hand. If those appeals aren't given, for Kent, they need to be working these opportunities. And Sam Robson beaten a couple of times is good for them, but they've yet to take a wicket. Middlesex need 222 more to win here at Canterbury on the final day of the County Championship. Via the BBC Sport website and app, and BBC Sport Online, and with the pictures from Kent County Cricket Club.
2 slips and a gully. Deep third, quite wide, more than a deep backward point now, I'd suggest. Covering a mid-off, mid-wicket long leg. Here's Hassan to Geddes. He's in behind this one, pushing back. And Geddes none for 9. Robson 7 from 10, but those accustomed over the years to watching Robson, and even in the early fledgling career of Geddes, will know Geddes likes to feel bat on ball, and he can go at a much quicker strike rate, but this is almost a day set for Robson. He'll be at ease, very much at ease with his own game, as Geddes will be as well. But he does like to feel bat on ball. He's a driver of the ball, strong puncher of the ball, very strong on the hook and pull as well. As Hassan is in, bowls, and a length ball left alone, angling back in. A little bit of seam movement perhaps, or was it just the angle from the skiddy Hassan? Wide outside off, it's left alone. The point being, none from 10 now for Geddes. It won't perturb him, I'm sure. He will be very happily thinking that he'll settle in. And indeed, Geddes has formed this season in an instance like this in a very low-scoring shootout at Old Trafford. Middlesex had a very tricky chase where Geddes smashed a brilliant 50. And I say smashed, again, it was stroked around. It wasn't reckless. He played a different game to everybody else in the chase that day. Middlesex will hope that history repeats itself here as Hassan comes in. He bowls and, oh, it's a Jaffa. Wow. What has happened there for Hassan? The ball before came sharply angling back into the off stump, potentially with a bit of seam. This one, for all the world, looked as though it was going to hit the hit, but has beaten him outside off. It didn't do too much, to be fair. It was just fantastic line and length, but it did straighten on him, whereas the other, it's not as exaggerated as the first Ada movement, but it's still there. Subtle enough to cause a great deal of doubt for the batters. And down the track comes Geddes to prod away at the surface.
I was saying earlier on about the similarities between Navia Sharma and Hassan Mahmood from this end. There's a bit of extra pace and really good length and line.
Geddes on the back foot, punches for 4, and he's off the mark. Short and wide from Hassan. The first gimme to Geddes, and he says thank you very much. He's 4 from 12, and Middlesex are 13 without loss.
He won't want to bowl many more of those, Hassan Mahmood, but yeah, absolutely given the width, but you have to punish it as well. Geddes on it really quickly. On top of the bounce, cutting it away beautifully for 4. And they are 13 for none here, Middlesex. So 218 to win. I'm having to check the scoreboard. I'm not doing the maths in my head. But Hassan none for 9.
Hassan past the umpire, bowls, and past the edge again. Beaut from Hassan. It is one of those days, one of those chases where you could well imagine Middlesex being 8 for 2. And that's not to say that they've lost it from there, but you know, that all of a sudden, right, here we go, it's going to be toe to toe, and it's going to take something absolutely brilliant. If they could, these two, having made it 13 without loss, it would be a very small milestone, but a milestone nonetheless. If they could get it below 200 with all 10 wickets still standing, I think it would send a message to the rest. Look, it's possible. It's possible, this. It will be tricky. It should be tricky on any pitch, a chase, anywhere. And this is probably a better surface than it was on day 1 for run scoring, as in comes Hassan and bowls again. A beautiful line, a wonderful length, and it beats the edge of Geddes. Yes, it was Geddes' bat. And he has survived 14 deliveries for 4 runs now, 13 without loss. And I say survived because that is the order of the passage of play through to lunch. If they could get to lunch, well, even no more than 2 down, I'd say. If they were 2 down at lunch, they'll have nigh on 50-odd on the board, wouldn't they? And if not a little bit more. Yeah. So that would be a sizable chunk.
Good first over from Hassan. The one loose ball, punished for 4, but 5 pretty much on the money. But yeah, absolutely right. 13 for none here. Middlesex favourites for victory, but this match has surprised us. The pitch has surprised us, I think, to an extent. We thought it was flattening out with that double century partnership. None of it. As Milnes bowls to Robson, just tucks that to mid-wicket. Akansh Singh fields, and there's no run. Also from a Middlesex perspective, Keith Dudgeon, I know he did get out in the end, but he was trying to protect the Hassan Mahmood from the strike and score a lick as well. But not batting particularly aggressively. Got himself 37, even later in the order. Maybe optimistic of being able to add those runs. Getting to strike early here. As it's turned to Akansh Singh at mid-wicket once again to put the pressure on. But yeah, I'll park the Kent slow over 8 in a second, because obviously there's bigger issues than that on the final day, with a run chase which looks doable, and perhaps even a wicket chase that looks doable. But quite how Kent would wrestle this back from -4 when they are trying to win the game. It's not like a day where the pitch is flat and it's going to be a draw and he can stick the spinners on for a half hour or more. Outside the off stump from Milnes, quite a long way outside. Sam Robson's not bothering to play at that. Wicketkeeper takes it and there's no run.
13 without loss. Robson 7, Geddes 4, and Milnes none for 2 from 2.3. Making a fine start here, and you'd expect that Kent will be fully on it. They started so well, having Middlesex 6 down in that first innings. And again, you'll go back to points in the match from both sides. Whoever loses it will go back to numerous points. So I think, how have we lost it from there?
It's Milnes bowls too. Robs gets heaps low on him, and he's stooping in the end as he's tried to cut that away. I think you could say that's gone between bat and pad, but the bat's quite a long way from the pad at the end of that, and he had no chance of making contact.
You got it absolutely right. It's kept low, and he's ended up bending down for it. The key on a pitch like this today now, I think, for Sam Robson and Ben Geddes, they'll be very clear. You've got to get forward. It's not express pace. It's good pace, but it's not express pace. I don't think, there's a lot pushed at county surfaces about being slow, isn't there?
Yeah, Hassan's the quickest of this seam quartet. As this defended into the offside, has got himself forward there.
But the length was there for it. There was no question you had to be forward to that. If he's not forward to that and he's at LBW, it's clear batter error, but I think their modus operandi will be your only chance of playing these balls keeping low is to be playing on the front foot. The fear of playing on the front foot is obviously if a ball is leaping. We saw one or two get big and the gloves come off on that first day. We started to see on that first evening one or two keep low, and then about 5 or 6 in the first hour or so of the second morning.
Milnes, end of the 5th over. This bowls him! Cartwheeling the off stump. And Robson beaten by that one, coming back at him. And Kent do have their first wicket, 13 for 1. Spectacular sight, sickening sight for Sam Robson. I'm not quite sure. He's slight shuffle across his stumps with his pads there. Thought it was beating the off stump. It's battered it instead. 13 for 1. And if Middlesex were thinking they'd done pretty well in the first 5 overs, that final ball has given them another think. Robson goes, and this match takes another twist.
Well, there's the slope here at Canterbury as well, isn't there? But that's seamed back with the slope and taken off stump. I do think Robson will be thinking he should have been forward and playing that, though, on this pitch. I think you've got to, the point about being forward on the front foot, Robson's technique, we saw it a little bit from Sam Northeast in this match as well, smothering that off stump. Robson's in particular, I won't talk with any great authority on Robson. Northeast, not too great an authority on Robson's, but clearly one thing he's doing at the moment is getting a long way across and a long way forward. And that was partly what I was saying in terms of that front foot, in terms of keeping low as well. When a ball does jack back, it might keep a fraction low, but that was all about it jagging back. That wasn't about it keeping low, but I do think that the line was there for it.
Indeed so. Going to update BBC Radio Kent listeners with the good news for them. Great timing again, Sophie. Kent have just taken the first wicket of the Middlesex second innings. Spectacular sight as Matt Milnes has bowled Sam Robson with the off-stump cartwheeling out of the ground. So Middlesex 13 for 1. In total, they need 2-3-1 to beat Kent here. So 218 still to win on a pitch which is doing something for the bowlers here. Kent making 257 in their own second innings, finishing up today with Keith Dudgeon, last man caught out, but for a very fine 37 for the lower order batter. Could be very important runs. Kent will need to bowl very well to win this game. Middlesex still favourites here at Canterbury by my reckoning. An exciting final day. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And that ball from Hassan Mahmood is defended by Ben Geddes back towards the bowler. And there's no run.
Yeah, 13 for 1. And Geddes for Holden with a brilliant first innings century. Well, can he go again? They've been batted so well. The name, because of his average, because of his record, the name that obviously climbs off that Middlesex team sheet is Leas Deploy with an average of 50. Hassan's in bowls and forward goes Geddes pushing out to deep point for a single deep backward point, that wide deep third deep backward point. Parkinson coming around. He'll have a big job to play, Parkinson, today, won't he?
Absolutely right.
But it's about the seamers firsts.
Yeah, Deploy's head and shoulders above everyone else in the in Division 2, I think, isn't he, in terms of runs scored this summer? But yeah, he's a key wicket for Kent. Presumably he gets that far.
14 for 1. Geddes 5. Holden on strike for the first time. Right arm over the left-handed Hassan. Somebody's moving. Who is it? Somebody in the pavilion.
We're just sitting very still here.
Well, I think the reflection saves us to some extent, doesn't it? Although the fear for the reflection on the first 2 days was that they were going to tell us to shut the windows. Because they're in an angle opened, they angle out 20 degrees or so. Here's a length ball from Hassan to Holden, who defends into the offside, his first ball.
Then he sent out a plea akin to dogs in hot cars, is that right, at that point?
Yes.
It might be.
Honestly, the first day,
the RSPCA will be up.
I drove down. I drove down and I thought, the worst commentary box to be in a heatwave is Canterbury.
Yes.
I don't think another comes close. Essex, the sun is with you in front of the commentary box for more of the day than it is here. but the window's open fully.
That's
and
true.
You can open the back
Yeah.
door of the commentary box, so you get a wind flow. Although Kent have gone above and beyond with the 2 fans that they've provided as Kent County Cricket Club. As here's Hassan bowls and a dabble from Holden through to the keeper. These fans are, and it is considerably cooler today, I must say.
Yeah, it's just arriving this morning. You could tell. And,
was it hotter yesterday for you?
Yeah, it was more like air fryer than oven in the first session, I would suggest. I was offering potato wedges. I just thought I'd bring some spuds in with me. Just cook them on the tables here. But
oh, I've missed you, Matt. We've got a T20 together, haven't we?
We have. More of this, listeners, I'm afraid. We'll contractually be obliged.
Poor old Ben. I gave him a lot on the first 2 days as well. Holden is in bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. There's no run. 14 for 1.
I gather our colleague Dan Whiting, who's quite often the talk of the press box, but did get into trouble at this end of the pitch in a very similar position for just being too animated. And I think it was Sam Northeast at the corner of his eye. But as you say, I think normally the windows here and the reflection back off them saves us. So it must have been a cloudier day than today. We shouldn't be in trouble unless we get very excited.
Well, even still, we are conserving energy here, aren't we? We are sat down with these fans. It was genuinely, day one was a day where you tried to move as little as possible. It was that hot. As Holden awaits and Hassan bowls, a lifting ball taken towards the rib cage of the keeper, Benjamin. 14 for 1. We've got 52 minutes to lunch, and well, I had a wonderful day yesterday commentating on that Women's Cup game, the County Cup, the knockout competition. But I must admit, I was listening to this on the way, and I was relishing this final day. For me, it was always going to be about today. I thought yesterday would play out, and it would be somewhere 200 to 300. Middlesex will have a chase, and it will be a game on. Is it going to be a very big chase, 280? Modest one, 220. 231, they should think they'll get close. They should, I think.
Milnes to Geddes then, 2 slips and a gully in behind, driven by Geddes up to mid-on, fielded by Parkinson. There'll be no run.
But it did feel like yesterday was the setup day. It felt like this game's going to go all the way on the final day. So
is it golf they call it? Moving day. Is
exactly,
that right?
moving day. Yeah.
Being a connoisseur of all sports.
I'd have been very... yes.
I knew you know that.
Just a connoisseur.
Yeah, just bon vivant, connoisseur. 14 for 1 as Milnes bowls to Geddes. Doesn't get the full meat of the bat behind that, but has defended it quite adequately in the offside. The excitement from the Kent fielders is because they're excited, I suppose. That's some incisive commentary for you. 14 for 1 Middlesex here, still 2:17 to win. But,
did you leave the air fryer on?
it's pinged. Now the wedges are ready. Is Milnes to Geddes. That one has just got a little bit big on him. Plays it off his chest down into backward point. Just to the Kent office, and delighted here. A lot of Bangladeshi listeners with us today, who'll be concentrating, I'm sure, on Hassan Mahmood, who's been, if I may just talk Kentwards at this point. No, commentating for both sides, but absolutely brilliant in his first game against Lancashire at Blackpool with 9 wickets, 6 wickets in the second innings as they bowled them out for 87. Milnes now, though, is bowling. Hassan's at the other end. He's gone deep in the crease, that one. Attempting that Yorker length. Geddes again going aggressively, driving up to Parkinson at mid-on. And there's no run. But I think it's fair to say Kent supporters have absolutely taken Hassan Mahmood to their hearts. And took 2 very important wickets in the first innings here, including Les Deploy, who leading scorer in County Championship Division 2. Might be across the country, actually. I think even Division 1. And bowled him a really important wicket for Kent at that stage. As Milnes now bowls to Geddes into the onside. Fielded by Ekant Singh, bounding in at mid-wicket. So he's bowled 3 overs, none for 10 so far. It's Milnes who's got the wicket. But if you're keeping your eyes on Hassan Mahmood, he will be bowling very shortly. 5 dots, though, for Milnes here. Sixth ball of the 7th over to come. Middlesex needing 217 in total. And if you're joining us, wherever in the world you're joining us for this final day, couldn't be better poise between these two sides. An inside edge past his stumps. And that'll go run down to Hassan Mahmood at fine leg. And Matt Milnes, hands to head with excitement. It was a mishit by Geddes, past his stumps. He'll keep strike. He has 6 from 22. Middlesex 15 for 1. 216 more to win.
Yeah, it's a tall order. This, let's not make any mistake about it. Tall order indeed. A relatively promising start from the batters so far. Robson just leaving alone that one ball. So costly so far. Geddes awaits on 6 and in comes... Oh, he's got him, has he? No, he hasn't. Oh, they went up, they went down, and they went up again. And well, so did we in the commentary box. Right arm over from just down below us. Hassan, the right-hander went back and across, inside edge, rolls down the pads, and it appeared for all the world as though it had rolled onto the stumps. They'd all gone up thinking that it was about to hit, I think. They'd gone down thinking, no, it's not going on, and then it started to roll. Was that a spin off the bow or a deflection off the stumps? That looked very, very close. Do you think it might have also... It might have just rolled against the leg stump. Goodness me. Well, it must have been that kick backwards where they, all of a sudden they'd gone down and then it must have kicked backwards upon bouncing behind the batter. And at that point, they were all excited it might roll on. As here's Hassan to Geddes. Forward he goes to this one and pushing back. And that's pretty much what we were saying about this surface. You've got to get forward. Yeah, it's your best chance. It's the replay. Yeah, inside edge. Oh, it is. It's hit leg stump. It's at the bottom of the leg stump. Wow. Spun back and somehow... But it's spun from wide outside leg, inside edge, in between the pads, and it's taken one, if not both pads, ended up behind him, so outside leg stump, and spun almost circular to come back and nudge the leg stump. That's quite extraordinary. Somehow the bails have stayed on, otherwise Middlesex will be 15 for 2, ifs and buts, but that was about as close as you can get. Wow, here's Hassan. He bowls a bouncer, and that one is resisted by Geddes. There's no deep square. He does like a hook or a pull and long leg in place. He resists it. 6-3 Phil. Great spot from you that you'd seen that it had hit the leg stump. I thought he'd gone. I thought he'd been bowled. I thought the way that it all happened, there was so much movement and it went on for so long and the slips had gone up and they went down and they went up again. Extraordinary. Extraordinary set of circumstances there as Hassan to get her 6 from 25 now, the Middlesex opener. Hassan bowls to him and down the track comes Geddes and drives a single to mid-on, putting the pressure on the fielder. Is that Milnes coming around, number 8? And it was to his left hand, so well judged from Geddes in that sense. He didn't time it quite, but a positive use of the feet, just a little shuffle. Holden will do the same. Will he do it as much to Hassan right arm over? We'll have to wait and see. But this was more than a trigger movement. This was a determined step down the track to negate what movement Hassan's getting. 45 minutes to lunch, and it's as fascinating as you could want at the County Championship game here at Canterbury as Hassan comes in, he bowls, and that's run beautifully for 4. Angle bat, soft hands. He's run it between second and gully, but quite deliberately over the top of it. And 5 off the over with the single from Geddes. 211 more required for Middlesex. That was a well-controlled shot from Holden. That was nothing edgy or lucky about that from the left-hander. Can he pick up where he left off? Just shy of that 200. Almost a surprise that he didn't make it in the end, wasn't it? Listen to you both. I mean, poor Zafar Gohar. Yeah, absolutely. Missing closing on that ton. Yeah. Hassan in bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump through to the keeper. But again, that's what makes it special when they do get there, isn't it? You know, that it's not a given. You don't always get there. You don't even, you don't necessarily get close at all. But end of the over, 20 for 1. I have managed to spill my coffee all down my bag, which is a disastrous start to the day. But at least it's warm. It'll cook it, and it'll smell nice.
Look at the.
It'll smell like an Italian cafe in the Kent commentary box for the rest of the day.
Just painting a beautiful olfactory picture there, Kevin Hand. We'll leave that there. Milnes to Geddes, helps that down the leg side, and that will be 4 runs, will it? It will indeed. Hassan Mahmood won't reach that one, just straying on leg and middle. Helped down leg by Ben Geddes. Margin for error very small indeed. Hassan Mahmood bowling around about 80 miles an hour. The speed gun on him on at Canterbury.
Do you know, go on.
No, not at all.
I'd just given this bag a good clean out. You wouldn't believe it, but I had.
Milnes to Geddes. Ooh, that's a snorter. After straying, as I said, a little bit leg and middle and the flick away for 4. That's a rising delivery. And Geddes playing down the wrong line through the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. Keith Dudgeon warming the shoulders up. Hassan's bowled 4. Both Les Deploy and Daniel Bell-Drummond happy to rotate their seamers in short bursts. So I wonder whether it might be a change coming. Milnes is the one with the wicket. Hassan has tested those batters, as we saw in the last over. Geddes leaves this one outside the off stump, hitting the leg stump of Ben Geddes after the ball spun back off the inside edge and not dislodging the bails. Pretty close to getting a wicket himself. 24 for 1. Geddes has 11. Holland has 4. 207 to win. And Matt Milnes is one of those bowlers. Every time he beats the bat, well, there's an inside edge. He looks like the world is on his shoulders. 24 for 1. As he bowls now to Geddes. All in line or off stump. Defends it. Up to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Stoops to pick up the ball. Tosses it to Matt Parkinson. Ball shiner in chief. Mid-on. And how's the bag cleaning going, is it?
It's turned inside out. I'm going to put it in the sun to...
Great. I mean, what better warming conditions? You've got the fans here as well. And
but it's what did you describe as an olfactory smell?
Olfactory. Is that to do with the,
Where
to
did
do
you
with
end
the
up with that
nose?
one?
Is that all right? I'm not sure. No, we're good. Oh, it's hit the back on. It's come down the wicket. Ben Geddes.
Oh.
And looking to whip that away on the onside. And the umpire very quick to put the finger up.
I mean, that's
at the
run
far
away
end,
very
LBW.
Fine. That's run away very fine.
I'm going to wait for the replay in a sec, but yeah.
Looking for the leg glance, having, as you say, shuffled to begin with, he did go forward and indeed across. I dare say that was hitting him in line, but goodness me, the angle surely was missing leg. But we'll see on the replay now and stand to be corrected. But
24 for 2.
It didn't quite look right to me, but we'll see the replay now, and the umpire will be fully justified in his decision. And actually, he came so far down and across that probably more to the point was he outside the line of off.
Possibly.
When you're that far down,
it seemed quite low as well, but that's because it's effectively quite full, that ball, isn't it? When it's
again, we say it all the time now. It may well have been umpire's call that it was just clipping in terms of being in line. But I think from that perspective, Geddes will feel a little unlucky because his whole point of getting down the track like that is to get outside the line. Yeah.
But he has gone, as you say. Umpire's call is what you get in the county championship. It's the umpire's one look at it.
Yeah,
Geddes goes.
The wonderful thing that, Alan Coleman, the director of cricket, always says to me that the stumps are 33% bigger now because of DRS. The way that umpires look at it, and when you see what is actually out nowadays.
It wasn't like that in the old days.
No, there probably was a lot more in the batsman's favour in the old days in terms of decisions, whereas now, I mean, they say on spinners, don't they, how many wickets spinners get nowadays that they never would have got in years gone by, and that's because of the technology.
Just to say, by the way, if you are new to the commentary on BBC Local Radio, BBC Radio Kent and BBC London, or BBC Sport Online, we welcome your emails. So if you are a Bangladeshi cricketer supporter, or whoever you support in this fine game of cricket, kentcricket@bbc.co.uk for your emails. Lovely to hear from you. Milnes then to deploy. The Middlesex captain comes a couple of steps down and goes across as well. And it's the left-hander leaves it outside the off-stump through to the wicket-keeper. Huge excitement from Kent. And that's, I'm sure, residual from taking the second wicket. Middlesex 24 for 2, need 207 more to win this one at Canterbury on the final day at the St Lawrence ground. It has been an exciting game. Well, a fascinating game all the way through. No more exciting than this final day. Kent need 8 more wickets. Middlesex need 207 more runs.
That's just the commentary, mate. We've got the dream team together, line. Never mind Ben and Jamie.
I mean, I would back us to sell even the dullest game, to be honest. Which just means you can never trust us, unfortunately. That's
Hassan's around the wicket, 2 slips and a gully. He bowls and beats Holden. Lovely ball. Lovely, lovely ball. Yeah, lining it up here, rocking and rolling. I haven't quite got the impact moment just yet, but umpire's call, I think, is the fair assessment of what it would have been. And umpire's call, of course. Yeah, do you know what? I reckon that's a reasonable shout.
You giving it?
Yeah.
On balance.
I think it's one of those that if it's given against, you think, oh, come on, you could have given him the benefit of the doubt there. And if it's not given, you're thinking, seriously? You're not giving that? Come on. Holden awaits. Hassan's around the wicket. He bowls, and this is cut away into the hands of Point, but he was tumbling with those hands in front of him there. I think, is it Stewart who's picked himself up?
Stewart,
yeah, it is.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's Akanch, beg your pardon. Yep. Sorry, I thought it was 9, it's 5.
Yeah, I thought it was 9 as well.
They
I
are
was
similar builds, those two.
They are indeed. The shoulders not quite broad enough, which made me hesitate, but they're not far off, are they?
He's wearing the floppy hat on the leg side, actually, Grant Stewart. So a cap for Akanch Singh. Wide-brimmed white hat for Grant Stewart. After this, of course, the players' minds will be turning to T20 cricket very shortly, but a lot to be played today.
Around the wicket comes Hassan. It's bowled outside the off-stump and left alone by Holden. No run once more. I'm determined to get this freeze moment just so we can both, for our own sanities, look at it and know fully. Do you know, my first thought was, is it going down? And probably as I start to rock and roll it more, I don't think it is going down, but the first look that we had, he's gone a long way down and got outside the line of off, but it's caught him on the inside of the pad that it probably is in line.
I mean, he had his back to us, didn't he, Ben Geddes, as we look at it, but yeah, a little bit of surprise maybe he got so far down, but
Hassan bowls and Deploy defends to Point. There's no run. So they've got the big wicket out there before lunch. 35 minutes till the interval. Deploy, the captain, the average of 50. Had an incredible game last week at New Road on what was a challenging surface. This is a really good cricket wicket, this one here for me at Canterbury. It's a game that, as I say, it could go all the way today. So hats off to the ground staff. They've lined up one that's given the batters clearly enough of a chance, which they've taken, 4-4-3 and 4-1-6. But the bowlers have always been interested. At New Road, it was bowlers on top the whole way as his. Hassan bowls and forward goes Deploy, pushing to mid-on. He aggregate 190 or so at New Road in that game. Well, he's got a fella that got virtually 190 in the first innings, Max Holden. And what would they give for a Deploy special here, or a Holden special indeed? Either or. If it's both, then Middlesex will be very close to winning. They just need one sizable partnership, don't they? They need a couple of batters to get 50, and they'll be close. They'd ideally love for it to happen from the top order rather than for it to happen too late when it will become perilous. As Hassan comes in, bowls, angle towards the off stump. That shoots off a thick edge across the front of Gully all along the floor, but more to the point, he was nearly through, wasn't he? He's only just got the bat down, and the way it came down as well with that angle, the percentage chances of making contact were ever diminishing, but Deploy from within his crease manages to dig it out, and he gets a couple for it as well. He's off the mark from his 5th ball. It's the end of the over. Middlesex at 27 for 2, and Holden will have strike on 5.
Yeah, Elias Deploy there, of course, who's a beneficiary, really, his career of being able to play in the wonderful Kent Premier League. For Tenterden, I gather they pretty much taught him everything he knew as a younger cricketer, and he's kept that as a Middlesex captain. Kev's not responding to that one. Jacob, great to hear from you.
Sorry, Matt.
Hi, cricket community, he says, watching from Melbourne, Australia. There we go. I've heard of that. I've heard of that particular city. I'll get into that in a second, Jacob. As Milnes bowls, shapes away from Holden. Actually, yes, it just held its line there, bowling round the wicket. Double left-handers at the moment through to wicket-keeper Chris Benjamin. He said, I played cricket, said Jacob, with Max Holden back in 2015 at Cambridge Granta on my summer rite of passage of a cricketer playing a season in the UK. Fantastic. Shout out to the club. Great to have your company. Sorry, Kent fan says, hope Maxie takes it away from you. Cheers, Jacob. Short and to the point, Jacob. Milnes to Holden. And there's a test for Max Holden, that's for sure. Matt Milnes coming around the wicket at the moment on the low part of the bat, back at the bowler, and there is no run.
Go on, send that jab my way again, the one that I missed first time.
I'm just saying how Les Deploy is beneficiary of playing in the Kent Premier League, really, is that his spell at Tenterden pretty much set him up for the cricketer he's now.
Tenterden?
Yeah,
where's
Tenterden.
That?
It's,
roughly?
well, Westish Kent. As Milnes bowls to Holden. Beautiful village. Or is it a town? Oh, now I get into trouble there. It was a village in my youth. Is it now? Does it now have? Oh, sorry, town status. I do apologise.
Is this your Compton Richmond
Oh,
moment?
goodness me. I'm just going to have to walk. There we are. Borough of Ashford. Is it all that westerly, actually? Sort of central Kent, I suppose, you might say. Outside the off stump from Milnes, left by Holden through the wicket. He ran as no run. Yeah, I'll get into all sorts of trouble. I work for the BBC though, so I'm used to apologising. Sorry to everybody for everything concerned.
I've just been sorry
It's
my
a
whole
lovely
life. Psychologist has a theory on that.
It's a default position. I always think it's the best one, to be honest, especially in this job.
I mean, it is quite a British thing, isn't it? Just be sorry straight away.
Sorry. Milnes then, 4 dots to Holden, leaves us outside the off stump. Good leave this one, not jagging back enough to trouble the off timber. Sean, great to hear from you. Absolutely brilliant and exciting cricket, he says. Thank you for your comments about the commentary as well. That's very kind. So I'm sure this is going down to the wire, says Sean. Set up for someone like Seb Morgan to score the winning runs. Love a bit of prediction from you as well, Sean. Fascinating game. It has been for all 4 days. Best wishes, Sean. And yeah, as Kevin was pointing out, this is a really good sporting wicket. Congratulations to the ground staff setting this up for the final day. The 2 players and the ground staff, 2 teams and the ground staff playing their part. Holden reacting to that one, plays it down to Gully. Dudgeon rather grabs it and throws it from the floor back towards the stumps. Holden took emergency action, had the bat grounded anyway, but great fielding. That's what the applause is for. And it's a dot ball. Maiden for Matt Milnes. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7 for Milnes for Kent. And it has been a fascinating game. And this one coming to the ball, you'd say, on the final day. Sean, thank you for that. Kentcricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch. And we would love to hear from you, your thoughts on this game. All individual cricketers, as I said, if you're a Bangladeshi supporter, listen to us for the first time, what you make of Hassan Mahmood. I think it's fair to say.
What you make of the commentary. I was thinking,
no, we don't want
comments.
We definitely want that. No.
We don't want live reviews on the.
Mark's that's it. Those will be edited very quickly.
On the chat down the side of the YouTube. Oh no, that's turned off here at Kent, isn't it?
Sent straight to the delete.
Yeah. Sensibly turned off. Change of bowling.
Yeah.
So Hassan could have a change of ends, but 30 minutes before lunch, what they may well do is just keep him for a second burst after the interval. As around the wicket comes Grant Stewart, and this ball is edged along the floor, potentially the back of the bat from Deploy. He was closing the face to mid-wicket. It's fielded along the floor by Gully. Alarm in the sense that there's another one that does not do what the batter was expecting, but the effect off the bat indeed never had any great alarm, and it was straight to the floor. But it may well have been the very back of the bat that, as Deploy waits and Stewart around the wicket bowling to Deploy, who works in fine. It may well be 4-leg buys, and it is. They were thinking about going up for an LBW. That would have been optimistic. The Geddes one was actually a really, really good shout on reflection. Now, having had a couple of looks on the rock and roll, I thought at first it didn't look right at all, and actually it really looks a fair shout and a fair call from the umpire on that one. Geddes probably himself would be thinking, oh, come on, really? And that far down and ball's angling, got to hit in line and hit the leg stump still. But the margins, I think, were certainly there for it. And as I say, at absolute worst, I think it would have been umpire's call on both counts. But I think there was a fair chance it was better than that. As here's Stewart bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone by Deploy through to the keeper. 31 for 2, but we did say from the off that they'll have to find some way. With Robson, for me, it was plunge forward in defence, and with Geddes, well, he's a positive player, and that was what he was going with, was that little advance to the pitch and work it away from there. Milnes with a couple of wickets, 2 for 7. Stewart turning away from us, not the longest of run-ups. He's in, bowls, and forward goes Deploy, defended to mid-off, no run. 2 slips and a gully warming up. So that will be at gully. Who have we had? We've had Milnes, Hassan, Stewart. And that, therefore, at gully will be Dudgeon, is it? Warming up.
A gully, yes, indeed, yeah. Number 75. Good runs for him, I have to say. 37 once again. He's been great this season with the bat, as well as the ball for Kent. Good value was an overseas.
Stewart's around the wicket, he bowls, and that lifts towards mid-on. The ball stops on Deploys through the shot, and he nearly put it into the hands of Bell Drummond at mid-on. A big warning sign there for the Middlesex captain. As I said, he likes to feel bat on ball, much as Geddes did.
Yeah, it's really reminded me of Daniel Bell Drummond early in his innings against Toby Rowland Jones, just looking really scratchy, unable to get his hands through the ball.
Stewart round the wicket, bowls, and this is played defensively back into the offside by Deploy. 31 for 2, and it's the end of the over. None for none from 1, a maiden for Stewart. A solid start. There was a leg bye. There were 4 leg byes, of course, in that over. Yeah. Which moves the total along to 32 for 2, in pursuit of 230. Oh, hold on, they're in disagreement. One's going 32 for 2, the other one's going 31 for 2.
Yeah, I think the digital scoreboard is coming straight from the scorers, actually.
So it's still
I think
200
it will,
more to win.
Yeah, I think it will be 31 for 2. So, update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly. And it will be Dudgeon, as you said, Kevin, from the Naki to road end, to bowl to Holden. And it's just nudges that behind square. It's Stewart at gully now fielding. So no run off that ball. Dudgeon replaces Milnes, who's taken the 2 wickets to fall so far. And a really exciting finish, this one as well. Couldn't tell you which way it's going to go between these two sides, with the Middlesex needing exactly 231 to beat Kent here, and Kent needing 10 wickets. Well, Kent have 2 of those wickets so far, both of them gone to Matt Milnes from the Nackington Road end, as Dudgeon just bowls here to Holden into the offside, no run. So Milnes bowling Sam Robson spectacularly, the off stump out of the ground, and then having Ben Geddes LBW for 14. Robson going for 7. Last Deploy is the top scorer in the County Championship this summer. The Middlesex captain on just 2, has survived a couple of scares against Grant Stewart, the Kent bowler already. Max Holden, who scored a mighty 182 in the first innings, is on 5. Kent could do with getting rid of both of these very quickly. Both of them potential match winners for Middlesex, but Kent bowling well at the moment. So delicately poised between the two sides. Actually 4 there from Holden, 36 for 2 for Middlesex. Now they need 196 more to win. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Just taking advantage of a bit of width there, Holden, and just steering that wide of the crease, wide of the off stump for 4 through square leg. Almost like it was nothing. It's just played it away with timing. And We're deep into Club Tropicana. Oh, bowls him! 2 stumps out of the ground, and Dudgeon in his first over has Max Holden gone for 9, destroys the stumps, arms wide. Holden goes for 9, bowled by Keith Dudgeon, and Middlesex in trouble here, 35 for 3.
Yeah, it's not the best start. 200 still required, under 200 now the total, but 3 down, the required, but 3 down, needing 196 more. It's not done yet. Deploy still there for Holden. Well, it's kept low and it's come back at him. It's jagged back and kept low and splattered middle and off. It's everything we've teed up, really. You've got to get on the front foot on this pitch. You cannot leave anything to chance. The only chance you can leave is that on the front foot, it beats the inside edge in your LBW, or that you might have to wear one if it gets big. But we haven't seen any sign of that yet. What we have seen is, for goodness sake, get forward, because there's enough in this surface, as we've been saying all game long. And to this point, I didn't see Middlesex's performance with the ball yesterday. But 257, it's probably about a 250 pitch. I think the first innings was about a 250 to 300 pitch. With the ball keeping low now, yeah, 250 in the third innings. I mean, I said anything over 250 here, it should be Kent's game. Anything below 200, Middlesex have got a chance. We're bang in the middle, aren't we? 230, yeah. 231, and at the moment it's swaying towards the bowling side. As long as Deploy remains, Middlesex will have a chance. But what Kent have now is a couple of youngsters to aim at in the next 3. As Caleb Faulkner comes out, fabulous talent. But this is a tough task for him in his early career. But great day to make a statement, wouldn't it, from his perspective?
Absolutely, yeah.
He's got into the side ahead of Josh de Carey's.
Dudgeon now to him. Oh, playing a miss. No foot movement there. He's rather dangled the bat outside the off stump. Not threatening the stumps either, but excitement from Chris Benjamin and the slips there. So 35 for 3. Did I say deep in trouble? I think not deep in trouble, but certainly at 35 for 3.
No, they're a wicket or 2 away now from this being not over, but really the writing's on the wall. I think the only caveat I was giving Middlesex fans was Deploy. Deploy is still there, and what it does do is, reinforcing your point, is it heaps the pressure on him.
Dudgeon, that's close to the off stump. That's one was much closer to the previous delivery. Faulkner's come forward to that and left it. Dudgeon head in hands, end of the over though, and he starts well. 1 for 4 off the first over. Stewart did cause Deploy some problems in his first over as well. So 35 for 3. Middlesex need to dig in here. As we've seen, to be honest, even at the end of the Kent innings, the partnership between Dudgeon and Mills put on 20. There are runs possible in here.
I'm not going to say it's a new ball pitch, but there's obviously a lot to be said for try to get 30 overs into this, 40 overs into this, and see where you are then. Here's Stewart around the wicket to Deploy, 2 from 11. He bowls, and Deploy works this backward square on the leg side for a single over to Faulkner, leaving alone that last ball of the last over. The ball before looking to play off the back foot into the offside. It's a track where 1, it's keeping low, and 2, it's seaming. So both of those are risky shots early in the innings. Well, 1 was a shot, the other was a leave. I do think you've got to be very, very sure if you're leaving on this surface. And for a 19-year-old, that is a tall order to be able to line things up that well with that experience under this pressure. So if he does come up with something here, Faulkner, then hats off to the lads. As here's a full ball to him, pushed back to mid-off by the right-hander. But they've got a 19-year-old in now. They've got the wicket-keeper in next, and then they've got an 18-year-old to go at Kent. They'll know that they are close to getting into a position from which, if Middlesex win it from there, it's going to be remarkable. But they've given themselves the perfect start, 36 for 3. It's almost the dream start here before lunch, and there's still 18 minutes remaining of the session as Stewart's in. That is a good leave, I think, by Faulkner, but it is, as you could hear by the reaction of the bowler and the slips, it seemed back. With that one, it had good bounce. It had good bounce and through to the keeper. It didn't keep low at all, but it did seem back. The point being, on this surface, you have to talk about leaving on length. You can't leave on length here. There's absolutely no way that you can leave the ball on length. So unless it's particularly wide, given the seam movement, it's a tough one to be leaving well alone here. Stewart in bowls. It's full, straight and driven to mid-on. 36 for 3, Hassan Fields. And it's tails up for the Spitfires.
Yeah, certainly the start they wanted, but I take your point. Ball gets 30, 40 overs old.
Oh, it's a long way away. I
yeah.
mean, you're 20 to 30 overs away from getting to a position where you think this might be a little bit easier to bat on then. As forward goes Faulkner, pushing back, no run. No, there's no point to make really. I mean, you're absolutely spot on. Middlesex are in deep trouble now. At 3 down with not many on the board. 195 is a lot of runs to score. You're looking at, I was saying, whether it was 1 wicket or 2 wickets back, you're looking at 2 fellas getting a 50. You're almost at the point where you're thinking you really need one of them to get a century here. As here's the full ball, pushed back to Faulkner, and there's no run. And that's where I was saying it's deep trouble, but they're not done for yet. As long as, and I say this with no disrespect to the rest of the lineup, as long as Deploy is there, Middlesex will have a very good chance of winning this game. And Deploy in his mind, to some extent, will be thinking, I need to bat the majority of these overs now. Just stay there. Because if Deploy's there for 73 overs, which is the overs remaining in the game, Middlesex win it. There's no two ways about that. There won't be. If Deploy's still there in 72 overs time, I don't think that it'll require 72 overs to get 195 if he's batting. But if he is, there'll be a run away from winning the game, surely, at that point.
Well, Les Deploy is just marking his guard now to Keith Dudgeon. In preparation for the South African anyway. Round the wicket he'll come. 2 slips and a gully in. It's Dawkins and North East. The gully is Grant Stewart is bowled that over, and up to the stumps is Chris Benjamin. I don't want Les Deploy wandering. Bowls to him now. That was a a polite inquiry. How is that? It's not out. It's hit the pad, but going down leg and actually ending up square on the leg side.
The other thing is, Matt, they do bat a long way down, but that doesn't often mean much in a tricky chase. The pressure builds, doesn't it? When you're 5,
I saw
6.
Zaffa scored 95 from 8.
Well, exactly, yeah. And if you think Toby Rowland Jones at 9, Tom Helm at 10, that's some really good batting to come. So they do bat a long way down, but again, for me, that doesn't count so much in a chase. You're really looking for somebody up at the top to try and get in.
Dudgeon then to Faulkner, tries to just carve that away, but tucked up for room there. Chris, thank you for your email. kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. Talking about the replays. There are none on the club stream. We're replaying in the commentary box by simply dragging.
Rocking and rolling.
Yeah, rocking and rolling. Yeah, dragging the cursor back on the stream. So
and that's not just because we're listening to Club Tropicana in our ears, which was what you were about to tell the listeners when the stumps got
rudely interrupted by Keith Dudgeon taking a wicket. It's defended into the offside.
Didn't they know
there is no run?
Didn't they know we had George Michael in our ears?
I was going to say, started to really enjoy that. Yeah, that's how we're doing it. We're not. Sorry, I missed the end of that. Chris, we're not being given preferential treatment. Far from it. We're not seeing anything that you at home couldn't be doing if you're watching the stream. As Kev said, rocking and rolling, he calls it. There we go.
Isn't that what they say in the TV umpires? Rock and roll, back and forth.
That's true. With the Snicko, Ultra Edge or whatever. Driven, but Keith Dudgeon looking at quizzically, maybe glaring at Caleb Faulkner because it's low on the bat, but he has dug that out and there's no run.
Everybody's device will be different and have different merits and different abilities and capabilities.
That's true.
But on the one that I've got, you tap the space button and it will almost freeze frame it. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. You just keep. The only thing you actually can't rock and roll in terms of you can't go backwards, but you can freeze frame it going forwards. Then you have to skip back 5 seconds and start again. That's why it took me so long to get this.
Dudgeon to he's inside edged it past his stumps, and that'll go for 4. And Faulkner, almost as an afterthought, has lowered the bat onto that. That isn't an indecisive shot from young Caleb Faulkner. Has got away with it. Just give the Dudgeon now bowling to him. Yeah. He's just trying to close the face or squeeze down on that. That's gone past the stumps.
Again, you've got to get forward.
Caught in two minds there, isn't he?
It's not a criticism of Faulkner. It's a fact, you know. And again, as we were saying, I think day one up here with Simon Cook, it is so easy from up here. It really is. But what is screaming out on this one is you've got to get forward on this pitch.
Last ball of the Dudgeon over now to Faulkner, drives that, bouncing up towards Daniel Bell-Drummond, wide at mid-off. He stops it, and it's a dot ball, end of the over. Middlesex are 41 for 3 here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC London. BBC Sport Online with the pictures from Kent County Cricket Club. 190 more to win for Middlesex, 7 wickets needed for Kent. I'd also say, Chris, the other reason we're seeing replays is because we're watching it live, and the stream by the nature of broadcast is slightly delayed, so that's behind it. So very naturally, if you're in the ground, if you're here, you could probably do the same thing. But there we are. End of the over. Here endeth the lesson as well. 41 for 3. Thanks for your email, Chris. Always happy to field questions.
Much like all good students, I fell asleep halfway through that one. Did I miss anything?
No, that's usual.
Stewart's around the wickety bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside by Deploy.
If I ever say anything interesting, don't worry. I'll shake you awake. It hasn't happened before. So yeah.
I did enjoy having. I was so grateful to have you and Jamie for the drive. It was pretty much the drive there yesterday morning, and then the drive home. I couldn't get in the car quickly enough. I thought, yeah, get the drive back down to Canterbury and listen to you two.
Kind.
It was great. Here's Stuart in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track by Deploy. And many thanks to Jamie for filling in so that I could head off and do that. The cup game, the thriller, went down to the wire.
Yeah. Look, it was 180 odd plays, 180 was it? And
fantastic.
was it 5 balls to go left or something like that?
Exactly that, yeah.
Like
A couple of close calls on a run out, which, again, we're not here to knock the umpires, but you are here to reflect that, that Middlesex can feel a little bit rough on that in that sense. As this ball's pushed back into the onside via a thick edge. He was looking just to push gently into the off, and that I think is the key as well. He didn't go too hard at that one. And the thick inside edge brings him 2 through square leg, and crucially, he's forward. The other player that, it springs to mind on this pitch is it any surprise that the player who gets most regularly down the track is the one who scored the most amount of runs, Max Holden. He has that trigger movement where he'll start outside the crease, but long before the ball is released, his trigger movement will be to take 2 steps down the track, head still, and then the ball's released. As in comes Stewart, and standing up, no surprise, is the keeper, Franklin, because Deploy, although that isn't a trigger movement for him, he will come down the crease, but what he'll do is he'll try and put the bowler off by going forward, but also going back, although today, you don't want to go deep into the crease on this one. You want to be getting as far forward as possible, and that's why the keeper's up right now.
You've gone all US president on Chris Benjamin there.
What did I call him?
Benjamin Franklin. I like that.
Did I?
It's like word association. Fantastic.
Here's Stewart, he's hitting bowls, and this ball's pushed away. And past Hassan at mid-off. He did have a fair dive at it, couldn't get to it, and threw out the right hand. It's through, and it's 4. 47 for 3. What did all the US rappers say? It's all about the Benjamins. That's why we're here. We don't love cricket at all. We're just here for the money, aren't we?
I've no interest in cricket, to be honest, but I talk of the game.
Benjamin Franklin, I called him today.
No, you just called him Franklin. Sorry, I was joining the dots.
Oh, I see. Did I? Ah. Yeah. Well, that's exactly why I've done it. Great spot from you again. You're on form these couple of days. I need to be careful here. Here's Stewart bowls, and this is run down to long leg for a single. 49 for 3. Yeah, he's clearly been having a net before this game, Matt. I shall sit up straight, and I shall go and get myself an unspilt cup of coffee.
One knows one has to prepare, Kevin, when crossing paths with you.
Crossing swords.
Yeah. End of the over. 48 for 3. Exciting contest. 183 needed for Middlesex to win this. Simon on Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. A match in the balance, he says. What is the correct way to greet Dudgeon of a morning? Is that a riddle? I'm probably missing something. Kevin Hand is about to say it wouldn't be the first time. Also watching Oxford against Cambridge here. Lovely picture of that.
correct
me.
way to greet Dudgeon in the morning. What's his first
I'm
name?
not sure. Keith. Hello, Keith. He bowls now. Oh, it's squared the batter up, deploy somewhat. I think it's come off pad, perhaps, rather than bat. Maybe that's the shout for LBW, but it's gone high to Grant Stewart at Gully. I'm going to get my excuses. Chris Benjamin and, in fact, Les Deploy are standing in my way of seeing that clearly.
I'll have a word with Lunch. I'll ask him to get out of the way after the interval.
Don't mind. If you could just move over to the leg side, I get a clear view of the stumps. So too with the bowler. There's a happy accident. 48 for 3 as Dudgeon bowls to the Middlesex captain. Squeezes down on that. It'll be a glance for 1, 2. They're going to come back for a second. It's a run for Les Deploy to the danger end. Hassan gets onto the ball. Just a little bit of indecision between the Middlesex pair, whether they're going to take the second. But that is the 50 up for Middlesex. 3 wickets down. As the score moves on with Deploy. Middlesex captain 12 from 21. Always ominous when he's there for any opposition side. Kenneth Faulkner has 4 from 12. Deploy just doing a little bit of gardening. Dudgeon is back at his mark. Umpire Watts has come to clear up the chaos after Benjamin destroyed the stumps, attempting the run out. Dudgeon then to Deploy. Just adjusts the shot late there, but plays it with soft hands down to Stewart. At point, no run.
An unnamed correspondent on the Geddes says, of the Geddes dismissal, says in line and doing enough to hitting enough of middle stump. So I think the conclusion is on that. That's a very, very good umpiring decision. I've just seen it from behind for the first time. We don't have that replay available to us, but or on the stream it's not, but it is on other means for us.
Round the wicket comes Dudgeon, clips into the onside, could stop by Akash Singh at mid-wicket. As he's doing that, tumbling for the ball, he's got his head up to make sure, ascertain whether the 2 are running there. So it's a good stop, good agility, no run, 50 for 3.
Yeah, it's again, it's not definitive for us, but as long as it was hitting in line, then there's a good chance it was taking middle and leg.
As Dudgeon bowls to Deploy, leaves it outside the off stump. Benjamin stopped that one with the end of the finger, and I think he's all right, but parries it rather than catches it. Dudgeon's a reasonable pace, I would say, to be keeping to. 50 for 3. Do that one again. Yeah, just outside the off stump, not doing enough to threaten the stumps, and it's a good leave by Les Deploy. Ball to come with the 17th over. Round the wicket comes Dudgeon to Deploy, and just turns it into the onside again. He's playing across the front pad there, but has clipped it neatly, but straight to Akash Singh. At end of the over, Middlesex are 50 for 3. Dudgeon has 1 for 10 off 3. Stewart's been troublesome too, none for 8 off his 3 so far. BBC Radio Kent, BBC London. This game between Kent and Middlesex, the final day of it. BBC Sport Online and with the pictures.
5 minutes to lunch, Matt. We haven't ordered lunch, or do they know
Don't
me well?
worry, I've ordered for you.
Do they know me well enough by now? I'll have the steak tartare to start, and
the usual
have the carbonara for the main, please.
There we go.
Stewart's in bowls, and this is eased to backward point, and there's no run.
We've gone for a Chardonnay. Is that all right? I hope that's okay with you.
Oh, even on a hot day, I'm still a red man, to be honest. Yeah.
It's fine. I'm sure we can drag something out of the cellar for you.
Deep, dark, and heavy. Bit like your humour, Matt.
The jokes certainly land heavily. That's what I've been told.
And HR say they're a little bit too dark, but bring it back a bit, Matt. Bring it back. This ball's driven to mid-off by Faulkner. There's no run.
Simon, meanwhile, has followed up. There was a key to what he was saying. How one greets the South Africa bowler in the morning. Hi, Dudgeon. Thank you. He says all the best, Simon. Have you got your coat there, Simon? Thank you for that, though. Doesn't take much to fool me. 50 for 3. Yeah, that piece of paper you gave me yesterday with PTO on both sides. I still haven't got to the bottom of that. 50 for 3.
Stewart in bowls, left alone through to the keeper. High Dudgeon is a neighbour of High Wycombe, I assume. Where are we going with this?
Buckinghamshire. Well, High Dudgeon, as in the phrase, High Dudgeon.
It's lost on me.
being out of sorts or grumpy.
Ah.
It's an old-fashioned phrase, but I'm with you,
I'm
Simon.
too young. I'm too young for that.
Way too young. That's where I'm going with that. But yeah, it's been used by many headline writers about opposition being him taking wickets against them.
Stewart in bowls outside of the off stump through to the keeper, no run. A state of intense anger, indignation.
There we go.
Or resentment.
Well, as far as intense anger, there we go. I thought it was just being a bit grumpy, but yeah, fair enough. I suppose high dudgeon, that makes sense, yeah. So headline writers are writing whichever opposition it is in high dudgeon.
It typically describes someone who is deeply offended and reacting with an exaggerated sense of dignity. Or is Stewart bowls? This is turned to backward square for a single from quite a straight line.
Are you reading my CV now, is that?
Yes. Pomposity. Yes, sense of dignity or pomposity. Yes, Matt, I am, yes.
Take it on the chin. So, yeah, Lancashire in high dudgeon. That was one of the headlines. And because he took 6 wickets against him in the first innings. And I'm like, you get one of those. You can't be doing that again as a writer, can you? That's the one time you get to use that headline.
Yeah.
You can't keep going back to the well. I'm on watch, don't you worry.
Stewart's around the wicket, bowls, and this is turned back with a square on the leg side for a single. 52 for 3, 179 more to win. It was a bit like the Scottish headline writer, wasn't it? Super Calliar, fantastic Celtic Archer. He retired after that.
Absolutely should.
There's no point coming back anymore. You're never going to top that.
Hang up your pen.
Yeah. I did steal it when Gary Balance went man in 2015 at Lord's. Super Balance is fantastic. Middlesex are atrocious. He tore into them that day. Sorry, lads. I think Toby's still playing from that team, so sorry, Toby.
Over to go before lunch here. And the void, let's say, talking about keeping it light on Ken Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
It's a good man, the void. Often seen at Neville Road following Middlesex when they're down that way.
We're making light. There is a serious game of cricket going out there. It's excitement. 52 for 3.
I've not heard that high dudgeon, though. That's new to me.
There you go. 179 to win.
Leaving or storming out of somewhere as well. Leaves in somewhere in high dudgeon.
He comes round the wicket now. The it's bowled him. He's dragged on. Last deployer's gone. I think that's inside edge onto stumps. It's the middle stump that has pegged back. However, it got there. Last deploy is bowled by Keith Dudgeon. It's a huge wicket for Kent. 52 for 4 in the over 4 lunch. And that will be lunch. And that's very much Kent's session. As the Middlesex captain goes, I missed the instant replay, as it were, the delay on the stream here. But he has gone, just rips off the batting gloves. And you not surprised by that. Yeah, looks like an inside edge, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone and he's deeply disappointed. And I've been taught how to rock and roll by Kevin Hand. There we are. 52 for 4, though. Joking apart, that is a great session for Kent. Middlesex with it all to do now. 179 more to win. Dudgeon has 2, Milnes has 2, and Deploy goes. Top scorer in the county championship this year, and Kent supporters and the members beside us are applauding their team off the pitch. Middlesex favourites, I made it when they took to the pitch to try and make 2-3-1. Kent have their noses in front now at lunch. Pretty thrilling session for Kent, Kevin Hand. I don't think we're quite done for twists and turns, though, with 2 sessions to go.
2 notes. 1, you were right before, 3 down, deep trouble. Absolutely confirmed now, though, by Lewis Deploy. And 2, the Cambridge Dictionary's description is, after waiting an hour for lunch, he drove off in high dudgeon. The listeners better hope the Kent Press Office have got our lunch ready, Matt.
Absolutely right. You'll need to wait no more than 40 minutes for us to resume.
High dudgeon or not.
Indeed. We'll be back. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners, but otherwise, Kevin Hand and myself, Matt Cowell, we will be back with you in around about 35 minutes' time for the start of session 2 on the final day of this game, still in the balance. Kent against Middlesex. Thanks for listening so far. Well, I said at the start of the day I had Middlesex ahead in this one on a final day run chase, needing 231 to win, but Kent have won this session, the first session of the three on the final day. They've taken 4 wickets so far, so Middlesex 52 for 4 at lunch, and probably the key one for them just before the interval. Keith Dudgeon getting Les Deploy, the Middlesex captain, playing on. Bold then he was for 13. Deploy the highest scorer, top scorer in terms of runs in the County Championship Division 2 this season. Dudgeon also had Max Holden bowled, destroying his stumps, 2 of them out of the ground. He went for 9. Holden has scored 182 in his first innings, so a danger man himself. Milnes taking both openers, Robson for 7, Geddes for 14, and now Kent look like they're ahead at the lunch interval, but this game has twisted and turned so many times over the previous 3 days. We're not calling it off just yet. Kent have bowled very well, though, before lunch on the final day to put themselves a nose, maybe a neck in front. 52 for 4, Middlesex still need 179 to win here at Canterbury. Commentary continuing in round about half an hour's time.
Welcome back to Canterbury, everybody, where the excuse me, afternoon session of the final day is about to get underway. 52 for 4. Joe Cracknell is the new batter at the crease. Dudgeon's into his 4th over with 2 wickets to his name, and he's right arm over the wicket, bowling to the Middlesex keeper, and the right-hander is forward, pushing defensively into the offside, surrounded as he is with the keeper up behind him. Slip in place, a gully. There's a backward point cover and a mid-off, mid-on. Forward short leg. Let's see where that fielder settles. Perhaps back towards short mid-wicket, which is Grant Stewart. There's an orthodox mid-wicket and there's a long leg, Hassan, down below us to our left. And from the Nackington Road end, it's Dudgeon into bowl to Cracknell, who turns off his pads down to long leg, and they will take a single. 53 for 4. Cracknell off the mark, second ball. Faulkner 5 from 17. And the 19-year-old number 5 takes guard once more after the interval. He's seen a couple keep low on him. Just outside off stump. Certainly Max Holden had one jagging back with a bit of seam movement for Robson. Deploy off an inside edge to what would be the last ball before lunch, which is why Dudgeon is finishing this over. And he's had 2 of it. There's still 3 to come. 2 of it since the interval, that is. So there's still 3 to come, having picked up deploy first ball of the over before lunch. He's got a leg gully now for Cracknell, who... Oh, he bowls a bumper too. Well, the signal was clearly there because the keeper was stood up. And leg gully in place. So however he got the message to the keeper, he clearly had got the message to him that this is going to be a bumper. At least you'd hope he'd sent him the signal, Matt. So welcome back, Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much. And welcome to the afternoon session, Caleb Faulkner, and indeed Chris Benjamin, who reacted very quickly, as you say. Is it like baseball? Is he giving him a quiet nod, touch the ear?
There's a linked ball on the pads. They're calling 2. Hassan goes around and collects, and a comfortable 2 it is. Faulkner's on to 9, 174 more to for Middlesex to win. And really, now look at 55 for forward as it is now. Yes, it is. 176 more to win then. There was a lightning quick scoreboard update there. 176 more. It really is a countdown, isn't it? As here's Dudgeon in bowls. Oh, outside off stunt. That's left alone by Faulkner. And it is a day to leave at your peril as well, as we've been saying. 55 for 4. And it's obvious to say it's a countdown, but Middlesex mustn't focus on that 55 for 4 because that looks like big trouble. You need 176 more and you got 6 wickets. That's how they've just got to look at it. One partnership could get them close.
I mean, they were 47 for 4 in their first innings and they made 440 odd. So by and large,
and even 140
they don't need that. Yeah, 159 for 6.
159 for 6.
But yeah, pretty much 136 for 5. So it's been done on this pitch, but as you say, easy game from the stands and the commentary box. Don't let it play on your mind, say Kevin Matt. Should we just send that out to Joe Cracknell? Caleb Faulkner.
Do you know how many runs I've scored in the commentary box?
I don't know.
I even took a wicket from the car yesterday.
You did. Nicely done. As Hassan Mahmood opens up after lunch, it's just on middle stump and pushed off his hit by Joe Cracknell. And they'll just take a single out towards Ekansh Singh, who's fielding it at square leg.
I saw Navia Shah when I got back at the hotel last night. I forgot to tell him that. Nav, that wicket, by the way, that was mine.
Yeah.
Just turned on the radio in the car.
You've been in touch with the scorers and with Wisdom. It's going down in your analysis for the next annual. We didn't get to the Voids email. I'm going to do that now.
Did it disappear in a second?
No, don't. Oh, there we go. Because it came just before lunch and so did that wicket. So we're a little busy talking about other things. Hassan Mahmood now bowling to Faulkner. Plays it off stump to shortish point, and there's no run. So 2 slips in a gully. That's Stewart coming around from backward point. Yeah, it's more backward point than a gully there, but still pretty close in. He's talking about enjoyed the high dudgeon gag. There we are. That was Simon did that on the emails. Boyd. It's not coming from me, a good gag.
And it went right over my head.
It's a commentary team for this afternoon. It's Matt Cohen and Kevin Hand. The listeners are outdoing us as always. Here's Hassan Mahmood then once more on it's on leg stump. That one, Faulkner plays it the onside. He has 7 not out. Cracknell is 2. But the void continues. Meanwhile, how's Middlesex's experiment with having Ben Geddes as an opener going? If we're going to have someone learning to open the job, open on the job, I think De Keris is a better dig-in merchant, he's saying maybe. He says, he says, oh well, it's an easy game from here on the sofa, isn't it? Up the middle. But he does also go on to say, didn't mean that to sound too critical of Ben Geddes. I think he's a good player, definitely wants him in the team. So just raising that point perhaps about who might open for Middlesex in the future. As Hassan bowls to Faulkner, sees that off into the offside once more on a good length, and there's no run. Fair to say Kevin Hands is better informed to take on that question about Middlesex's opening batters than I am.
Josh De Keris was the batter in possession at the start of the season, at the top of the order, with Caleb Faulkner hitting a century in the Under-19 World Cup final and then getting a call up to the 100 before he'd even been called up to any Middlesex senior side. The pressure was on how to get him into the lineup.
As Hassan now bowls to Faulkner, bat onto pad there, bounces out into the offside. Matt Milnes almost hopping towards that one in excitement, but along the ground there's no run.
And Josh, I think what the point that the Void made there, which I kind of was echoing at the start of the season, was although the runs weren't particularly coming in great measure for Josh, he was batting some good periods of time with Sam Robson at the top. Even, if it was 20 odd overs, 21 overs in testing April and May conditions.
Very different out there today with the sunshine, but a testing pitch nonetheless. This one's played to point by Faulkner quite deliberately on the bounce. Stuart Fields, end of the over. 56 for 4 Middlesex, 175 for them to win. 6 more wickets for Kent to wrap it up on the final day.
Well, yeah, as you say, we didn't quite say it was a new ball pitch, but what you would say is that, goodness me, the new ball on this pitch is tough. So I think anybody who really opened in this match was up against it. But yeah, they had to get Faulkner in. They've sent Geddes up to open, but it's working it around. Josh should be there or thereabouts as the next cab off the rank again. Here's Dudgeon bowling to Cracknell, who's won the gloves this season from Jack Davies. Well, won it last season, indeed, the gloves. I think what you kind of have to look to, it is really difficult, isn't it, when you lose your place in the side or you're waiting your turn, but the key is the competition, I think, and Jack Davies and Joe Cracknell have had a long battle for the gloves to be the long-term successor to John Simpson. At the moment, it's Cracknell in possession, as here's a length ball with the defence from Cracknell. The ball trickles away into the onside off a thick inside part of the bat. And up at the top with Sam Robson, I think settled opening partners for Robson over the years. They have Mark Stoneman in, but towards the end of his career, Rocky. So, a brief dalliance really at the end of his career to partner Sam, and they were a fine opening pair as his. A length ball from Dudgeon. It's short of a length, actually. I didn't quite pick up the length early with the keeper with his back to us. He ended up taking that in front of his grill again, the keeper. It was a short of a length delivery. So, yeah, the long answer is they're trying to find a solution. Who's going to be the long-term opening partner? And it looked at the start of the season as though you'd have said, yeah, Josh has really got his chance now. He's got a very good crack at it. But April and May, as we know, can be so difficult for openers. And here's Dudgeon, and this ball's punched away in between points and cover for a couple of runs. And Joe's running it hard, Cracknell, to think about the third, and it's gone for 4.
Yeah.
Should it have?
Akansh Singh caught up with it, then on the slide trying to palm it back. to Harry Finch there, has slid over the rope with it inadvertently. So, yeah, it was a decent effort. Just one of those that got caught up, I think, in his hands as he slid over the rope. So it is 4. Yeah, you could argue maybe that should have been a 3 or a 2.
171 more required. Touching's past the umpire, he bowls, and Cracknell's forward defending. Kent will know they've got a lot of work to do here. They've still got to take 4 wickets, and 4 wickets of Cracknell, Faulkner, Morgan, Zafar Gohar, Toby Rowland-Jones, and Tom Helm. They are all batters who, over the years, have produced plenty. Maybe a Sharma looks technically okay down the order. He's not backing away to square leg, that's for sure. They can all bat nowadays, can't they? But in terms of the previous with the bat, there's plenty there from the top 10 in this side as this ball's worked through mid-wicket by Cracknell. Diving stop attempted, but failing from Milnes at mid-wicket. And Cracknell 4 more. He's on to 10. Middlesex is 64 for 4. Faulkner is 7 from 25. And the runs required now down to 167. I remember saying when, and they do, this isn't a commentary box cliche, is it? It's the way the batters will do it. They'll break it down, won't they? You know, get it to 200. I mean, Robson and Geddes were just ticking along at 13 or so, 231 the target. Can they get it below 200? Well, now you look at these two and think, can they get it below 150, 167 more? And, all of a sudden, a pair bring it below 100. You're down to double figures. And at that point, well, one cameo can win it from there.
Here is Hassan then to bowl to Faulkner. Just to tuck him up for room, but defends that into the offside, in the onside rather, fielded by Ekanch.
And not one of the Kent side would have needed it saying to them, this ain't one yet at lunch. They're not one of them will be thinking, this is done. They'll have gone off and dined well, having picked up Leas Deployer. That'll be a mighty relief to see the back of him.
But yeah, if the first innings has taught them anything, it's that you can't rely on taking a wicket every 4 or 5 overs. They might need to here to win this game, but Hassan Mahmood to Kenneth Faulkner. Gets in line nicely, just turns it up towards mid-wicket and there's no run. There's Daniel Bell Drummond fields, actually coming around from mid-on. So himself organised there, not making a breakthrough after lunch. I suppose that might be a little bit greedy, as went in the 19th over and the 22nd at this point. But they'll be aware, as you said, Kev, that they'll need to absolutely keep the pedal down at this point. Take every opportunity they get. 64 for 4 Middlesex as Hassan Mahmood bowls now. Oh, it's an edge outside part of the bar. Actually, I think Caleb Faulkner has played that down.
Just short, wasn't it?
Yeah. He's kept his hands soft enough. The angle of the bat is playing it down, isn't it, rather than driving at it. So one bounce to the gully. Grant Stewart, but actually I think North East has got there first, has he? But yeah.
It was a good stop because I thought it was 4.
Yeah.
As it was bouncing only just in front, but far enough in front, he thought, well, this will get through, but he got so much of the hand on it that they didn't even pick up a single.
So Hassan, 91 on his Kent shirt, runs away towards Caleb Faulkner.
Ow.
Bouncer, he's worn it. And as that hit the helmet, it has. And he didn't pick that up at all, did he?
Nope.
Caleb Faulkner.
That was quick.
It was on him before he knew it. Buzzing like an angry wasp at his visor there.
What does the speed gun say on that one?
And that's really unpleasant. He's not got into a shape to play that at all before it's on him.
81.4 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's fast enough. And the physio comes out, so we will have a bit of a break here. The umpires going across. Umpire Chris Watts to inquire on Caleb Faulkner's health. Concussion checks will be done. Not sure what question they first asked him on the concussion protocol there, but Caleb Faulkner turned around and looked towards the Nackington Road. Did he ask him what ground are you at? He said Friday, and no, of course not. Shouldn't make light of the concussion protocols, obviously, but just wondering.
Too late, Matt. Too
just
late.
wondering what he would have asked him. But
if it's a problem, it's there now.
he might have just been asking him to flex his neck, actually, more to the point. But very quick check done, and actually the helmet. Well, obviously the integrity is fine. There's not a crack in the helmet.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Maybe it hasn't hit him fully on the helmet. Maybe on the visor itself. But yeah, no repairs needing to be done to the helmet.
He nodded at it as it hit him, didn't he?
Yeah. So, all the checks done. Caleb Faulkner passing them. Oh, that's great news. It was a worrying moment, but Hassan will be deceptively quick. Just getting too big on Faulkner there. 64 for Middlesex. Faulkner has 7. Cracknell has 10. And will he follow this up? Hassan and indeed Caleb Faulkner. Bangladeshi bowls now into the offside. Just very deliberately played into the ground again towards point. Stewart is there in a flash. And there's no run. Caleb Faulkner points to the far end. It's an absolute no. I'm imagining it. Is he just slightly favouring one foot there, Caleb Faulkner, as well? It wouldn't have been in that previous incident. Yeah, just actually just lifted the right leg. Maybe it's his natural gait. That's Hassan Bowles' last ball of the 22nd over. And this one's cut straight, well, via the bounce to Grant Stewart. Underarms it onto the stumps. One of the stumps falls down. More work for umpire Baldwin to do. End of the over. It's a maiden for Hassan from this pavilion end. At the end of the over, Middlesex are 64 for 4. 22 overs gone in their second innings. It's a deep sigh from Kevin Ham.
Pondering.
Yeah.
Pondering.
Oh, it was a pensive sigh, that one.
No, it's pensive, yeah, absolutely. 64 for 4. It's a big game for both, isn't it? I don't think.
Yeah.
Last week for me, although the points table didn't quite suggest that, but felt like a bit of a must not lose, let's put it that way. If they'd lost twice to Worcestershire, they've been beaten at Lords by them, then you're thinking, well, Durham are running away with it, and you're going to have to finish above a side that's beaten you twice.
And Northampton are hot on their heels. I know they play each other at the moment. Northampton's got a bit of a gap, haven't they, on 3rd and 4th as well. So,
I think the want for everybody else is that Durham just pull clear now.
Yeah.
Here's Dudgeon beginning new over to Cracknell, who punches off the back foot, and that gets through for 4 more. Now, Point had a chance to stop it, but he did not. Who's picking himself up?
Is that Matt Milnes there? I think it is, yeah. Yeah.
Actually, hold on. What number's Milnes? I had him down as 8 for a moment.
He's 8, yeah.
Is it not 8 at mid-wicket? Oh, no, that's 9. That's Grant Stewart, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure that's Matt Milnes at a point.
Yeah, which if it's Grant Stewart at mid-wicket, which I think it is.
Yeah.
He's the 9 and Milnes is the 8. Here's Dudgeon in bowls. Lifting ball high onto the splice of the bat. And there you go. That's what we talked about today in terms of you've got to get forward. You've got to play this pitch on the front foot. You might wear one. You might, but if you're not getting forward, the percentage chances of you getting bowled or getting it trapped back on you, then it's right up there. So that's the conundrum for Middlesex. Here comes Dudgeon, bowls and turned off the hip, backward square on the leg side by Cracknell for 2. He moves to 16. And Middlesex are 72 for 4. 159 more to win. They just need a partnership to get them into this, don't they? And as I say, if a partnership takes them down to double figures, then at that point, you're starting to think, come on, double figures.
Yeah, absolutely. Kemp, an air of desperation at that point, or certainly more tension on the bowling and batting side.
Here comes a short ball outside off stump from Dudgeon, cut to point, no run, it's timed.
Just go through some of the other scores, talking about Durham Northants in a couple of minutes. Listening on BBC Radio Kent, BBC London, BBC Sport Online, and with the pictures from Kent County Cricket Club. On a sunny, warm day. I say warm rather than hot, because I think we're reserving that for tomorrow through Thursday, is that right?
Is that right?
I think that's going to be hot. Yeah.
Touching. Bowls. Forward goes Cracknell, pushing back up the track. No run.
Yeah, we think it's hot now. I think it's going to be 37 on Wednesday. So here at Canterbury. So yeah, by and large, counting blessings.
There's no comparison between today and day one in terms of the heat. My goodness me.
It was hotter yesterday than it is today, certainly as well. I think.
Yeah, I think
first
days
day was
one
the
and
hottest.
three.
Yeah.
Days 1 and 3 were the worst. 2 and 4, not too bad. Here's a length ball from Dudgeon to Cracknell, bumped into the offside. You got you excited there.
I think Akanch has worn that.
If you can reveal that to us.
It's he's not down to ground, Cracknell, isn't he? The second bounce has come off one of the strips on the square, and I think Akanch Singh it's hit him in the mouth as it's come up. He's fine. A moment's concern from Matt Milnes, but that was as much as it was. Teammate, you've got all your teeth. He walks off, and Akanch did stop it though. 70 for 4. So yeah, elsewhere in this division, then the battle between the top two, Durham is 76 for 1 shortly after lunch on the final day. They need 220 more, 9 wickets remaining. So it's 76 for 1, looking good for them at the moment. As Hassan Mahmood bowls, short ball down the leg side. Faulkner watches it go by. Worcestershire against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire's second innings, they're 157 for 7. Actually, there is some jeopardy there now in that game. They were a long way behind everybody else, but Gloucestershire are only 58 runs ahead, and they only have 3 wickets remaining there at New Road. So Worcestershire going well there. The remaining games, Glamorgan need 135 more to beat Surrey at Cardiff. 60 for 1 they are.
Oh no, this is you, sorry.
Yeah, Hassan Mahmood bowling to Faulkner, just defends that off stump. And there's no run. Somerset, Warwickshire 2 for none. They need another 312 runs to win that one at Taunton. They'll need to get a move on, I think it's fair to say, in that game. So that's completing the county scoreboard. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners and those across the southeast. So hold on to your hats. There'll be the Surrey score in the report as well. Hoping all goes well. Hassan then to Faulkner. And straight back at the bowler on the bounce. Strong straight drive. Hassan stops it. Combination of hands and shin, I think, as it came back. He's not limping. Goes back to his mark. Talking about a pensive sigh. He looks very pensive, Hassan, the way he walks back. It's quite deliberate. Head to the ground.
Could you imagine him and me commentating together?
Oh, what a thing of wonder that would be.
To be a pensive...
Well, one half of the combination anyway. 70 for 4 is Hassan to Faulkner. Straightens him up a little bit, but plays it back at the bowler once again.
A plethora of pensiveness.
Indeed. Particularly pensive.
Pathetically pensive.
Or, talking of that, I'll be doing an update very shortly. I might think about what I'm going to say. 70 for 4.
I'll keep putting weird things into your head just to throw it even
Thank you so much. That's no more than I would expect. A lot more than I'd hoped. It's Hassan to Faulkner. Bouncer gets underneath it and there's no run.
Matt, what have you done?
About to update the listeners across the south. An exciting one as well. Middlesex 70 for 4. Kent took 4 wickets in the first session of the final day. 2 to Milnes, 2 to Dudgeon, including getting rid of Captain Laius Deploy, the Middlesex skipper, just before lunch. Bowled. He's the highest scorer in County Championship Division 2, so that was some scalp. Kent looking for more wickets, Middlesex, on the face of it, it may not look that many runs. 161 more for them to win. So feels very much in the balance after the interval. An exciting final day in the sunshine at Canterbury. For Surrey, they're trying to take wickets against Glamorgan, but the home side at Cardiff need just 133 more for victory there with 9 wickets remaining, 62 for 1. They are very much favourites to win. Commentary of both these games via the BBC Sport website and app. There are chocolate honeycomb sweets all over the floor. Was that me, Kevin Hand?
That was you.
I do
just before
apologise.
your update.
How did I do
Don't
that?
worry, I've sent Ben Watts a message telling him I prefer working with him any day and sent him a picture of why.
How did I do that?
We have a flaw.
They're over here, though.
Exactly. What are we up to?
Are you sure? I want to see a replay.
Yes. Here's Dudgeon in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, and there's no run. You've actually done my waistline a favour by all of those disappearing. I was about to bring up the fact that I bought a sharer bag, and you were leaving me to eat not only a Ben Watt size portion of the sharer bag, but in fact the entire size of the sharer bag.
Well, I was hoping to get into them, so I really didn't want to. Yeah, I think the 5-second rule has been exceeded here, isn't it?
I don't think the 5-second rule. I don't think there's even a 1-second rule for this carpet.
No. Beware. Be very aware.
Here's Dudgeon, he's in bowls, and this is turn to mid-wicket, and there's no run. What did I say? Did I not say Dudgeon? Milnes. Apologies. They are quick. You're going to have to give me that back. These are going to melt. These are going to melt in my hand as we pick up. We're picking up.
They're not those
hundreds and thousands.
They're not those sweets that don't melt in your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like a little. It's like a game we've got out of our Christmas cracker or something. There's little brown balls going all around the box. As here's Cracknell pushed away into the offside, and there's no run, and we're scrambling to pick them all up.
I have to say that was a pathetic effort on both our accounts, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
actually, it sounds like a pretty pathetic Christmas cracker game.
Hand-to-eye coordination, very poor. We'll have to leave those till tea. They've gone too far.
But you're going to say we'll leave those two for Ben. There's no 5-second rule when it comes to Ben.
He's coming for the T20 on Friday. No, he'll hoover those up.
Yep.
Good lad.
Milnes past the umpire bowls, and forward goes Cracknell. Is it an inside edge? It must be inside edge onto the pad, and it loops as slowly as you like to gully, which is why there was the moment's pause for everybody, because you may well have heard the cry of catch yourself on the effects mic. It took an eternity to get to the gully fielder as it looped up, and I can only imagine inside edge. Well, no, it was outside. It was shoulder. It must have been shoulder the way it looped, unless it was onto the glove of the keeper, perhaps. Northeast takes the catch, and that, I have to admit, has stumped me rather slightly as to why it went quite so slowly to the gully fielder. It was a length ball, and did he edge it onto the keeper and then it looped?
Maybe. As you say, it's taken a strange trajectory to loop up like that, but in the end it was a very straightforward catch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And
70 for 5.
Cracknell worried look at the umpire and then a look down at his feet, and you can understand that. So he's gone for 16, and
still 161 more required. So they didn't get it below the 150. And this is why those margins, all of a sudden, it sounds a bit odd, doesn't it, to say, well, it's 165. Can they get it below 150? You think it's only 15 runs, but all of a sudden you lose the wicket and it's still 161 more. You're looking at these two, right? You two get it below 150. And how close can you get it to double figures? But Faulkner is on 7, and Sebastian Morgan walks out to join him. The 18 and 19-year-old, very much the future of Middlesex cricket, these two. Nabia Sharma showing that with the ball as well. They've got a really good crop all round, Middlesex, of youngsters banging on the door at the moment. But boy, oh boy, they may never have a better, more finer out of them if they were to see this one home. It's testing. As such, the last of the recognised batters. I think Morgan's batting ability is enough that even were he, in years to come, perhaps not at 18, but in years to come, even were he to be carrying a niggle that would stop him from bowling, he'd play as a batter. He's a genuine all-rounder, Morgan. But he's got a huge task ahead of him here. Faulkner's 7 from 37. Morgan's first ball. Milnes is in. Bowles, solid forward defence from the slender figure that is Sebastian Morgan.
Yeah, Milnes has worked up 3 for 7 at this point. Coming back from Yorkshire. Of course, he started at Notts, but Yorkshire the last few years. And it's bowled some important spells already for Kent this season. So, yeah.
Morgan awaits. This is full straight and pushed back up the track by Milnes. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 7 Milnes. And we've talked about so many match-winning performances across this match where for players to think, how have I done that? And we've ended up on the losing side. Well, Milnes' start to this Middlesex chase is looking pretty good. 3 for 7, 70 for 5. And Middlesex losing Cracknell, their number 6, now rely on their number 5 and their number 7 to try to get this somewhere close before they look to Gohar, who would like to bat at 7, I'm told.
Well, on the evidence we had in the first innings,
yeah,
it's a strong case. Hassan Mahmood then, 9 for 19 off his 8 so far, has been probing, and now to Faulkner. Faulkner cuts that away. Good looking shot, just gets a single for it as Harry Finch fields on the offside boundary. Backward point.
I'm reminding myself of the first innings bowling card for Kent. Saw Milnes take 2 for 78, Dudgeon 4 for 93 and Hassan 2 for 77. Parkinson chipping in a couple as well. The spinner 2 for 97. So for Milnes it's 5 in the match now.
Indeed. Hassan. Miles to Morgan. Short ball. Morgan just turns away from that one. Any thought of playing it? Went from his mind pretty quickly.
For Dudgeon, it's 6 in the match.
Yeah, of course he took
Took 4 in the first innings, didn't he?
the 4 on the first session yesterday, didn't he?
Helm 4 for in the second innings as Navia Sharma, 2 for Morgan. Kent second innings. So for Helm, it was an 8 for, wasn't it, in the game?
Yeah.
Morgan 7 for. Not bad. Again, you kind of say you got 2 bowlers who've done that and a fella who's hit 180. You could lose.
Hassan to Morgan then. Again, it's short down the leg side this time. Does have to duck away from it, does Seb Morgan. Is that the 1 or the 2 from the umpire there? Let's see the signal, but the one previously seemed to be fairly short, so you might need to pitch a couple up here. Daniel Beldrum pats him on the back. Was it consoling him that he didn't get the batter out there? I'm not quite sure.
Just get back to what we were saying. Anything over 250 and it was surely Kent's game. Yeah. I think that's borne out now, isn't it? Even put another 20 runs on this requirement. 231 was the target. But it's 160. Even you put it up to 180 now, and it just looks that much bigger, doesn't it?
It's a good call. As Hassan bowls, big appeal.
Has to be bat. Yeah. Otherwise he's out.
It was a woody sound. But yeah.
He was plumb, surely, if that wasn't.
Well, I think that's Hassan's reaction, isn't it? And the wicketkeeper and Slip's the same, thinking he looks trapped. But if he's got bat on that, in itself.
Oh, maybe it was sliding.
No, it could have been going down.
Maybe it was sliding. He wasn't as far across as I thought.
That's fair.
He kind of jutted in the crease, but forward rather than across. So.
Oh, we're not absolutely straight down the barrel here. Not far off it though. But yeah, it could have been going down.
Time to rock and roll, Matt. See if we can freeze frame it on the moment of impact.
There we go. As he bowls this next one, gets a little bit big on Morgan on the off stump, defends it, and there is no run.
Ooh, is that freeze framed on the moment of impact? In which case, the better have been back.
Not far off it, actually.
Yeah, I've got a shot here, which either is moment of impact or just before. There's a slight suggestion of height on that, unless it had rolled up the pad to that.
Possible.
Unless it had rolled up the pad to that. So top of leg is kind of the question.
It's an inexact art, that though, isn't it? With the the freeze frames. This one's clipped away beautifully by Seb Morgan. That's clipped away square on the leg side for 4 and ends with a flourish, even though he might have been a little bit concerned during that over. They moved to 75 for 5. 156 more to win for Middlesex. 5 wickets in hand. Kent looking for those 5 for victory here at Canterbury on the final day. That's the way it is balanced here. Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying. As we've just seen that live, I think with those freeze frames, if you've not seen it live, it feels a bit like the old spot the ball to me with that, those old competitions where it could really be anywhere. It could be heading anywhere. You need context, but
yeah, we're able to slow it down, aren't we, frame by frame? But we're not able to do that nice little rock and roll backwards. So it's not really a rock and roll that we're doing. But 75 for 5.
We rock and roll as much as we can.
It's Mills bowls, and this is pushed back to mid-on. 75 for 5. Too much for the liking for anybody that sees us do it.
Yes, yeah.
Can you please stop that?
And that's why no cameras in this commentary box is a blessing for all concerned and protects the innocent in many ways.
Who do you reckon was the greatest rocker and roller of the county commentators?
The county commentators?
I reckon Dave Bradley had a boogie in him, didn't he?
I could see Bradders, yeah.
In comes Mills, bowls, left alone, and it goes through the keeper as well. It might make 4, not necessarily, because the keeper's taken a bit of it and he's not taken enough. It will be 4 byes. And it's 152 more to win for Middlesex as that one gets through, and that's the danger of the keeper standing up. 1, he may drop a chance. 2, the ball may get through, and 3, indeed, with the keeper stood up, it does make catching very, very difficult for slip, and even second to some extent.
It's kept it a little bit low on Chris Benjamin, that, hasn't it? You could see him just trying to get low enough as it's shot past him. That's 4 byes.
We'll forgive the keeper for not being on the front foot to that one.
Rock and roll wise, Dave Allen, who was is he a statistician at Hampshire?
Yeah. Here's a length ball from Milnes to Faulkner, defended to backward point. Yeah, the historian and statistician of Hampshire. Who,
and the first time I was on
Kevin James.
On commentary with him, he's an absolute stats-minded man. He knows that club in and out. And then you hear the stories of what he did during the 60s and 70s, driving.
He didn't tell those on air, did he?
Also, funnily enough, actually, he skirted around some of the.
Doesn't he have a show on BBC Solent? Or he had a show, a rock and roll show on BBC Radio
yeah.
Solent. I think he did.
But fantastic history, driving bands from the 60s and 70s around some massive names.
Milnes bowls a bumper, left alone, through to the keeper. And of course, there was Clive Eakin's 70s jukebox.
Oh, really?
Did you not know that?
No.
Clive's 70s jukebox on BBC WM, Coventry and Warwickshire.
Was he singing the hits or was he playing them?
I could see Clive. I saw him last week. Yeah, Clive's 70s jukebox. That was... What a thing. Lost to local radio. There's so much is nowadays. Still, they've got us, Matt.
They have. Just about.
His Milnes bowls to Faulkner, pushes into the offside, and there's no run. If this is what's left of it, someone turn off the lights. 79 for 5. It's still fighting along local radio. BBC London, BBC Radio Kent, Hereford and Worcestershire, Dave Bradley, as we just mentioned, Radio Solent, Dave Allen. It's all the Daves.
I could be slightly serious. Well, I might do that in a second after the.
Oh, really?
It's finished. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Is it going to ruin it? Going to harsh your vibe.
Faulkner bowls, and this is pushed back into the onside. 79 for 5.
But actually, the last time that
Maiden over,
or the time before that, the BBC went about a decade ago, went through some major cuts. They did reach out to the listeners on local radio and online to say, basically, what do you want more of? What do you really treasure? And actually, county cricket commentary was one of those things that came out of it. And the organisation of us doing every ball of every game came from that. So,
how many of your family members did you get to vote in the end? You got Irish roots.
Well,
you have 75 cousins.
No, I don't have that many, but they all voted many times under different guises.
No limit. Just
ID cards with false noses and dark glasses. But no, testament to our listeners and the strength of feeling. So I was about to get a bit sentimental and say, We wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't for you, but that is entirely true. 79 for 5. Here endeth that business. Hassan Mahmood bowls to Morgan. Just nudges that away on the offside. Finch on the run at cover, stops it. So 2 slips and Finch at Gully, in fact, so he's come around to point there. Then we've got Ekansh Singh, I think, who is point. Grant Stewart at cover. Hassan Mahmood is the bowler, of course. Matt Milnes is at mid-off at the moment. Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent skipper, at mid-on. There's a mid-wicket and a long leg. That's Matt Parkinson, 79 for 5, as Hassan bowls just outside the off-stump. And Morgan has played at that outside the off-stump, made no contact. It's gone through to Chris Benjamin. It's a little bit short, that, and wide. Faulkner is trying to latch onto it. That's a definite play and a miss. Hence the groans from the slip cordon. Actually, it's not that wide. That's a decent ball. Actually, just left him a little bit off the pitch. He's looking to carve it away with the bounce. So Hassan Mahmood, the Bangladeshi international, bowls to Morgan once again. Full. Oh, that's gone through him. That's a delicious delivery. That is a Jaffa. And oh goodness, he settles himself again, as he well might do, Seb Morgan, because that one has beaten him coming in towards the off stump. It's not very far away from that or the bat, I don't think. Oh no. To be fair to him, he's got everything in line. He's played down a different line from the ball, and it's gone through to the wicketkeeper. So, are you teeing up a replay here with the sweets?
I'm teeing up a science test here.
See if I can knock them over again. I assure you I can. Hassan Mahmood then to Morgan. It's up in the air, but safe, and it'll be 4 at least. It is 4, yes. He's taken that one on, the short ball, to shout of catch it. Firstly, I don't think Matt Parkinson at long leg saw it. Secondly, he's not getting around that quickly to a fine leg position.
It's below 150, Matt.
Yeah,
48.
Well, and this is the thing. Every partnership that ekes out a few runs here, emphasises this is a low total. It doesn't mean it's easy to get, but Kent don't have many runs to play with, and just a substantial partnership here. It's just 13 between these two at the moment, but if they start to get going, things will get very real very quickly for Kent as a bowling side. As Morgan faces Hassan, good length delivery that one. On off stump, end of the over.
Well, that's a good way to weigh it up. Is there one more?
Sorry, one more to come.
That's a good way to weigh it up. 150 more, 5 wickets standing. So that's 30 runs per wicket they need, per partnership. 5 partnerships to go, but you can bet 3 of those partnerships will be worth zip. So you need 2 to be, a 70 partnership and a 50 partnership, and then you've got somewhere close.
Yeah.
But you're still hoping for that 20 or 30 then from the other 3.
Hassan to bowl this over. Morgan tries to get forward and says no to Faulkner as he propels it towards Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-on, end of the over. Could possibly, not wishing Hassan Mahmood away, but that's the end of his 5th over. He hasn't tended to bowl longer spells than that. Just wondering if Grant Stewart is warming up as well, possibly to come on as a change.
I put the sweep packet back there to see if there's any suction off the other side of the pan. Maybe the fan sucks those sweets off.
I quite possibly me.
I'm 100% convinced it was you. I've not seen any movement so far on those sweets. I saw you shuffling your notes, and then the next thing I saw was
this is to prove it, is it? Yeah. Possibly. I was reaching across to. It
was the fan, it was the mat, or it was the Canterbury
mixer at the point.
Milnes is in bowls, and this is. Oh, how did the bails come off? This is down the leg side. Keeper's hurt his hand. Did he trap his hand down onto the bails when moving to one side? Did he go up to get the ball and then go down and hit the bails? Because at first I thought did Faulkner step onto the stumps, and I was waiting for them all to turn around and appeal that he stepped back. I can only imagine the gloves. He's whipped at the bails, even though he didn't have the gloves in his the ball in his hand, and he's hurt his finger whilst whipping at said bails.
Yeah. Spot on with the analysis there.
No, it wasn't the Canterbury Ghost, wasn't it? What was that famous movie? Canterville, was it?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Used to be on every Christmas.
Yeah. Is a very famous actor whose name passes me by now. As this is full straight and bounced over the top of the stumps by Faulkner. Goodness me, he's defended it down into the ground. It's gone over the top of middle, through the keeper as well. He's thrown up his hands. That was an almost Partridge-esque throw of the gloves from the keeper there. I don't know. Wow. That was close.
Like Matt Mills was very nearly in tears after that, but...
so close.
Oh, yeah.
It was over top of off, actually, maybe. Got a pretty good view of it from here. Mills again, 3 in this innings, 3 for 7. He's in bowls and relentlessly onto the stumps, as you must be on this surface. Well, they picked up the performance with the ball in the second innings, both sides. Kent all out for 257. My feeling was that it should have been a 250 first day, not 416. Again, when you factor in 100 runs down to deep third, as there was, the vacant deep third. At the moment, those 100 will be pretty useful as his. Full ball, driven just fine of cover by Faulkner, and it's going to be cut off by the sweeper coming around. They've taken 2. Faulkner is into double figures from his 48th ball. That's how much of a dig-in it is from the 19-year-old, and similarly the 18-year-old. They're gutsing this out, aren't they?
Yeah, we saw this with Dawkins yesterday, didn't we? I think he had 2 or 50 balls or something like that, and it's just hard work out there. That there's no way of fluidly scoring runs. You're going to be tested almost every other ball. But yeah, it's what's making it exciting though as well, isn't it? It's a real grit.
Slip crouching down as Milnes runs in, bowls full and straight, which is defended by Faulkner again. He has not left middle and off in this innings. It's accounted for 5 maidens, 3 wickets, and 9 runs with 1 ball left to his 9th over.
Yeah, it's a great effort from Milnes so far.
Here he comes. Into the 29th. Bowls and forward he goes, jabbing down onto that again. Faulkner, it falls in front of him this time. It's flicked back at the stumps by the keeper, Benjamin. And the bails fall off, but Faulkner was still within his ground. 85 for 5.
Great to hear from Glenn Speller.
Hey, Glenn.
Afternoon, Glenn.
He'll be chipping away at us. What's he chipping away for?
No, he's got the answer to your Canterville Ghost question.
Oh, yeah. Charles Lawton?
Patrick Stewart.
No. There must have been an earlier version.
Oh, we're looking at an earlier version. There we are.
Patrick Stewart.
Sorry, Glenn. That? Kevin's so much older than you.
Yes.
He's talking about a different generation, I'm afraid. Yeah, I had no idea.
Let's have a look.
I'm not sure Patrick Stewart's the one I remember, actually, to be fair.
Patrick Stewart.
Well, incredibly ageist. In a glass house there. Throwing stones. Talk about
back to the cricket
ages.
quick, Matt.
Yeah, anyway, moving on. Grant Stewart's is going to take up the ball at the pavilion end. He has number 10 off 4 so far, replacing Hassan Mahmood.
What I had actually forgotten was that the Canterville Ghost was originally a short story by Oscar Wilde. There you go.
Who was the... are you looking it up now?
Who did I just say it was? Charles Lawton.
Charles Lawton? 85 for 5. As Stewart bowls now, angles the ball into Seb Morgan. Where do we come to this? We were saying it was something supernatural, basically, that threw the chocolate on the floor.
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah.
Well, you were looking for as many excuses as possible that it wasn't the only person sat right next to them.
The circumstantial evidence, I appreciate, Your Honour, is Stewart wraps him on the pad. It's going down. Was there a hint of bat on that? Because there was a half appeal from Stewart and then realised.
What are you chuckling at now?
Thanks again, Glenn, for this. He says, I bow to Waldorf and Statler on their advancing years.
Oh, we're not that...
So much older, he says. There we go.
We're not that joyful, Glenn.
No.
At least we try not to be.
Stewart then to Morgan. Keeper up to the stumps. Full length. That's going to be close, and he's out. He's trapped. It looked a decent shout. Seb Morgan is bitterly disappointed, looking back down the pitch at the umpire, but Stewart traps him. It's a ball deep in the crease, that one. It's more or less Yorker length, full of length bowls to Morgan. I think that's doing enough to hit certainly the leg stump, if not middle. Morgan's disappointed. He goes LBW 85 for 6. And I mean, it's a facet of this game. Yesterday was exactly the same thing, really. Is just as you feel a pair at the crease have not exactly got the measure of it, but started to settle, something happens. And on this occasion, it's Morgan, LBW, Stewart for 8.
I mean, I hate to say it because I banged this drum for the first 2 days, but it's a pitch where you bowl at the stumps. That's why Milnes is 3 for 9 from 9, and Stewart 1 for 10 now in his 5th, and getting reward. The ball, it's very, very difficult to score runs off the stumps on this one. And, you know, traditionally speaking, in cricket and Test cricket in particular, you bowl it just outside the line of the stumps because the batters are expected almost to score off the stumps. You put it in the corridor of uncertainty and just have that technique tested on the top of off. But you know, they should be able to not only defend it on the stumps, but score off them. But on this one, you ain't going anywhere when the ball's on the stumps. And that's the big problem that Middlesex have got, to find 146 more. But Zafar Gohar, just shy of a century in the first innings, comes out at number 8 to join the number 5, Faulkner, who is still there, 10 from 50. And it remains a case of plunge forward and pray, and with time, you know, we're only in the 30th over still, 6 wickets in 30 overs. So with time, can Middlesex not only soften the ball, bring that requirement down, put the overs into the legs of the bowlers and just give themselves a late dart at this now. 4 wickets, what were we saying just a wicket ago? The final 5 wickets, the partnerships needed to contribute a 30 partnership each, which it doesn't work that way. You're looking at a 70 partnership and a 50 partnership, and well, one of those bigger partnerships is going to have to come sooner rather than later, you fancy. Otherwise, the pressure will surely become too much.
Stewart round the wicket to Zafar, then edged. Oh, that's bounced in front of the slip, though. In fact, has it taken 2 bounces before it's got to Dawkins? Weird trajectory. Might come off the wicketkeeper at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, the suggestion is there was certainly an edge because of the disappointments.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's hit gloves and ballooned up.
Yeah.
A bit like Cracknell's, like ballooned to gully. Yeah, it must have come off the keeper's. It was just outside of the keeper's glove.
Looped a bit again, and well, certainly jeopardy out there for Middlesex at the moment. 85 for 6. So we've got 146 to win this one. There's a bouncer. Oh, has he got him? Chris Benjamin absolutely convinced as he dropped the ball onto the stumps there.
Yep.
Umpire Baldwin is unmoved.
That's a tough call, that.
Wow.
You talk about benefit
it is all
of the doubt,
happening.
don't you? You got to hope on one like that.
I mean, it's a very sharp piece of work. It's a bouncer. Benjamin's got it. Does Zafar jump? He's not outside his crease, but it's a little jump as he perhaps overbalances after that ball. Chris Benjamin is saying his feet are in the air as he's thrown the ball down onto the stumps. I mean, we would need some kind of ultra slow-mo to see if that's the case. As Zafar defends this one. It's a wicket maiden for Grant Stewart. 1 for 10 off 5. Applause for him. I think you're right, Kevin. I don't know how the umpire gives that without some sort of split.
Well,
if it was some sort of, you know, third umpire, if there's a review, you might be able to stop it frame by frame. You see where I'm going with that?
Do you know, there's an extraordinary thing. So he's batting within his crease, clearly.
Yeah.
He ducks underneath it, so his feet are planted to the ground.
Yeah.
Then as he gets back up, his weight is on his heels. So in standing back up from ducking, he jumps both feet backwards.
Yeah.
And
that's what I'm talking about. The little jump there is the one. Milnes continuing.
Turned through mid-wicket for a single, 86 for 6. Had you already described that while I was rocking and rolling it? Sorry.
A little bit.
The jump.
Yeah.
So he's right squatted down as far as you can go.
Though, to be fair. Yeah.
Yes. And then as he comes back up from a very low squat, his weight is shifting backwards, and to not fall over, he kind of skips backwards with both feet, doesn't he? So, and that's where he's saying, I mean, you couldn't give it. How could you give that? You know, it's a fair shout. It's a fair question to ask, but surely no umpire in the world is giving that out because you can't.
No, I think, again, if you're talking about third umpire in a test match,
the split second
could have
between
been, could have been, absolutely right.
The split second between him just juddering back from weight from heel to, well, it still would have been heel as well. He was just basically falling backwards slightly.
You need frame by frame at
Milnes
that point.
around the wicket, bowls a beauty past the edge of Zafar Gohar and through to the keeper it goes. It's one of those where if you did have the frame by frame and that was out, it would, one, be the most unbelievable piece of misfortune for the batter, but also incredible piece of keeping. And slight stroke of fortune for the fielding side that it just so happened in that order. The split second that the bails were struck with the same second that he just slightly fell backwards. Brilliant stuff though, engrossing, isn't it? Milnes knacking to road end, bowls, solid defence from Zafar Gohar. Well, it's been an eventful few deliveries for Zafar. An edge to the keeper's glove, which fell short then as a result of slip. And then this near stumping call. I'm just going back to the actual edge to the slip, just to see. Yeah, he must have been off the keeper's glove the way that it loops like that. Milnes is around the wicket. Two slips in the gully go down and he bowls. Forward goes Gohar. That stops on him. A short mid-wicket may have had a chance. Orthodox mid-wicket runs in and there's no run. Oh, it's all go. It's hard to see Middlesex winning it from here, Matt. There's a lot happening out there right now and you'd have thought a lot would continue to happen like this throughout the remainder of the game. So 145 more runs, 86 on the board for the top six gone. Well, sorry. Not the top six. Faulkner's the number 5, isn't he? But 6 top order batters gone. Milnes bowls. Gohar defends as far as cover. No run. It was against Kent that Zafar Gohar hit that 6 to win the match last season at Lords, wasn't it? Where he chipped it up into the grandstand for 6. He and Toby Rowland-Jones, after batting for a considerable period of time. There was only one more wicket standing thereafter, Dane Patterson. And Dane had huge confidence in his ability to go out there and do whatever else was required, should it have come to that. But Zafar and Toby, and apparently not many others did. So here's a full ball to Zafar from Milnes, driven back to mid-off, and there's no run. But Zafar said, I've got it, I've got it, I've got it. And it went somewhere down to penultimate over, when Gohar eventually opened up and hit the 6, having calmly just pushed back and pushed back with the victory target close in sight for some time. It's a long way off here though still. 145 more required. Middlesex at 86 for 6.
Ron's been in touch, kencricket@bbc.co.uk. And what does he make of your Charles Lawton suggestion?
Oh yeah.
He says Charles Lawton. There we go. The Canterbury Ghost.
Oh, I've looked it up. Yeah. 1944.
1944.
Charles Lawton. I do need to look up the Patrick Stewart. I do like Patrick Stewart. I have to look
quite
up that
young then. I suppose it'd be due a remake in the ensuing time. Stewart. Oh! One of the stumps has come out of the ground. Is that courtesy of Chris Benjamin, who's very active behind the stumps? There was a big ooh you could hear from the supporters to our left there, thinking perhaps he bowled him, but no, it was Benjamin trying to stump Faulkner. They run through for a bye. Can't keep your eyes off this, can you? Goodness me.
I assume he was up to the same thing again, trying to whip off the bails, taking the ball standing up, but it gets away leg side. I'm not sure if he even had got up on the ball this time.
Round the wicket, Stewart now to Zafar, the left-hander on the back foot. He'll drive that. Could be 4. Fielder after it, I think, is Bertie Foreman, who's a handy fielder to have as a sub. Throws it back in. They come through for 2, though, Middlesex. On to 91 for 6.
Bertie Foreman, who sounds like he should have starred in a 1940s movie with Charles Lawton.
Doesn't he? Yeah.
Well, you got Grant Stewart from Hollywood, as I was saying, in the 60s, and Bertie
Actually,
Foreman.
Grant Stewart's one of those names that's so perfect for films. film stars would change their name to Grant Stewart, wouldn't
He's
they?
got the jawline for it as well, hasn't he? You're Stewart.
Indeed so, yeah, absolute. 89 for 6. Agreed far too readily with that. And into the offside. No, but he does look.
You can admire that he's a handsome man.
He does, absolutely right.
He
Into
does look like
the
he's,
offside. No, but I completely agree with you.
He'd have given Cary Grant a run for his money, wouldn't he?
Has that.
Italian.
Kind of movie idol kind of looks, yeah.
He's got Italian roots.
Italian mum, yeah, absolutely, which is, well, he plays his international cricket for Italy. So there we go. Cricketers as film stars. Maybe for another day. 89 for 6 round the wicket. Stewart, I can't concentrate on two things at once, as you know, let alone one. Into the offside, the back foot. Zafar just defending that one.
There's the poster of the Charles Lawson one from 1944.
There we are.
Canterville Ghosts.
I feel like I've seen a more recent one than that.
Maybe the Patrick
in
Stewart
between
one
that and the Patrick Stewart one.
In between?
Blimey,
how many times did they remake it?
Was there a 70s one, maybe?
Well, surely that was the Patrick Stewart. Let's have a look.
Sure, would he have been old enough for that, though? Down the leg side, this one. Zafar closes the face and takes a single. Nicely done, actually. He moves on to 3. Faulkner has 11. Middlesex 90 for 6, still need another 141.
1996 Patrick Stewart's Canterbury Ghosts. He looks terrifying in that poster. He's no Charles Lawson, is he? He looks absolutely terrifying.
Looks a bit Bridlington Panto, that one. 90 for 6. Yeah, meanwhile, cricket breaking out in the middle here.
Don't worry about that.
Stewart bowling to Faulkner. Slipping a gully in behind him. Defends it off the off stump. Grant Stewart liked that one. So the rest of his teammates full of chirp themselves now. 141 to win. Middlesex a 90 for 6. 2 wickets for Milnes, 2 for Dudgeon. Sorry, 3 for Milnes, beg your pardon. 2 for Dudgeon, 1 for Stewart. Grant, not Patrick. And I was mentioning Bertie Foreman because he was on as a subfielder. There we go. Well, the point is moot now. But he is grease lightning across the outfield. Really good arm as well. The young all-rounder. But whoever he was on for has come back on. In fact, Harry Finch is on the field, so it'll be a second absentee. As I said, I believe Harry Finch is on for Ben Compton, who had that terrible finger injury a couple of months ago. Not surprising to see him off the field
now
for the final day.
Now we're talking. There was a 1974 remake.
Okay, who was that?
David Niven.
David Niven, okay. Now that does ring a bell. There we are. Milnes.
It's Milnes around the wicket. He bowls. No, it's David Niven. He bowls and this is played into the onside for a quick single. Zafar's on 2-4 without loss. Look, they're 6 down. We're a long way from this being a game again, aren't we? It's Kent's game to lose at the moment.
I'm doing my best, listeners. I'm trying to tether this.
Well, if you can't put Canterville Ghost into gallows humour, I don't know what you can. I've got one better for you before we move on, Matt. Just one, I promise. A 2023 remake. As here's length ball to Faulkner, defended into the offside by Milnes, and there's no run. The 2023 make, wait for it. Hugh Laurie, Stephen Fry, Imelda Staunton. What a cast. Miranda Hart. Wow. I feel like we need to go and watch that tonight. Cricket link in there, of course, with Stephen Fry. MCC president, about a couple of years back.
Simon has an email on the batter's ground there on that Zafar Gahar possible dismissal. Thank you for that.
Milnes from the Nackington Road end. This is left alone outside of the off stump by Faulkner. Through to the gloves of the keeper. Deflects away towards gully again.
Simon says, I'm listening rather than watching the stream, but if Zafar Gahar was in his crease when he jumped, I don't think he would be out. Law 30.1.2. He's copied this for us, Simon, unless you typed it out.
So even if he was off the ground,
he says, a batter shall not be considered to be out of his/her ground if in running or diving towards his/her ground and beyond, having grounded some part of the person behind the popping crease.
Milnes bowls, forward goes Faulkner, defending again, his 56th deliveries on 11.
So, having grounded some part of his or her person or bat behind the popping crease, there is subsequent loss of contact between the ground and any part of person or bat between the bat and person, suggesting that if you're in your ground...
But being very pedantic, he wasn't running or
No, that's
diving.
true.
He was
This was
a
already
stumping
there.
as opposed to a run out.
And if you lift your foot as you're going forward,
yeah. Was it?
well, maybe if that's
I think he could have been out on this one. I think he could have, but I do stand to be corrected.
I can see what you're saying, Simon. No,
but I don't. The point being, was it a dead ball when it hit the keeper's gloves? No, because then nobody would ever be stumped. So if you fall forward out of your crease when defending, here's Milnes bowls, and this is driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. If you're plunging forward and the front foot hits the keeper's gloves, but you overbalance slightly forward and that foot comes up, the keeper can whip off the bails. So I'd imagine that this would fall into that same category, but I do stand to be corrected, and I do thank your correspondent for the email.
I think Simon was actually sort of backing up the point that you made, is that...
Don't do that, Simon.
Initially, that he's in his crease, whether he's lost contact with the ground inside his crease, but that's what Simon is saying from interpretation of that law.
This is a tumbling effort from Milnes as he delivers. It's defended to mid-on, and there's no run.
He made a weird swerve in his run-up there, Matt Milnes, as he came in. Quite sure what that was. Was he trying to put the batter off, or maybe just lost his footing as he was in the run-up? We're not going to see that on the camera, are we? Don't think we are. Yeah, he's just gone a little bit wider of the crease, just swerved out slightly wider. It's not helped Matt Milnes, though, has it? He's ended up on the ground. End of the over, 91 for 6. Middlesex, 33 overs gone in their innings. Is the ball starting to soften up? Will it get slightly easier for them? Zaffa's out there. He made 95 in the first innings with young Caleb Faulkner. Zaffa has 4. He's on strike now. Faulkner has 11. Stewart to bowl to the left-hander. And the angle helps Zaffa help that into the onside. It's fielded by Finch. They'll get themselves a single. Faulkner's on 11. It's 139 to win. I'm not sure what's a lot at this stage. Is 4 wickets a lot for Kent to take? Is 139 a lot for Middlesex to score? It can't be both, can it? Feels a bit like a bit of both. It certainly isn't going to be a draw, though, this game. As Stewart bowls to Faulkner, wraps him on the pad. It's always going down, I think. Might have even been a little edge as well. There's certainly no run.
$92 for 6, 139 more. Again, sometimes you can just sit back, as we've been doing, and mutter and natter about this, that, and the other, and all of a sudden 10 or 20 have just chipped off.
Yeah, Stewart to Faulkner. He's on the money again, Stewart, as you were saying. Kev, balls on the stumps, working really well. Just that accuracy from Stewart, just nagging around the off stump. Or as he did with Seb Morgan, trapping him right in front. 92 for 6. Stewart then once again to Faulkner, just angles the bat. Away to point, single taken. One more to the score then. Zaffa on 5, Faulkner on 12. No one's scored more than Joe Cracknell, 16 so far for Middlesex, 93 for 6. But still a long way from any sort of definite conclusion this match. So 2 more to come for the 34th for Stewart. Nine on his back, towel in the waistband of his trousers. He runs away from us. Angle towards Sam Northeast, that one, who runs up from gully. Shines the ball in the back of the whites. It's a chatter from Kent. Trying to keep the momentum. Last wicket went in the 30th. And the wicket once more to Zaffa Gahar. With just a little hint of a leading edge there into the offside. Fielded by Akansh Singh. End of the over. 2 off it. 93 for 6. Like the way Kent's scoreboard treats everything like it's a limited over or T20 run chase. Run rate 2.7, required rate 2.6. Not sure it's going to come down to that.
No, but I mean, that's an example of, well, I guess you could look at it that way as well. What's the likelihood, if Middlesex were just batting to save the game, that they could bat out another 53 overs from here? Not impossible, but would you even give them a 10% chance? 1 in 10 chance of, would they once every 10 innings in this circumstance bat out the day to save it? Maybe. And to be honest, Faulkner's got to be thinking that way, and it appears he is. 12 from 61. Bat for as long as possible. Tire them out. What we haven't seen yet, of course, is Parkinson. He's warming up. There he is on cue, deep square. He's warming up. 35th over coming up now to be bowled by Hassan. Slip in place. Fortunately, we went through the Canterville Ghost stories when Hassan wasn't bowling, because that really would have confused the Bangladesh audience. As here's a full ball, which bowls in first ball. Faulkner's gone, nips back in, beats the forward defence. Hassan has his first wicket of the innings, 1 for 28. Start of his 11th, and Middlesex are 93 for 7.
Yeah, and Hassan Mahmood has a happy habit for Kent at the moment of taking wickets at important times. And Faulkner goes for 12. And this is looking trickier and trickier for Middlesex. Those two lasting around about 5 overs. Faulkner and Gohar. He goes for 12. Zafar has 5. It may lie with him now. But they are 7 down now, Middlesex. 93 for 7.
Yeah, I can't quite say the end is nigh just yet, but now they are up against it. Gohar, 5 from 16, and boy oh boy did Faulkner try. 62 deliveries for his 12, strike rate of 19.4. The scoreboard tells us up there as Toby Rowland-Jones walks out. And well, I was just mentioning earlier today, actually, to one or two others, it's been a long while since there's been a Toby Rowland-Jones special, and obviously he got a few runs in the first innings, but harking back to the days of Scarborough 10 years ago now. Toby had come in and send the ball all around town and swing a game in Middlesex's favour with the bat before he'd come and knock him over with the ball. But is there one last dance on that? It feels like it's been a while since you've seen one of those Rowland-Jones specials. He was given the nickname the Sunbury Shotgun because he's double-barreled.
Oh, there we go.
Isn't that good? Matt Bright, former photographer at Middlesex, many moons ago, came up with that one, which was very good. Sunbury Shotgun.
I'm sure you were too busy consulting your lawyers after my comment about Ben Compton's games for Wimbledon yesterday. But the point I was making there, apart from to be extraordinarily pedantic about what I thought you'd said about where Ben Compton started playing, was that his debut, that Oliver Rowland-Jones played on the other side. Here we go.
Hassan to Rowland-Jones from the Nackington Road end. Rowland-Jones is forward, driving to mid-off. Goodness me, that front foot didn't feel like it went far there. I was just waiting to see the stumps explode again. The previous one was a forward defence. Oliver Rowland-Jones was playing in that.
He was, yeah, for Spencer. Is the team called Spencer?
Yep,
in that
I played for them.
Oh, you ready? There we go.
The 7ths. Here's the Spencer 7ths. Here's Rowland-Jones on strike. His brother might be tuning in now, Oliver. Hello, TFI. Did half a session on air with me at one point at Lord's, discussing his brother's rise. As in comes Hassan, and that skids back in again, seaming back into Rowland-Jones with the slope, with the seam as well, no doubt. And an inside edge to long leg brings a single, 137 more. Well, it was Zafar Gohar and Rowland-Jones at Lord's. We'll have to look up that scorecard now. It was an incredible run chase, that one of the best. There were comments from the Middlesex players, including, I think, Rowland-Jones, who said that was up there in terms of the ones that he's been involved in, and bearing in mind the efforts he's been involved in over the years for Middlesex, title winning and the rest. Yeah. That was quite the thing to say, that was one of the best victories. Unfortunately for last season, it didn't lead to the promotion charge Middlesex were hoping for, as here's Hassan around the wicket to Zafar Gohar, who works off the pads, timing it nicely. Mid-on retreating, there's a deep square out there, they'll take 2. 135 more. Zafar's on to 9, Middlesex are 98 for 7. Or are they? No, the 96 is quick. That's
yeah,
cool,
runs go really quick. It's assumed it's in the scorebook. The scorer's book, I think it goes straight to a digital scoreboard. Yeah, Keith Dudgeon is lurking out there. I mean, he's just effectively a boundary rider there, isn't he? Covering the entire leg side. For Zafar, 2 slips and a gully in for him.
Hassan around the wicket. Gohar drives him hard through the covers. A little uppish, which for a moment had cover interested. Deep backward point is coming around, and it won't go. He didn't get all of it. As I say, it was more toe end of the bat than it was middle. And a couple more. Does indeed move Zafar to 9 on this occasion. Moves Middlesex to 98 for 7.
What are your thoughts? If Zafar goes on the counter-attack here, thinking, look, we're 7 down here.
Might as well get on
we
with
are
it.
a mountain away. Well, not a mountain.
Yeah.
We're 131. If I get a brisk 40 here,
I think these two
the game has
together.
changed.
I think these two together. There's almost. Yeah, you could almost reverse it that way. As here's Hassan around the wicket, he bowls, and Gohar defends off the back foot. It bounces back up the track. While they're together, why don't the two of them just get on with it? If one of them falls, then they revert back to what they were doing of just trying to bat time and get close that way. With Helm in next, and order these two just try and bat sensibly, and then if one of them goes, the other one tees off. It's one of those occasions where really, as experienced as these two are, you just got to let them make their own call out in the middle, haven't you? If they feel like, do you know what, we're going to get bowled out here, let's go for it.
Yeah.
Or they feel like, no, I'm getting in, and 2 solid 50s, and Middlesex will be home. As here's Hassan bowls short, and no ball called as that strikes on the ribs. Attempted hook from, well, he's just adjusted his grill, but it wasn't that high. Maybe it rolled up the chest for Gohar. He's showing no pain whatsoever to his Bangladeshi opponent. Lahore-born Zafar Gohar, 1 test for Pakistan. There's a fair bit of experience out there at the moment. Roland Jones, test match player for England at the non-striker's end. So between the bowler and the 2 batters, all played test cricket. Hassan very much at the start of his career, midway through at 26, isn't he, as his. The seamer, right arm around the wicket, he bowls, and Gohar looks to whip him off the pads. That'll be drifting down. And no run, a dot ball to finish the over. 129 more to win. Middlesex are 102 for 7.
Yeah, 3 more for Kent's victory. Middlesex still not calling this one. Kent would look favourites at this point, but...
Are you ready for the scorecard from Lords last year? Kent 129.
You know, my catchphrase on any results for Kent is, we've been hurt before.
Better to have loved and lost, Matt.
Yeah.
Kent 129 and Middlesex 238. Kent with them 473 and Middlesex 366 for 8, winning by 2 wickets with these two. The not-out pair at the end. Let me tell you the partnership that they put together to...
No, you're all right.
To win.
102 for 7 as Stewart comes in to bowl to Roland Jones. Fluid strike of the bat, of the ball rather, and it'll go out towards the boundary. They'll come back for at least 2. Harry Finch throws in. And so, yeah, 2 onto the score, 104 for 7.
Toby Roland Jones hit 23 off 42 with 3 fours. Zafar Gohar hit 30 off 75 with no fours. And the final ball of the match struck for 6 to win it. So
it could happen.
Yeah, we must look back at the score here as well.
And Stewart bowls to Roland Jones, inside part of the bat, but again, that's a drive from Roland Jones. He's not going to shut us up here, that's for sure.
No one will shut us up. Try as they might.
I can't believe I wandered into that one. But, Won't be the only one getting defensive in a second. Here's Stewart bowling to Roland Jones then. Oh, that's a good shot. Opens the face. Again, it's a fluid cover drive. They take a single. They're not taking the second, though.
Now, I don't know whether this is a good thing for Kent or a bad thing, but of course there was a successful chase here last year for Kent. So the side chasing won both matches last year. And it was a Kent win by 8 wickets after it was 2-2-2 and 2-1-8 in the first innings. Middlesex were then all out for 311, setting 316. The winning runs may have been a boundary, but 316 for 2 Kent to win by 8 wickets, which was completely out of keeping with the rest of the game, that big victory.
Stewart to Zafar, just defensive. Not sure he gets everything behind that. Fielded by a Kent cover.
Zach Crawley hit 58 off 66. Then Ben Compton was 124 not out. And Twanda Mieye was 125 not out. As they went from losing Bell Drummond for a first ball duck on 91 for 2 to that 316 score to win by 8 wickets.
That kind of partnership's going to be a little bit more tricky today. Slower ball from Stewart.
But it was the manner of it. It was the manner of it that was so surprising. And indeed, that was the third day, would you believe? April 11th to April 13th. So 2-2-2 and 2-1-8, 311, 316 for 2. And that was the... And do you know what? It was about midway through the third day, if I remember as well. So it was an awful lot happened in 2.5 days, perhaps, at Canterbury last year.
Had some eventful games between these two sides over the...
Well, that's what I'm trying to tee up here, but of course, it'll go bang bang now, and it'll be over in a flash, won't it?
Not sure about that. Stewart to Zafar, short ball, and he's hooked that away for how many? For 4. And Finch trundles after it. Short ball didn't work there for Grant Stewart. They move on to 109 for 7. Not quite halfway there yet. 122 to win. But a fledgling partnership between Zafar Gohar on 13 and Toby Rowan-Jones on 4.
Well, look, even if these two get it to... It's not even get it to double figures now. These two would have to get it below 50. We talked about that 70-run partnership from somewhere, didn't we? To take a big chunk out of it. If these two could get it below 50, you'd still fancy Kent. 50's a lot of runs for the final 3 wickets. But if these two could get it that far, then just maybe it would be time to... up the tempo a little bit in terms of our own musings of the cricket. But at the moment, it's Kent just keeping control and trusting in the process and waiting, as here's Hassan beginning a new over to Roland Jones, who pulls him and he's put down at mid-wicket. That would have been a fantastic catch because he got hold of that, Roland Jones. Mid-wicket, flings himself to his left. It's Milnes picking himself up. He got both hands on it. But had he have held that, boy, oh boy, that must sting. And Roland Jones, special on the back foot there, rocks back and pulls hard. They come through for a single, 1-2-1. As such, you'd say they've both had a life now, because Gohar edged to keeper first ball, didn't he? I would say edged to keeper, edged to the glove, and it deflected towards slip, but fell short.
He came to react a little bit in the field to Middlesex. I said Roland Jones definitely going for his shot. Zafar's not shy either.
Hassan's around the wicket from the Nackerton Road end, and Gohar turns to mid-wicket defensively. No run again. 110 for 7. Yeah, I think both sides will look back, I think, the first season. Got too many in the first innings each. Oh, I was falling quiet because I thought somebody was going to be with us. So they're just giving us a warning that they'll be with us soon.
I think it is a warning.
Oh, it's a minute warning.
Thank you, producer Emma.
You'd have forgotten in a minute, Emma.
Oh, she's worked with me before. She knows about that.
Hassan's in, bowls, and this is driven through the covers by Zafar Gohar. Cover and mid-off. Turn. It's mid-off that runs and flicks it back in at the last. They've run a gentle 3. Roland Jones and Gohar. He's on to 16.
Matt Parkinson is running the ball back rather than throwing it. He's coming back with it, but
I think the ball's carrying Parkinson back, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm
It's
surprised.
tiring out there, isn't it, this heat? Can you imagine? We're sat up here with our 2 fans.
That's true. Yeah, don't worry, Emma's worked with me before. I'm surprised she's not giving me a countdown from a minute. She is giving me a countdown from 10.
He'll have forgotten in 10,
There we
in
go.
10 Emma. He'll have forgotten in 10, don't you worry.
So Hassan ready to bowl the 4th ball of this over. Not receiving action right now. Still waiting for the next delivery. Yeah, it's a thriller as well. Middlesex 113 for 7. Kent need 3 more wickets to win this one. What will be their 4th win out of 5 in the county championship. Middlesex, though, need 118. Doesn't sound like a lot. In fact, 231 was the total that Kent set them to win this one. Having been bowled out earlier in the day, they take a quick single there for 257. But quick wickets early on. Milnes took 2 before lunch. So did Dudgeon to have them 52 for 4. They're now, as I said, 114 for 7. Milnes has 3 wickets. Hassan Mahmood, the Bangladesh international, has chipped in with 1. Grant Stewart with 1 as well. So it's all poised here. As I said on the commentary a few moments ago, I'm not sure whether 3 wickets is a lot for Kent to take, or whether 117 is a lot for Middlesex to score. It's in the balance. More excitement to come, I'm sure. More twists and turns for Surrey. Glamorgan need just 60 more to win, as Afagahar here has shied at that one. Missed it. Just missed the off stump. So Kent don't get to take a wicket there. But Glamorgan 135 for 3. Look like they're going to wrap up win at Cardiff against Surrey, as they still have 7 wickets remaining. A commentary on 2 exciting games via the BBC Sport website and app. So 114 for 7. The kitchen sink, the table, the whole of the downstairs thrown at that one by.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the length was there or whether it just didn't get up.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't far from the outside of off stump.
Last ball of the 37th. So he's got to carve that one away. It's kept low, to be fair to Zafar. If it bounced where he thought it was going to bounce, I'll give him full credit for that. I think he would have cut that away, very possibly for 4, but didn't get up, and that's the end of the over. 114 for 7. Yeah, funny old game cricket.
114 for 7.
Yeah.
Here at Canterbury, and 117 to win. Yeah, it's a long, long way before Kent have to be a little fearful. Genuinely, I think that if these 2 are still together and it's 50 runs out, at that point, you start to think, uh-oh. But if they get it to 50 and lose a wicket, then Kent will still be massive favourites to defend those 50 runs in a game where the bowlers should have been on top and occasionally have been, but we have seen some batting brilliance at times. And whether Middlesex's number 9 and number 8 for this match are able to come up with that brilliance, well, I wouldn't rule it out, because they've done it before. They've got history, and indeed Zafar Gohar in the first innings, and Gohar and Roland Jones together at Lord's last summer, as we were pointing out. But Roland Jones over the years has come up with some very, very special things. One thing, and possibly Middlesex listeners will remember this better than me. I'm trying to think. Roland Jones, I often remember him coming up with something brilliant in, say, a 3rd innings, and then all of a sudden, right, let's go and bowl them out. Just trying to think how many times he's come up with one of his Roland Jones specials to win the game. Now, obviously, there was the Kent match, but that wasn't, as we just relayed on the scorecard, it wasn't the Sunbury shotgun firing the ball to all parts of Lords. It was very much a dig in and stick in, and let's just nudge and nurdle this through to the victory margin. Whether he does come up with the big shots here, we shall see, and this may well be the opportunity for him to do so if he so chooses, because it's time for Parkinson.
Yeah, first over a spin. So, well, this will be interesting as an experiment for both sides, I think.
So let's just push back to cover, and there's no run. Parkinson pavilion end.
So I hadn't fallen asleep because I did the end of the Hassan over. I assume might take
was
over,
that your,
but yeah.
Was that your update? Taking over the over. Here's Parkinson in again. Bowls, and Roland Jones defends as far as a short extra cover. I was just checking to see if he wasn't a wide mid off. There is a long off down below us. So yeah, short extra cover. Cover, deep cover, backward point, slip. deep backward square, mid-wicket and mid-on. And Parkinson in the wrist spinner. Oh, a little bit of drift on that, wasn't there? Or was it just the angle that I was at and the dip deceived me as drift?
A little bit.
Parkinson away from us. Fourth ball of the over, 3 dots so far. Roland Jones is beaten by a Butte that floats under his nose and turns away from the edge of his back. 114 for 7. Does the Middlesex batter come up with a response as Parkinson bowls? Nope, it's a very solid forward defence from Roland Jones again. And I wonder, has Zafar had a chat with him and said, Toby, I asked you to listen to me at Lord's last year, and you did. He did. You know, seriously, this was a big conversation. As here's Parkinson bowls and Roland Jones drives only as far as extra cover, flowing drive, but nothing too aggressive. Maiden over for Parkinson to begin, but Zafar said he had it all the way long at Lord's last year, and everybody was worried because it was getting down to the penultimate over when he eventually hit out, grabbed his first boundary of a substantial innings, which was a 6 to win it. I think it may well have been off Parkinson that he struck that winning 6. But, you know, Roland Jones was playing well within himself, and they just batted for the partnership. Bat time, we'll nudge it and nurdle it, and we'll get it there. And I wonder, as Zafar said the same thing to Toby here, as he said, look, settle in with me. We bat for 20 or 30 overs. Then Middlesex are very close to winning this, so hang in there with me. No big shots. Play defensively, and let's see if we can get it close. 114 for 7.
Yeah, Hassan Mahmood continues from the Nackington Road end. 2 overs, no mates, 1 for 14 so far in this spell. 1 for 42 overall. Bowls to Zafar. That's that well, actually deflects it behind square. On the run, fielded by Sam Northeast though. A backward point. Just goes into a little bit of a chat with Matt Milnes. Throws the ball to him at cover. So it's a slip and a gully. Dawkins and Northeast respectively. And an email coming from Andy. Great to hear from you. Yeah, just a second. Round the wicket comes Hassan, and it's a shortish ball outside the off stump. He's gone for the uppercut, Zafar, to try and lift it over the wicketkeeper and slips. Not a bad idea. He didn't get anything on it though. So it's a little bit of an ooh and an ah. But dot ball. Andy asking, could you enlighten us on what it is, the device that both umpires are wearing on their chests? They're called eye hawks, I believe, and they send data analysis, statistical information, or data analysis anyway, back to the ECB. Not just as a scouting medium, but information on all the players playing county cricket, which the counties, I believe, have access to. This one's driven by Zafar Gohar. Doesn't get all of it by any means. Milnes picks it up at cover. Secondly, has the hot weather made this pitch more bowler friendly, or have the ground staff managed to liven up what's been a turgid square for the last couple of seasons? We're told they did leave a bit more grass on this. There was a lot of hot weather, obviously, just before they played on this, so it wasn't quite as lively as they were expecting. In terms of livening up, it's the variable bounce, I think, as much as any movement on this fourth day. So Hassan to Zafar, back foot defensive, straight back at the bowler. So it's not seaming or ragging all over the place. But yeah, just variable bounce. It has got a bit more life in it, as you say, Andy, than previously. And Kent have been just trying as hard as they can to put more bounce and carry, to make games more competitive, to stop the pitch flattening out towards the fourth innings.
I think I'm right in saying they left a certain amount of grass on this one, didn't they?
Sorry, I just mentioned that as
but in terms of a specific amount that they're going to stick to.
Yes,
which Simon Cook was saying to us on the first day, and I don't want to put words into his mouth, that, you know, relaying back what he was saying on day one, but I think they've kind of agreed upon, right, this is probably what gives you the best chance of this surface being, you know, a bit more live. And, you know, Simon Cook was saying to us on day one, but I think they've kind of agreed upon, right, this is probably what gives you the best chance of this surface being, you know, a bit more live. And, you know, Simon Cook was saying to us on day one, but I think they've kind of agreed upon, right, this is probably what gives you the best chance of this surface being, the right balance for bat and ball, whatever grass cutting level it was. That's what they're working towards each time now.
It's around the wicket comes Hassan. Just ducks underneath that bouncer, and there's no run.
Do you think I don't listen to you, Matt?
I'm almost certain. I wouldn't blame you either. It's not an accusation. I'm just an assumption.
It is that time of the afternoon, actually, though, isn't it? You do kind of just...
You just heard enough.
Not you, but partly. It's post-lunch, isn't it? Post-lunch.
But they have been trying, and it's one of the first things that Simon Cook addressed as director of cricket, is they realised that, particularly for bowlers, if you're going to come and bowl here as a Kent player, it's a much more attractive proposition if there's a bit of life in the pitch, and they were worried that games were drifting too often here to a draw, hard to take 20 wickets. Oh, and what a comedy of errors that was for a moment. Zafar Gohar hit it straight back at Hassan Mahmood. He sort of offered his shin to it. Rather than stopping it dead, it's bounced off towards Matt Parkinson at cover. Then Zafar thinks, there's a run here. Gets halfway down the pitch. Toby Roland-Jones, as you probably hear, is shouting, wait. So would have been an ugly run and an ugly run out, that one, for either side, wouldn't it, I think? There we go. End of the over.
Yeah, that's the one thing. You kind of don't want it to happen in a horrible way for Middlesex. If Kent win it, go on, bowl them out. But these two... It's set up now, isn't it? It's almost these two or bust. Certainly Tom Helm has the potential to score with the bat, but over the years, these are the two. Well, certainly Roland-Jones, but in recent years, Zafar Gohar, they're the ones that have shown they are capable of certainly taking it close at very least as Parkinson begins the new over. Right arm over to the right-handed Roland-Jones, who cuts late. Just in front of cover point. The throw will come to the non-strikers end. It's very well backed up. Slightly belated, perhaps, by mid-on, who comes around to gather. Roland-Jones was always home. I think he didn't have to get too much of a jog on there to get into his ground. It was Singh who tumbled and did very well, because had he have missed that, that would have been a boundary and overthrows you'd fancy, given where the fielding positions were. 116 more. 115 for 7, Middlesex.
Just about halfway there now.
Slipping a short leg, and Parkinson's in, bowls and push back, and there's no run. I couldn't tell if you were winding me up or not. Did you work that all by yourself?
Well, I'm just looking at the scoreboard. 150 to win, 116 to go.
Parkinson's in, bowls, and down the track comes Gohar, and he turns this out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 116 for 7, Matt, and it's 115 to win.
More than halfway there.
Oh dear.
I just thought you'd be proud.
I'm always proud of you, Matt. Always proud of you. Here's Parkinson. He's in, bowls, and this is turned by Roland-Jones through the vacant square leg for a single. Go, go, go was the cry from Zafar Gohar, and 117 for 7. So, well, can they nudge and nurdle it? It's what they did at Lords. So we don't need boundaries, Toby. We only need, 2.4 and over?
Yeah.
A couple of singles and over, and we'll be home.
Easy.
That was how they went about it at Lords, seriously. Zafar Gohar, very, very calm batter. Very calm cricketer, I think, but particularly with the bat in hand. He seems to settle in as here's Parkinson in. Down the track he comes and drives a single to long on. And they're nowhere near it yet. Absolutely nowhere near it yet. But at some point, if these two do continue to tickle, what did they get? Well, they've got 5 singles off this over so far. There's one ball to come of it, but here's Parkinson to Roland-Jones, who defends back up the track. If these two do continue to just push it back like that and tickle 3 or 4 singles, they've got 4 in that over, then there will come a point where Kent may have to think, hold on a minute, we need to bring up the field here. There's no good having a long off back and letting them push, a long on back, push him a couple down the ground and turning a few through square legs. So at the moment, they're not bringing out the big shots here, and they're quite right not to. There's 15 overs to tea. It's been a long 4 days for the two teams, and it won't be easy for the batters either. They'll be feeling the strain of 4 days in this heat. But they will say to themselves, come on, ball's 40 overs old now. They won't get a second new ball, really. I doubt. I mean, if we're still here in 40 overs time, I'd imagine Middlesex have won it. So by the time the 80th over comes around, there won't be a second new ball. So it's an old ball all the way here now for Kent. And it's what you would have thought would be a tiring attack. And as you say, Dudgeon went well with the bat, and he's now back only 6 overs in, but he did have a long stint with the bat as well. 118 for 7.
2 for 27, and just in a sort of cameo, the way that Matt Milnes and Keith Dudgeon batted across the last night and this morning, as Dudgeon bowls now to Zaffer into the offside solidly. It's a Finch at cover. That's what they were doing. Both batters who have attacking instincts as lower order players, they were just patting it around. They were just rotating the strike, and it didn't look that difficult. I mean, I know it's easy from here to say that, and the ball was much older than it is now, but I can see the sense in it.
Can you see lights flickering above the side screen down there?
I'm not sure what something's reflecting. Is that a light or is it a reflection on something? But yeah, a flashing light. Is Dudgeon it's just wafted at that outside the off stump. It's a good length ball, but it's not doing terribly much. But Gohar's just had a little waft at that.
Morse code up above the sight screen down there.
Yeah.
Somebody help! Can't find the mute button for the commentary. It's gone. Oh, so it's back.
Please stop.
What's behind the Nackington Road in there that could be reflecting like that? Houses.
The Simon Langton School is just over the way. It might be. I don't know. I'm thinking an upstairs window or something. But yeah, maybe.
The way that it's flashing, though, it's almost as though it's something rotating around. You know, the little wind things that are just glinting in the sun. There you go. The trees have blown across it momentarily, but it's back now. It's really distracting.
Dudgeon to Gohar, bouncer down the leg side.
It may be
one for the over.
It may be that the angle that they're at down there.
Oh, there we go. Back at it.
What, the flashing light?
Yeah.
It might be the angle, because it is quite seriously just above the sight screen. So if the bowling was right arm over to the right-handed Roland Jones, but it might be that their angle that they're at, they can't quite see it. It might be protected by lower branches. And, potentially the top of the sight screen itself. We're that little bit higher up, aren't we? So
yeah. Dudgeon to Gohar, won't get a run there either, just angling it to point.
Because there'll be no stopping it. We'll only find out when he's right arm over to Roland Jones whether it is. For Gohar, when he's right arm around, it's nowhere near the line. So,
no.
But how would you get that stopped? That flashing light immediately above the bowler's arm. Just go around to the school. Up a ladder. Could be
the school, yeah. Extraterrestrials on the park and ride. Could be.
We'll have to have more chatter about the Canterville Ghost, man. Oh, he's going to come right arm over now to the left-hander.
Okay, going to try and go across him.
Well, yeah, you'd probably see it if you were Zaffer Gohar. It probably wouldn't need to be Roland Jones. Right arm over should do it, shouldn't it, that line? So if it's visible to the batter, we'll know about it soon enough.
Oh, I see. You're still talking about the light. Yeah. As you say, the angle is a weird one. It might be.
It might be that we're higher up.
We're sitting higher up and might not be in the peripheral vision at that point. So Dudgeon bowls short ball. Gets underneath that one. Dudgeon with a stare. Zappa goes off for a little wander towards square leg, as is what we found out, certainly.
It's not Adam Hollyoak up there, is it? He's got a flashlight going on and off.
It might be the laser pointer trick, you think, just shining it in the eyes of the batter.
Yeah. That's where Ben Watts has gone. He's in the trees at the far end. Where is he today, Ben Watts?
I think
we're
allowing him a day off. I think.
Exactly. So why isn't he here? The denouement
I don't know.
of a wonderful 4 days.
Just anonymously.
No, he'd have heard. He'd have been up here. He'd have heard there was food. There was snacks.
Perhaps he's just in desolation over the spilt chocolates earlier.
Well, indeed, yeah. What waste.
Too sad to... Dudgeon to Zaffer, just clips at the offside, shy at the stumps from Sam Northeast. It's going to be overthrows, and Parkinson does his best to stop it. It's going to be a single overthrow. Again, easy game from up here, but I thought they were well safe when Sam Northeast was reaching his arm back to throw at the stumps at the far end, but all happens in a split second, doesn't it? 220 over though, 120 for 7, 111 needed to win. Roland Jones has 8, Zavagoha has 20. These two coming together at 93 for 7. So it's a 27-run stand. And I think that is as good as it's been for Middlesex so far.
In this innings, yeah.
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 So they're making progress here.
Well, yeah, it's get it to tea as the next one, isn't it? Of course, tea's only 15 minutes away.
Yeah,
with, I'm looking at the minimum overs remaining, of course.
Cannot be moved unless the umpires believe that there's a...
Yeah, no, they're 2 wickets away from it. Oh, what's the chat? Roland Jones and... Go on, who's having a go? Who is it?
What's Parkinson is?
No, 75. It's Parkinson.
Is limping here.
75.
He would be bowling, but he's palpably limping. What's happened there to Matt Parkinson?
Who's the 75 on the field for you? Or is it 15?
Dudgeon.
Oh, Dudgeon's 75, is he?
Yeah.
I've got down he's 33 on this scorecard.
He is not.
Ah, he's 75.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was having a good natter with Roland Jones about something.
Yeah, just wondering that Matt Parkinson really not moving very easily, but they are going to bowl him from this pavilion end. 124-7 then.
Right arm over and he comes. The wrist spinner, he bowls, and Roland Jones will punch off the back foot. Mistimed, he hits it all along the floor, toe into the bat to extra cover. I think his eyes lit up there at the width and short length from Parkinson. He's in again now. Bowls. Oh, turns one past the edge of the forward defence. Lovely. Cracking delivery, that. Yeah, the next countdown for Middlesex is 15 minutes, isn't it? Get it to tea, and then... What do we got? 15... I'll get 4 overs in that time. It'll be 41 overs after tea. To chase just over 100 as here's Parkinson bowls. Roland Jones rocks back, punches him off just outside off stump, and it didn't particularly get up. Beware the googly, the slider. How many variations has Parkinson got? It didn't really go off the straight at all, that one, but that was to the saving of Roland Jones as Parkinson's in, right in behind this one. Halfway forward, Roland Jones. He defends the onside. And 120 for 7 it is. Parkinson. Lots of flight. Forward defence from Roland Jones. Tea is on his mind. Much like many others of us. Others of us? Many.
Easy for you to say.
Parkinson's in, bowls, and forward goes Roland Jones again. It's a dot and it's a maiden. Second maiden in 3 for Parkinson. So Middlesex are, well, they're parking the bus before tea here at Canterbury. And rightly so. I think, you're not going to win it before tea, but you'll sure lose it. So get it through to tea, put your feet up for 20 minutes and go again. 111 more required. Middlesex 120 for 7.
Matt Parkinson's labouring away there, having bowled the over.
Mm.
He's limping out to his fielding position. So he may not be entirely fit to field, but they need him to bowl at the moment. So he's actually fielding on one leg out there at mid-on. Just his arms work, don't they? He does a lot of pointing. He goes off to mid-wicket. Jaden Denley's on the field as a sub now. As Dudgeon comes round the wicket. Yorker length, well dug out by Zavagoha. Dot ball. That's a corking delivery from Dudgeon.
Come on, get a helmet out here. Was that the cry? They want a short leg. Trying to get into the mind of Zavagoha on 20 for 7.
It's got to help the over rate, that's for sure. They do take their time, Kent, but won't mind if they win it, obviously. Dudgeon around the wicket to Zaf first, steers that away, and that's going to be 4 runs, is it? Behind square, no, Hassan Mahmood will cut it off. They'll come back for 2. A shout from Dudgeon because it got close to gully, but I think it hit the ground before it got to Sam Northeast. It shot past him. I thought it was pretty well guided by Savagahar there. Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable shot. Keith Dudgeon is a bowler, though. He'll believe anything that leaves the ground off the bat should be caught. 122 for 7 is in his enthusiasm. He has 2 for 31 so far. Bowls to Savagahar, ducks underneath that. There's no run. I just wonder where the enthusiasm is out in the centre now. Have Kent gone a little bit quiet here?
No, I think probably everybody's settled in for tea, really, aren't they? I mean, there'll be a little bit of fatigue out there right now for Kent, won't there? There will be. Even with the excitement of the 7 wickets, it's been a long, hot session, a long, hot 4 days, and back-to-back rounds in this heat. Oh, speaking of which, Spitfires, what have we got overhead there?
It's a helicopter. Round the wicket comes Dudgeon to Zaffa, another bouncer. It's just, yeah.
That's what making that noise?
Yeah.
I was about to say, it's a fast helicopter. It sounds like a jet, doesn't it?
So it's probably one of your VIP friends, Kev, I would have thought.
David Townsend.
Could be. So we know how he likes to travel. So yeah, 10 minutes until the scheduled break for tea. That's round the wicket comes Dudgeon to Zaffa. Was back of a length as well. And there's an exchange from between the two players there. Well bowled, I'm sure Zaffa is saying to Keith Dudgeon there.
It's got a fair lick, that helicopter. I really thought that was going to be a jet zooming over the ground noisily when we just heard it for the first time on the mic.
Going to half an hour updates now. So exciting is this game here. For our radio listeners, keep us informed of the final day. As we cover Sussex and Surrey during the afternoon.
Surrey's a noisy one for the airplanes, isn't it? Heathrow and London City. When you're there. We don't hear so much, we don't hear any really planes over Lords. Occasionally they turn up to the north of the ground.
Dudgeon, has he got him there? Certainly beaten the defence. Jagging back towards the thigh pad, but yeah, looks like it's doing too much from here. But big shout from Dudgeon. Uncomfortable for Savagahar, but he keeps his wicket intact. 22 for him, 8 for Roland Jones. 122 for 7 Middlesex, 109 to win here. I mentioned Surrey because I'll be giving the latest score there. If you're a fan of Surrey, it's not going to be good. If you're not,
Toby,
better.
Roland Jones and Dudgeon, they're still going, aren't they? It could be jovial, but it looks to me the way Toby's talking to him as though it's not.
Well, I think that
there's a point being made about something, let's put it that way.
There was a short ball or a series of back-length balls to Zaffa, and I think there was, I'm not sure who started it, but, but certainly Savagahar has reacted to something, and there's been a word back from Dudgeon. So yeah, maybe the tension out there.
Parkinson to Roland Jones, slip and a silly mid off, and a forward defence just fine of the first of those. A silly mid off to backward point, no run. Will he play out another Roland Jones, another maiden to Parkinson here, Roland Jones? Again, it's tea that's on their mind. Just go off, have a rethink, have a reset, the batters. Come again. Parkinson in bowls, and this is driven to extra cover. There's no, it would be a hammer blow to Middlesex to lose one of these two just before tea now. Having got it this far, 109, just get it to, doesn't have to be before tea. They're so close to bringing it down to double figures. Parkinson bowls and given a lot of flight, which allows Roland Jones to just wait on it and drive all along the carpet down to long off for a single. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. And 108 more to win. Roland Jones is on to 9 from 25. Savagahar is 22 from 49.
Yeah, 30 between these two now. Partnership growing. It's the biggest one of this innings for Middlesex.
Parkinson bowls. A lot of width. Edged! Now, what was it edged? Well, Parkinson's looking back at the umpire to say, was there bat? I think it's fallen short. Was it toe end onto the glove again? Or was it just glove to the keeper? Did it beat the edge, hit the glove? I dare say there was glove involved from the keeper, but was there any bat involved? Here's Parkinson. Actually, we'll see the replay first here, won't we? It came off the pad of the keeper, didn't it? As Gohar rocks back and pushes this back into the offside. There's no run. Whether there was a little toe end of the bat onto the pad of the keeper and then to slip. Certainly, I thought Gohar did look at the toe end of his bat, actually. So, suggesting there may have been.
Yeah. Daniel Drummond will be assessing the threat Matt Parkinson is giving him, I suppose.
Around the wicket he comes, down the track comes Gohar, he drives through the covers, and Drummond immediately sets off. He doesn't even try to stop it. He realises his one chance is if it slows up the hill, but it doesn't. And it's 4 more, and Middlesex are 127 for 7. It's 104 more required. Well, we're 6 minutes from tea on day 4.
Yeah, and this is my point about Matt Parkinson, is that they dealt with him so far. It's not outrageous turn for him either. Beaten the bat a couple of times, but obviously can't be leaking runs. It's a low target. Still a nervous one here for Kent fans of Middlesex. 127 for 7. Kent need just 3 more wickets, but Middlesex need 104 to win. It would look like Kent are favourites, but the partnership out there at the moment, Zafar Gohar and Toby Rowland-Jones, have been on 30 together, and between them, well, 34 now. It's the highest partnership of this innings so far. So although it's a low total, it's also a low target for Middlesex. So nervous times for Kent. Matt Milnes has taken 3 wickets, 2 for Dudgeon. Stewart's picked up 1, so too as Hassan Mahmood, the Bangladesh international. Kent could do ideally with another one before tea, which is in 5 minutes' time, but still feels like it's in the balance, and this could go right to the wire, this game, as it's the final day of 4 here at Canterbury. Elsewhere, Surrey running out of time and runs to save their game at Cardiff against Glamorgan. Glamorgan now just need 21 more to win. 7 wickets remaining, 174 for 3. Looks like they will ease home against Surrey, as this ball may well go for 4 from Zafar Gohar. Will it? No, it's going to be stopped on the boundary, but Kent looking for a wicket. Surrey look like they're doomed to defeat. Now let's see how those games go with commentary via the BBC Sport website and app and regular radio reports. 129 for 7. I'll put the microphone back on. How about that? That might work. And that's how the chocolates got spilled. I can exclusively reveal. So 129 for 7. Rowland-Jones has 11. He'll face Keith Dudgeon. 2 balls into this.
Yeah, there'll be 1 more over before tea, won't they? You'd have thought.
I think this is a worrying partnership for Kent. As Dudgeon bowls to Rowland-Jones, goes to pull it away. 1 bounce to Daniel Drummond, who takes it very smartly to his right.
Well, I have to say, if they do start going to the short stuff to Rowland-Jones, I don't think he'll particularly mind it. Now is a good time just before tea, though, because bump him out at this stage when he should really be thinking about just getting his head down to the interval. And Rowland-Jones is playing it as though there's a top-order batter at the other end, and he's a fine bat himself.
11 from 28 so far as Dudgeon bowls to him. He pulls that one away. It's, well, tries to catch it. It's pretty soon along the ground. I'm not sure he's quite middled it, but Ben Dawkins stops it on the leg side. No run.
It felt slightly as though he closed his eyes on that. And as well, of course, we've had Dudgeon versus Rowland-Jones in the chatter.
Bit of needle out there.
Yeah.
Well, this is a very close game. It's unsurprising, I would
suggest. It's part of the game. It's brilliant. It's part of the game. Absolutely endorse that. You know, as long as it stays within a certain boundary.
It's a competitive business. Dudgeon round the wicket to Zafar Gohar. Drives this. There'll be runs there, at least 1. Hassan Mahmood is after it in the covers. They'll come back for a comfortable 2.
Down to double figures.
Yeah, 99 to win now. 132 for 7. Is this the partnership?
If these two can get it to 49, then I'd start to think Middlesex have got a chance. They're still a long way off here. Because although Middlesex will, I think both sides will happily take tea right now, because Kent look a little tired and a little quiet, but tea can always break the concentration of the batters more, which could lead to the wicket immediately after the interval. They've got to get there first.
So Dudgeon, 1 ball to come of the 45th over as he bowls to Zafar. What's happened there? Crikey, he's
Inside
got
toe edge.
low. Inside edge onto the pad. It's more or less just dropped to the in front of the feet. In front of the stumps, though, crucially as well. 132 for 7 then at the end of the over. There'll be 42 available, 41 available, I think, in the final session. I don't think it'll go that far. It's 2.5 and over, isn't it? So 99 to win for Middlesex. Kent still needing those 3 wickets. Parkinson continuing.
And it'll be to Roland Jones, final over before tea. And 45 overs old now, the ball. So there'll be 41 left after the interval. Again, we don't think it'll get anywhere near a second new ball for Kent as Parkinson's in, bowls, and Roland Jones defends into the onside. It will be a thou shalt not pass approach from the former skipper right now. And well, this is the period really where a lot of the top order, Middlesex top order, would have been hoping, just couldn't we have got there ourselves to 45 overs? Easier said than done, but low full toss to Roland Jones, and he whips it out to the mid-wicket boundary. Just a single. Had to be careful not to play over the top of that it didn't dip late on him. But yeah, this is there or thereabouts the kind of time where 45 overs old, the ball's just getting a little tired. How tired is the attack? How tired are the batters? Again, it's been a grueling 4 days for Roland Jones and Gohar. They've been out there bowling a fair bit of it. Slip and a short leg for the left-hander. Parkinson's around the wicket. The wrist spinner offers a full ball, which Gohar shuffles to and defends to the onside. None for 10 in his 5th, Parkinson. 3 deliveries remain of the afternoon session of the final day of another gripper in the championship. As here's Parkinson. He bowls down the track again, Gohar. Bat and pad together, smothers it. There was a cry, a yelp. He wasn't quite to the pitch, so would he be able to smother it? Would it get through? Would he offer an inside edge onto the pad and bring short leg in play? Excitement. He's going to come over the wicket now, Parkinson. Gohar takes middle stump from the umpire as he remarks his guard. And Parkinson in. 5th ball of the over. Backing up. Goodness me, that turned. Backing right up to it. Gohar drops a single into the offside. He was easy enough with it in the end, starting outside the off stump, but it turned and bounced coming into him. I thought he might be in trouble getting tucked up, but he plays it nicely for the single. Last ball of the afternoon session of day 3. It's Parkinson to Roland Jones, and it's left alone outside off stump, and that is tea on day 3. And boy, oh boy, Middlesex have a chance. It's still, for me, something of a long shot. 97 runs is a long way, but it's a softer ball now, and it's a tiring attack. What strength to Roland Jones on 13 and Gohar on 29 from 32 and 57 respectively. What do they have left in them?
We'll find out in 20 short minutes. Thanks for joining us so far on the commentary with Kevin Hand, you just heard from, and myself, Matt Cole. We'll bring you the final session in short order. Which side will be victorious from this fantastic battle at Canterbury? More to come. Well, the players are retaking the field here at Canterbury for the final session, final day. Kent against Middlesex. Who's going to win it? We'll find out in the next few overs. Middlesex 134 for 7, still need 97 to win. Kent need 3 wickets. In the face of that, looking like Kent are favourites. But this partnership of 41 so far between Zafar Gohar, who scored 95 in the first innings. He has 29. And Roland Jones, who had a brisk 20-odd in the first innings. He has 13. Are they starting to take it away from Kent? Kent fell a little bit flat in the field towards the end of that session. Maybe tiredness setting in, just maybe wondering where that next wicket was going to come from. But all in the balance as we go into this final session. A notional 41 overs remaining in the day. That would only be at a rate of 2.5 an over from Middlesex. They're going more like 3. It means the batters can be conservative. They don't have to go hell for leather here at Kent. They could do it in singles. Kent looking for wickets to wrap it up as quickly as they can after tea. Matt Milnes around the wicket to Zafar Gohar on off stump, and there's no run. And he's been the pick of the bowlers. He has 3 wickets, the most of any Kent bowler in this innings. And he's conceded just 11 runs from 11 overs before the start of this one. So he's bowling really, really well, is Matt Milnes. But that may not be enough for Kent. They need the breakthroughs too. They've done that on a pretty regular basis before these two came together. This has just worked into the onside by Zafar. Thinks about a run. Chris Benjamin, the wicketkeeper, goes round from behind the stumps, almost to a square leg to pick it up, and there's no run. So update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners across the south very shortly here on this very stream. As Milnes bowls to Zafar Gohar, just a little bit outside pass of the bat, but kept nice and low from a Middlesex point of view to Harry Finch at a backward point. It's Ben Dawkins to Chris Benjamin's left, the first slip. Both of them tall figures, actually. Benjamin tall for a wicket-keeper. Dawkins, a good 6'6", a couple of inches taller. Keith Dudgeon at gully, backward point. The cover in there as well on the offside field. Milnes to Zafar, drops into the offside, wants a run. Looks to Rowan Jones as a definite no-no from the experienced man at the far end. Danny Bell-Drummond is at mid-off. Mid-on is Matt Parkinson. It'll be interesting to see if they keep him on the spin. A number 11 off 5 overs so far. So mid-wicket, Sam Northeast there, clapping his hands. Deep square leg as well. The big shot from Zafar is Milnes round the wicket to him. And more noise from Kent after the interval. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Danny Bell-Drummond and Adam Holyoke said to the rest of the team, we need to keep the energy up here. We need the breakthroughs. Can it be done from a Kent point of view? And we'll find out in the next couple of hours, maybe even sooner, who's going to win this game, and still in the balance with Middlesex 134 for 7 on the final session of the final day here. They need 97 more to win. Kent need 3 wickets. Oh, goodness me, very close to the outside edge of Zafar Gohar, who has 29 with Roland Jones on 11. The pair of them have put together 41. It's by far the highest partnership in this innings for Middlesex. That might be key. These two starting to settle a little bit the crease, where Kent have been taking regular wickets. They're holding them up at the moment. Still 97, as I said, to win. But Kent do still need those 3 wickets and should be considered favourites. But again, half an hour might tell on where the balance of play runs. Matt Milnes has just opened up the bowling after tea from the Nackington Road end. He's by far the best of the bowlers for Kent today. 3 for 11 off 12 overs so far. The spin of Matt Parkinson at this pavilion end as Kent try and take the wickets, which will give them the 4th win out of 5 in the county championship. Elsewhere, Surrey have lost their game against Glamorgan. I think last time I talked to you, Glamorgan were on the brink of beating them. They've won by 7 wickets, 197 for 3. They finish. So from our teams, just Kent playing at the moment against Middlesex. Can they wrap up victory? Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app with regular reports on the radio. Was driven by Zafar Gohar into the offside, and Daniel Bell Drummond Fields at mid-off. So a dot ball after a single off the first balls. Oh, that one has gripped for Parkinson, but not at any great speed, and Zafar Gohar just sees it off his stumps into the offside. It's fielded by Sam Northeast, a short leg. It's Dawkins, I think, in the end. Slip is Dudgeon. As Parkinson bowls to Zafar, squeezes down that one. They get a run just behind the slip. And they come back for 2, actually. Really well run by Zafar, I think it is. Throw coming in from Chris Benjamin, who had to run off down towards halfway to the boundary to pick that one up and throw back in. So a couple of runs. Zafar Gohar has 31, 14 for Roland Jones. They're not just holding Kent up here, but this could be the partnership. That steers Middlesex towards a victory. Parkinson 2, Zafar comes down the pitch, nicely hit by the left-hander up to Finch, takes a single there. So 1 to come from the Parkinson over, 2 overs in to the final session. Plenty of overs to come for Middlesex if they keep their wickets intact. Think about a run. Yes, no, yes, no. No, no, said Toby Roland Jones. Dot ball to end the Parkinson over. 138 for 7 Middlesex, 93 to win.
Well, 39 overs, 93 runs. I'm weighing it up that maybe it'll take, if they are to do it, Middlesex, it'll take them 30 overs maybe. Maybe not even that now, but circa. The runs required are 2.4. The current is 2.9. Don't read too much into any of that, but say it takes 30 overs after tea. It's 180 balls. It is a length ball to Gohar from Milnes, pushed away. It's working out the chances for both sides. What's more likely in 180 balls, the 93 runs or 3 good chances or wicket-taking balls for Kent? The crucial one, though, is to break this partnership for Kent. Once it does, it changes the dynamic. I don't think they'd farm the strike, whoever remains with Tom Helm. I'm sure they wouldn't. They'd have to with Navia Sharma if it got that far. Milnes around the wicket again, bowls, and defended by Gohar into the offside and no run.
I would just say, I think, as you said, actually, Kent went a little bit flat, didn't they, towards the...
Tired,
felt like towards the end of the session, and so a bit more noise as they come back out.
That can happen any given day in any given session, can't it?
Yeah.
But especially the heat that both sides have had to play in here.
And we'll talk about the heat and get in hand. Dispensing with one of the fans.
This is short, up in the air. The cry is catch. Gohar hooking to deep backward square, and it goes for 4. Could you catch it over the stand there? We've not got the best line of sight.
Yeah, Kanch Singh was never in with a chance of getting that one. It was high, but well to his right and well high as well. Bounced just inside the rope. I think Matt Milnes is frustrated because it was in the air for such a long time.
Yeah.
But I don't think Kanch had a realistic chance of getting that one. But it's 4 more.
And it's 89 to win for Middlesex. Slip and a gully. Slip's got a helmet on because he's almost at second but advanced, as here's a length ball defended by Gohar. The one thing that I think it's fair to say is the seam movement has, the seam's softer and the seam movement isn't as pronounced out there now. Whereas this morning that ball was nipping about and it blasted through the top order, and that was always the key. Could one of them hang in there until it got softer? And, you know, at this stage start to think about, okay, Now he can start to score some runs and see this home. Well, they couldn't, so it's down to the lower order. Can they see off the older ball? Milnes around the wicket to Gohar, who drives off stump, a little inside out towards cover, and I can understand Kent's excitement. He looks at the toe end of his bat.
And as you say, the new ball could become available, but it'll be so deep into this this final day that Middlesex almost certainly will have won it before that point. Or Kent will have won it, I suppose, if they take the 3 wickets, but I don't think it's going to be there if they need it, Kent, if that makes any sense.
Last ball of his 13th, Milnes. He bowls, and this is punched 2 points by Gohar. There's no run. Gohar is 36 from 73. Roland Jones is 14 from 34. Middlesex are 142 for 7 from 49 overs, and with a minimum of 38 overs remaining in the game, it's 89 more runs for a Middlesex win, or 3 wickets for Kent. It's not quite perfectly poised just yet, but these two are giving themselves a chance.
Yeah, the partnership at 49 off 88, sorry, 49 off 90 balls now. Kent wicketless in that time, of course. This one's defended by Roland Jones into cover, picked up by Sam Northeast there. He's waiting for Matt Parkins to be ready to get the ball back. The spinner has got a bit of turn, bit of grip out of this pitch, but not any great pace or bounce off the surface. So Roland Jones looks to just lever that away towards the offside boundary. Single taken to Hassan Mahmood. 50 partnership. And, well, I have to say, Kent fans applauding it, but warily rather than excitedly, I would suggest. Generously, but...
They're getting a little bit more generous with age, the Kent fans, aren't they?
It's Parkinson. I think the championship crowds are always pretty generous.
Is it the T20 crowd I'm being a bit...
No, I think they're very generous too. Can go a little bit quiet here, certainly, if the Spitfire's been beaten. But Parkinson does get that grip, but Zafar goes onto the back foot, makes himself room and pushes it out into the offside. That's a single. If it's not exactly looking like a cruise for them at the moment, looking a lot less threatening, this Kent attack. Tied up, ball softer. And Zafar Gohar have earned this as well, and Roland Jones have earned this as a partnership. Gritting their teeth, Roland Jones defends it back up the pitch to the bowler. And there's no run. I don't think it quite matches. Kent were playing at Chelmsford the other day against Essex. I thought the sound had gone off half the time. Whenever Kent hit a boundary, but there we are. That's the nature of that rivalry, I guess. Swept by Roland Jones. Dawkins has to take evasive action to protect his ankles and jumps in the air at short leg, and they take a single. 145 for 7. Kent on the hurry up. Their over rate is down. But unfortunately, this is the conundrum for Daniel Beldrum, and they may need to hurry here to try and get their over rate back up.
Oh, Parkinson will get that round, won't he? You'd assume that Parkinson will
doesn't
continue.
bowl that get through his overs that quickly,
No.
and they're 3 behind. But then again, that's the position you get yourself in, isn't it? If you don't bowl your overs quick enough. So
Yeah.
145 for 7.
Yeah. There is a slip and a gully, and a strong breeze now out in the middle. Look at the it's Dawkins, isn't it? It's slip with the helmet on. Look at his sweater blown in the wind. Flag at the far end picks up as well by that marquee, and for Canterbury week as in comes Milnes.
And just flicks that behind square. Bless you. Single taken as Harry Finchfield's on the leg side.
I think I pressed mute in time.
Yeah.
Just to the relief of every listener, especially those with earpods in at the moment. They'd have been blown out either side of the ear there, wouldn't they? Sorry. We've sat forward to the edge of the window, and maybe a bit of pollen blowing. And they did say the hay fever count would be high. I haven't had any yet this year.
You're not?
Yeah. Lucky so far as Milnes around the wicket bowls to Gohar. He pushes a single in between point and cover. 84 to win. What these two did at Lords last year, they did in singles until the 6 at the end from Gohar. And at the moment, it very much looks as though Zafar Gohar is saying to Toby Rowland-Jones, we only need to keep pushing it back.
Yeah.
36 overs remain. It's not there yet. It's still not there yet. I reckon if these two are still there and there's 49 runs to win, then you start to think, hold on, this is getting tight. They're a long way from that yet. Another 35 runs from that. But do the singles become a problem at some point? As Milnes is in, bowls to Rowland-Jones, strikes him on the pad and he's gone, LBW. Plays around one. Rowland-Jones thinking it was leg side and a clip through mid-wicket. But that's why Kent didn't have to worry just yet. There's still a long, long way to go. LBW for 17 to Milnes. Full ball. Umpire decided that was striking leg. And 66 minutes, 40 deliveries. They needed to double that partnership, really. So it's over to Helm and Gohar now to somehow be the pair that find 84 more runs.
Yeah, I think it may have been straightening a little bit on Toby Rowland-Jones there. Milnes bowls to him. It's hitting very low, isn't it?
Yeah, he was looking to clip through mid-wicket, wasn't he? He's missed it.
And applause for Toby Rowland-Jones, but also for Matt Milnes there. I mean, he has been very much the pick in this innings, hasn't he? He's been so hard to play. 4 for 17 off 13 and a half. And if Kent fans, you were thinking a big uh-oh at this Middlesex partnership, I'm not surprised. That was a huge wicket for Kent at this point, 147 for 8, but still possible. But so impressed by Zafar Gohar. First innings 95, this 38. As he's joined by the tall Tom Helm. They look 84 to win still. 2 wickets in hand. Perhaps Kent just nosing in front once again. But is going to make done yet?
Yeah, Helm heads to the middle and Milnes comes in to bowl to him, looking to blast those pads off, looking for the same ball that he just bowled to Rowland-Jones, this one more down the leg side. And it's a good tumbling stop by Benjamin. 47 for 8, known as Franklin to his mates. That was good work from you earlier, Benjamin Franklin.
Wow. I just work with what I've got, Kevin. There we are.
Milnes bowls, Helm defends. Back up the track. Helm is a fine, fine batter, but he's got to obviously get himself in. And you'd be looking for Helm to err on the side of caution at all times here and let Zafar, the set bat on 38 from 76, be the one who goes after it a little more. But
they have, as the cricket phrase goes, opened up an end here, Kent, haven't they? With the batter coming fresh to the crease, but yeah, be interesting to see how these two treat this. It's a gully and a leg gully now.
Milnes wide on the crease from the Nackington Road end. Helm gets in behind it, pushing back, no run. 147 for 8. And Zafar Gohar, 38. Tom Helm yet to get off the mark. Toby Rowland-Jones departed for 17 LBW. Looking to clip mid-wicket and missing. And he had a little chat, I just saw, you probably wouldn't have seen from line of sight there, Matt, but he just had a little chat with Tom Helm as they passed just over the rope. And it did look as though the chat was, I'd imagine, would have been something along the lines of, it ain't doing that much. Hang in there.
Welcome to Sports Extra listeners, here with Matt Cole and Kevin Hand on the final day, final session of Kent against Middlesex. It's Matt Parkinson bowling to Zafar Gohar, who works that into the onside. Not sure if you joined us in time for the wicket of Toby Rowland-Jones, but a 54-run partnership looked like it might be taking Middlesex towards victory here. Kent have taken the wicket. Middlesex 148 for 8, still need 83 to win. Ball's getting softer, attack's getting tighter, pitch doesn't look as threatening as it did earlier on when Kent threatened to blow Middlesex away. They had them 52 for 4 just before lunch, 93 for 7. But Roland Jones with 17 and Zafar Gohar, on whose shoulders probably Middlesex's hopes rest now, on 39. Look like they might be taking it into Middlesex's hands. It's third place, fourth, as that one beats the outside edge of Tom Helm through to wicketkeeper Chris Benjamin, a short leg and a slip in. And that's the match situation here. And it's been hard to tell most of the day which way this is going. Have I wandered into your over, Kevin, with the sum up?
I don't think so. As Helm defends into the onside. No problem at all.
Give him a big feet out.
It was a welcome relief to the listeners that have been with us all day, I think, that you gave them a break for one over from me. Here's Parkinson. None for 19. Yeah, what you didn't remember in that roundup is Parkinson bowls again and Helm defends into the onside. They just brought across a short leg. Yes, no, Helm goes back. And there's no run. There's, along with all that, at the end of the list, and the commentators are shot to pieces in this heat. The humming of the sauna that is the Canterbury commentary box. Well, the worst in the country when there's a heat wave.
I try not to make it all about us, but here we go. It's hard to resist sometimes. But yeah, bright sunshine, a hot day, you'll be surprised to hear.
Here's Parkinson bowls. Back and across goes Helm, which is a dangerous thing to do on this pitch to the spinners as well. He defends a relatively full ball in the into the offside. The ball has been seaming about since the first morning. In the latter 2 days, I'd suggest it seemed a lot less once the ball's gone soft. It was seaming all day on day one as a fly is disturbing Tom Helm, so Parkinson aborts his run-up. It was swinging on day one for Morgan, swung big on day two for Dudgeon. Day three was a lot about Max Holden and Zafar Gohar dragging Middlesex back into this game as here's Parkinson bowls and Helm dabs into the onside, and this time they do say yes for the single, and he's not farming the strike Gohar, although he looked reluctant on that single, I'd say, or he was certainly leaning on his bat at the he was on his heels at the non-striker's end, wasn't he? But it's one more to the total. It means Middlesex are 149 for 8, 82 more to win, and Roland Jones having only just departed for 17. Helm new to the crease with 8 to his name. We were saying, should these two, or the previous two, have got it down to 49 to win, then you'd just start to believe. But at 82 to win with 2 wickets remaining, it feels a long way. But there was a magnificent finale at Lord's last year between these two, with Middlesex claiming a 2-wicket win and Zafar Gohar, after an outstanding 9th wicket stand, hitting 6 to win the match.
Milnes continues to Helm, just up on his toes, the big man, and back to Milnes. He's good 6-7, Tom Helm. Tall, fast bowler. Milnes, 4 for 17 so far of his 14, has been truly excellent in this innings.
Middlesex have come a long way. Middlesex have changed a bit since then. Richard Johnson was the coach, and I'd say there was a fair bit of belief that that was, supposed to be a promotion charge, that win, the beginning of.
Milnes to Helm, rising up towards his chest, that one. Just back of a length, no run. Helm sees it off.
He was replaced mid-season by Dane Villas as an interim coach who did a fine job and a very popular job, as Richard Johnson did. And said at the time, and I'll always say it, there's not many times a coach walks away with his head held high, and that's what Richard Johnson did. But Peter Fulton comes in this season now, the New Zealander, and a test batter, and a title-winning coach with Canterbury in New Zealand.
Milnes then to Helm. Oh, that's pinged him. I don't think it's come off glove. That's come off the helmet, or maybe the shoulder, if anything. It's the shoulder, I think, of Tom Helm. Didn't get into a great position for that short ball from Matt Milnes. On the other side of the coaching, Adam Hollyoake. Again, had a dreadful season in the Championship last year, all sorts of injuries, but didn't play well when they did get players fit. Finished bottom of the County Championship, started really badly, 3 poor performances. But Adam Hollyoake and his team have turned things around, 3 wins from the last 4. Started them 3rd this afternoon, Middlesex 4th. A lot on this game for these two sides if they're going to chase the top 2. Milnes to Helm, nicely dealt with. Helm, good length delivery, but defended up towards Daniel Bell-Drummond. That's a hint of a drive there, but no aggression. So yeah, he has changed things around, Adam Hollyoake. And momentum like that, as we know from, well, from all kinds of sports, very difficult to change once it started. But Kent playing with a bit more of a spring now, and very much in this game. But which side will win it? As Milnes bowls to Helm, take a single. There we are, single off the 5th ball there. So Gohar might like to be on strike, but he's not getting it. 150 up then for Middlesex for 8 wickets down as it's fielded by Matt Parkinson at mid-off. Polite applause, I think, a smattering.
Yeah, Canterbury, the winners of the Plunket Shield before Pete Fulton swapped Canterbury for Lords. 119th year of the Plunket Shield. Whippersnappers.
Yeah. These brand new countries. And their games.
What year of the County Championship is it now? I've got to check, having said that.
Of the actual County Championship, that's a good question. Obviously, it goes back a long way, cricket. But Zaffa just ducks underneath a short ball from Milnes. Milnes has a bit of a stare at Zaffa, who I think it's fair to say had an exchange of opinions with Keith Dudgeon when he was bowling from that end as well. All got a little bit tense out there. 39 for Zaffa Gohar, 2 for Tom Helm, 150 for 8 Middlesex. They need 81 to win. Kent need 2 wickets, 34 overs available on the final day.
136th year of the County Championship, so it's not that much older than the Plunket Shields. 119 years. 150 for 8. And it's going to be Parkinson to step in. None for 20 from 8 overs. Slip and a short leg crouch down. Glorious sunshine. What's put him off? Something has. The ball signals. Slip in a gully. Backward point. Deep cover. Cover. Short extra cover. Crouch down. Mid off. Mid on. Short leg. And where am I missing? I must be deep mid wicket as this ball's driven by Helm to mid off. That's well played, well run. Just straight of the short extra cover who remains on the floor, hands on his head in case it's a wayward throw from who is it at mid off actually? I was going to say Parkinson, but he's bowling. Finch is on the sub. The number 17 picking himself up, Sam Northeast. And in comes Parkinson to the left-handed Gohar over the wicket from the pavilion end. It's defended to short leg. There's no run. Northeast, who has the record score at Lords.
He does.
A couple of years back. Yeah. 335, beating Gooch's 333. 51 for 8 as Parkinson's in. Down the track comes Gohar. He slams it in the air over Bell Drummond at mid-off. There was a cry of catch. I did think the fielder was too wide. For a moment he stooped, ready to send himself with a leap to his left, Bell Drummond, but I think he knew all the way it was gone. It was just a stoop to turn and go to retrieve it. It's 155 for 8 and it's 76 more to win as Zaffa Gohar moves to 43 from 80. And yet again, the County Championship is delivering on the final evening. It's been bubbling up beautifully, this game, all the way through. You always fancied this is what it would come to on the final day, barring a ridiculous collapse, as is Parkinson bowls, and this is pushed by Gohar to short extra cover, no run. Middlesex will feel it wasn't ridiculous, their collapse at the top today, but it gave Kent the ascendancy on this final day, and it's been catch-up ever since for the team chasing. As down the track comes Gohar, he turns to mid-wicket, there's no run again. The wrist spinner receives the ball quickly from his mate Singh at mid-wicket and flips it hand to hand. Short leg takes off the helmet and is coming out now for Gohar. Well, we've been pondering for a while at what point will we start to see team changes, position changes in the fields for Kent. Is that the first of them? Just a slip now as Parkinson bowls and Gohar rocks back and eases a single. Run him out is the cry. The throw goes to the keeper's end. It's slightly wide. Would he have been home anyway? Keeper goes to whip off the bail. There's a no ball called as well. What does that take it down to? Gohar's on to 44, 75 to win. Has that included the no ball? I think it has. 150. It has not. 73 to win. 158 for 8. Short leg back in for Tom Helm.
Yeah, I think Helm looked, just on the replay, looks safe there, I think.
A direct hit might have been interesting.
Might have been challenging.
Parkinson's in, bowls, and this is pushed back by Helm. No run. 3 from 15 for Helm. Zafar Gohar will have strike. 44 from 83. It's 158 for 8. Yeah, that ponderance that we were having, Matt, was when Roland Jones and Zafar Gohar quite calmly through their partnership were just pushing singles for as long as they wanted, it seemed. You thought, will Kent actually have to bring up the field here and stop these singles and say you're going to have to force more of the runs? We'll see what they do now.
Yeah, Zafar Gohar 44. It's been a fantastic knock in the context of the game already. Milnes continuing for Kent from the Nackington Road end. This spell, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. Just wondering how long they'll bowl him for. Coming down the slight slope from the Nackington Road end now to bowl to Zafar, who drives it to mid-on. It's a little bit low part of the bat, that one, but Chris Benjamin, the wicketkeeper, got excited. So too did Ben Dawkins at slip. Not quite together. They might need to work on that. 159 for 8. With 73 to win. A foregone conclusion for either side here. It's Milnes to Zafar. Just on the back foot, defends up to Daniel Bell-Drummond. His faded Kent cap. From dark blue to light brown it is now. He's been here for so many years. Skippering the side now, of course.
Run that by me again. It's gone from dark blue to light brown because he's been here so many years.
Yeah, the sun bleaches the caps to
bleaches and brown.
Yeah, there we go. They lose their colour, and as you see, he's got a light brown cap on now. It's this one's just angled away by Zafar. Decent shot for a single. In comes Harry Frinch from the offside boundary. And they'll get through for 1.
I was neither doubting you nor teasing you, Matt. No. I was just clarifying.
No, absolutely. It's a yeah. Someone was asking, actually, one of the Middlesex fans, I think, was asking the other day, why are some wearing dark blue caps, the other one's brown? It's just the way they fade, basically. So you can tell sort of the vintage of some of the players by the colour of their caps. Not Sam Northeast, he's come back. I'm not sure he kept his old one. But Milnes to Helm, tucks that into the onside. Good looking shot for a single. Milnes straining every sinew to try and take a 5th wicket in the 9th of the Middlesex innings.
So Worcestershire seemingly heading to victory elsewhere, aren't they? 30 needed with 7 wickets standing against Gloucestershire. Middlesex having beaten Worcestershire in a similarly thrilling match last week, as this one's heading towards a thrilling finale here. Darren Mulcair 118 with 6 wickets standing against Northamptonshire.
As Milnes bowls, edged all past the man at gully. It was a dive from Dudgeon, I think, to his right. It was in the air, though. And Dudgeon inspects the elbows. He's gone down hard on that. I mean, he absolutely flung himself to his right. But that was, well...
It got big on him, didn't it? That got really big on him.
Absolutely
Gohar's
right.
immediately down the track to play it, prod on the surface, and he replays it again within the crease. Playing exactly that. That got big on me.
Yeah.
But he gets 4 runs and he's on to 49 and it's 67 to win. There was a big moment in the first innings for Middlesex when Max Holden offered the sharpest of chances imaginable to Grant Stewart at gully.
Yeah, this is a great knock. As Milnes bowls, and this one sticks in the pitch a little bit and gives me the opportunity to cut the ball away. Fantastic 50 from Zafar Gohar. 88 balls, 5 fours. If Middlesex are going to win this game, he surely will have to help steer them home. He scored 95 in the first innings with a massive stand with Max Holden, who got 182. No one's scoring those sort of figures today, but no one has scored more than Zafar Gohar in this innings. In fact, no one's got past the teens for Middlesex, apart from his half-century. It's a fantastic effort.
Well, he has indeed history with Kent. We were talking about that win last year. Pushing and prodding the singles, then thumping a 6 to win it.
Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners here. hoping not to make it a trio. Kent have taken an 8th Middlesex wicket, so 165 for 8 Middlesex. They still need 66 to win. Kent need 2 wickets to win it in the final session of the final day. There will be a result here. It won't be a draw. That's pretty much assured. Middlesex, though, do have the man top scoring at the moment. Zafar Gohar, 50 not out. No one's made more than teens as a score for Middlesex apart from him. On his shoulders, probably Middlesex's hopes rest here. Kent would like him out as soon as possible. Exciting final session of the final day here in bright sunshine at Canterbury, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. This one's just nurdled down the leg side off the bowling of Matt Parkinson, off the pads, single taken by Zafar Gohar, and Helm will face the next delivery from the spinner.
Yeah, we were just saying, weren't we, about that 6 that Gohar hit at Lord's to win it.
Yeah.
With the 2-wicket victory and overs running out. It was the penultimate over, as I remember. Kashir Ali at the other end. He was bowling so well, Middlesex just couldn't get a run off him. There was plenty of time left, but Middlesex just couldn't get the runs away. So they were blocking and grabbing a single here and there, which was very un-Roland Jones-like. Gohar, relatively new to Middlesex at the time, was the calmest man in NW8 as he just kept on pushing it back, taking a single here and there. 2 overs to go, he hits a 6 to win it. Here's Parkinson to Helm, floats one up under the nose of the tall right-hander, Middlesex's number 10, who took 8 for in the match. Helm, 7 for Sebastian Morgan. The huge runs for Max Holden, who was put down early, as I say, by Grant Stewart. Low to his right at gully. It would have been a stunning catch as forward goes Helm, defending into the offside. He went so far and so low to his right to nearly take it off the head of the grass. Big man, for those who know Grant Stewart as well, big broad shoulders to get down that fast as it went so quickly. If he'd have taken that, it genuinely would have been one of the best catches I'd seen live. As his Parkinson bowls and forward goes Helm, defending into the offside. 188 for 6, but it was some fight back from Middlesex from, what did we say, 159 for 6, I think it was, to 443 in reply to Middlesex.
Wow.
Kent's first inning score of 416.
Yeah, the partnership of 2-3-2 between Holden and Zafar Gohar. Seems a world away now, doesn't it? In that the context of Kent being bowled out then for 257, that innings finishing this morning. And Middlesex now 166 for 8, hoping for just 65 more runs. Mills will continue, 6th over of this spell. And you can understand from Daniel Bell-Drummond's point of view, the Kent captain is loath to take him off. 4 for 25 so far as he bowls to Zafar Gohar here. And felt like he played that quite late off the off stump, but maybe I'm misreading that.
No, I thought for a moment he might get through there.
Yeah, he's got somebody behind it.
I did think the angle was there, but whether he was deliberately playing it late,
Quite possibly, yeah.
It's been a pitch all day where we said you've got to get forward. The ball has kept low today. It's nipped around. 100 runs were leaked to the vacant deep third in that first innings of Kent. They're 416, and as Simon Cook said, that's indicative.
Round the wicket comes Mills, drive by Zafar, and not bad either, but Northeast trying a tumbling stop there, diving to his right. Yeah, it's stopped by Parkinson in the end, dot ball.
Yeah, indicative of a pitch that's nipping about off the seam as it was. There was swing, as we said, for Morgan as well. Middlesex will certainly rue that 100 runs to deep third. I haven't checked how many Kent leaked actually in the Middlesex first innings to deep third.
As Milnes to Zafar into the offside. We'll have a look at the wagon wheel in a minute if you want. You're on it.
Well, I should, having said how many Middlesex did, maybe they leaked more, because it was certainly one that...
Single, by the way, 167 for 8.
Certainly one that looked a little irritating, shall we say, that 25% of the runs came to the vacant deep third, 89 of them in boundaries.
Okay.
Right now, with a 64-run margin for the victory target, they're taking certainly half of those back.
It's looking like an awful lot of runs, yeah. Helm then will face Milnes from the Nackington Road end. Pass to him now. Helm, studious defensive. Big man getting down to that.
Kent first innings, 105 runs to the vacant deep third. 56 runs went to deep third in the Middlesex innings, 48 of those in boundaries, so suggesting that they too had not deployed deep third for the most part. And actually, there you go. That is almost perfectly the difference between the sides right now, isn't it? The score of deep third. We did give it a little applause when it made 100 in the first innings, deep third.
Is Milnes to Helm. Plays it on the bump, straight back towards the bowler. He lets it go to Matt Parkinson at mid-off, and there's no run.
But so often analysed now, isn't it, County Cricket and Division 2 as well, in terms of scores and pitches and so on. 4-4-3 plays 4-1-6. The general agreement was, by close of play interviews and chats you have, that the bowlers slightly underperformed in the first innings of this match, both sides, and the batters slightly overperformed. Hence the 400-plus scores, because this has been a bit of a flat one here at Canterbury, and they have left a bit of grass on to try and get that seam movement.
Milnes to Helm, he's out. Pinned LBW. Milnes has a 5 for 26. More importantly for Kent, they have a 9th wicket. Middlesex 167 for 9. A huge roar from Matt Milnes and from the Kent supporters, within a wicket now of victory against Middlesex here at Canterbury. Zafar, for the moment, marooned on 52 not out. Helm has 4, and he has gone, and it'll be Navya Sharma to join Zafar for a last wicket partnership, which at the moment is a huge mountain for Middlesex to climb if they're to get over the rope. But Matt Milnes gets huge applause again for his 5-wicket haul, saying Daniel Bell-Drummond loath to take him off. He's been bowling his bowlers in short spells throughout this match. Milnes has rewarded him with a 5th wicket and a 9th down for Middlesex now. Still needs 64 to win.
Yeah, he's given the umpire every chance there, Helm. It was probably clipping leg. He's gone back and across when already batting with his back foot virtually on leg stump. His trigger movement's taken his back foot outside of leg stump. His front toe, when he struck, is probably around middle, but so it's probably clipping leg at very worst. So no real complaints from that perspective. We did say it's a pitch you've got to get forward on. And Navya Sharma now comes out to join Zafar Gohar. And the Isleworth lad, Navya, he's got to plunge forward here and defend for all his life and hope that somehow Zafar could come up with 64 runs in the next 30 overs. 167 for 9. Zafar will have to start farming the strike from here. He didn't do it with Helm. He'll have to do it with Navya, not because of the youngster's lack of ability, but he is the number 11, and technically they'll be giving him quite the work over.
Yeah, experience counts for a huge deal, doesn't it, in these tense situations too?
It does. It does. Slip in place for Gohar. Deep third is back. Deep point is back. Long leg is back. Deep square is back. Can he find the boundaries in front of square? So otherwise, it's push the singles. As here comes Hassan to Gohar, which has been a fine matchup in this game as well. Bangladesh versus Pakistan. He cuts at a ball that keeps low outside off, and through it goes to the keeper. 167 for 9. Kent nearly there. What it means for the table, should they do it, which is a very tight Division 2 table, we should add. Well, I said that Worcestershire, they and Middlesex were near enough level on points last week, so if Worcestershire do win this, their one, and Middlesex lose this, they're tightening up, but it's Kent who'll be looking to tuck up behind Durham and Northamptonshire. As around the wicket comes the quick Hassan. Say quick, he's clocking it. We've got a speed gun in this match. He's clocking at about 82, 83. Skiddy bowler, not the tallest. 26 years of age.
I just mentioned if Kent do win this, they are behind the over rate, and they've already been fined 3 points down at Bristol for that. It may well be that the points they gain from this game won't be the total we're looking at, if that makes sense.
-3 it stands up with Parkinson, replaced by Hassan here at the pavilion end. They start 4 points ahead of Middlesex in this round, as here's a short ball, edge throw in between the keeper and slip, and it's 4. That got big outside off stump on Gohar. He moves to 56, 171 for 9, 60 to win. And will that be a moment that Kent look back on? It shouldn't be. There's a lot of runs to play with still, but it's another ball that gets a little bit of bounce on this surface where there's one or two that have kept low. It's far from a dangerous pitch. And to be honest, we haven't talked about it as much today as I thought, but certainly the newer ball. It was a conversation earlier that the ball was keeping a fraction low. Max Holden, I think, in particular, will be rueful of the one that kept low on him. Big score in the first innings, not able to really contribute in this. As what's Hassan's response as he bowls? Line and length similar, doesn't get up as much. And on the back foot, Zafar Gohar pushes a single, fourth ball of the over, out to deep point, 59 to win. 172 for 9. What has Navia Sharma got in him?
Sorry, just to interject, a certain Mark Milnes has said, go on the mad dog, about Matt Milnes there.
I thought that was your name.
They are related. There we go. Mark Milnes is Matt's dad, often listening to the other commentary. Great to have your company. Your boy's done good, 5 for 26 so far. It's not quite over yet, though.
Just back to that points table quickly. Kent 96 coming into this round. Northamptonshire 108 in second spot. Durham top on 126. Middlesex are 92. So the top 5 at the moment, it's pretty tight. Lancashire not out of it on 81 points in sixth spot. Hassan in, bowls to Navia Sharma. It's defended to short leg. There's no run. Slip in a gully. Deep third. Would you have a second slip in at the moment rather than gully? Or both, indeed. There is something of a gap, I should add, between slip and the keeper, because there's only one slip, and that
they're almost equally spaced, aren't they, out to the gully?
We noted it when Dawkins was in there wearing the helmet when he came in from short leg. He's back at short leg now, but he was wearing the helmet at slip, where he was effectively a second slip, I'd have said. But he's at short leg now. As here's Hassan in, bowls, and Navia Sharma's halfway forward to this, and again, that's been the story of today. You can't really be half forward on this one. You've got to get out there, and you might have to wear one, as one or two have in this game. But 172 for 9 it is, and 29 overs remain. 59 runs required for victory. Zafar Gohar just short of a century in the first innings. He's 57 in the second.
Yeah, this is a fantastic effort from Zafar Gohar, and well, it ain't over till it's over. 59, they still need to win. Long conversation between Gohar and Navia Sharma at the other end. And unsurprisingly, Matt Milnes has been kept on for another over. 2 for 15 from his 6 so far in this spell. 5 for 26 from 17. And I'd imagine at this point, Daniel Bell-Drummond will bowl him until he can barely raise a sprint. Keith Dudgeon has been taken out from gully, and he's down at deep third now, and it's Dawkins at gully rather than slip. So a little bit spread for Zafar. Straight back at the bowl of that one. You can hear it when he's looking at the toe end. Sound a little bit thin. And there's no run.
They got mid off and mid on up. At the moment, there are boundary options. Backward point and just craning the neck that stands in our way. It's a deep square out there, but basically in front of the wicket on both sides. In front of square on both sides. There's boundaries to be had, nothing backward of.
Milnes round the wicket to the left-handed Zafar Gohar. Bowls to him now. And, ooh, he's hit him on the thigh pad, I think, there. And that's got big on him. Before we can play a shot almost, he's turned the thigh towards it, or turned his body towards it.
I mean, it looks as though they'll persevere on that length given the field. They're not giving him the single down to long off or long on. But yeah, the cover's on option. No, he's a gully really rather than a slip, isn't he?
Yeah, squared him up a little bit, that, doesn't it? It's coming to the body.
Well, that's it. It looks as though,
yeah.
You almost wonder whether they just go full and offer him the single, but...
Look at once more, Milnes, and that is crashed away through the covers. Wide and full, and that's a heck of a hit from Zafar Gohar. He goes on to 61.
Well, it is, but they've got loads of runs to play with here. 55 still to win, 1 wicket standing. It's a lot of runs for Zafar to score. He's going to try and do it off the first 4 balls of each over, isn't he? And ask Navia Sharma to block the last 2. But it does seem slightly odd at the moment that they're giving him the drive.
Yeah.
I think keep it on the stumps, bowl it full, and send back long off and long on.
Milnes to him, plays that late, just drops the hands on it, down to gully. and on the ground, no run.
I mean, that was nearly on the toe of the bat, that wasn't it?
That was.
It could have been forward to that, to be fair.
You've been saying, haven't you, that you need to get forward on this pitch. You're risking.
Well, the first day, there were a couple that the bounce was, the bounce was good.
Yeah.
There were a couple, not that exploded, far from it, just good bounce. But then just on that end of that first day and first hour of the second morning, we kept 6 or 7, just kept low.
Milnes then to Zaffer, no edge, but he has driven at that lustily outside the off stump and missed it straight through to the wicketkeeper.
One to come of the over. So he was looking, well, at least 4 back over the bowler's head there and try and find the single here. Deep points come up, but...
Does he go short here, Milnes, maybe?
He's got a deep square back and a long leg, so I think so, yes. We haven't had a bumper in the over, have we?
He's thinking also maybe one that's a little bit too high to hit, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
just to...
or the bluff, because Zaffer will have that in mind.
True.
Zaffer will have it in mind, last ball of the over to go short.
What will it be from Matt Milnes? Goes good length, and he'll take a single there. Nicely farmed by Zaffer in the end. Matt Milnes doesn't look entirely happy, I think it's fair to say. He's very demonstrative, isn't he, as a bowler? If things don't go the way he thinks they should be going, he looks full of woe for a man that's taken a 5-wicket haul, and his team were within a wicket, 54 to win. They did say, well, about half an hour ago, if Middlesex is going to win this, it's going to be Zaffer that's going to have to help steer them home. 62 he has now, and he's taken the strike for the next over.
31 years of age now, Zaffer Gohar, born in Lahore. 1 test for Pakistan, 1 ODI as well. The bat, he does have 1 first-class 50 and 17 50s. Hassan's around the wicket, bowls to him, it's slapped, bumped back at the bowler. Toe end, you'd have heard the horrible noise off the bat from the very toe end. Jenkins drive back down the ground, he replays a more eloquent cover drive. Yeah, 100 not out, his high score in first-class cricket. 17 50s and an average of 23. And indeed, he is a better batter than that. And as I understand it, he would like to bat at 7 for Middlesex. That's his want. The wicket-keeper coming in at 6 at the moment is Joe Cratnell, but they've got the young all-rounder, Sebastian Morgan, who's very promising, 18 years of age. Worth keeping an ear out for him as Hassan's around the wicket. Bowls to Sharma. That keeps a fraction low, even on the forward defence outside off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. Another dot ball, still the scoring options, or the boundary options for Gohar in front of square on both sides. Mid-off, mid-on, extra cover and mid-wicket up. 54 more. Well, when Roland Jones and Zaffer were going well, and they were 7 down, Middlesex, you thought if they could get it to 49 to go, if they could get the target below 50 with 3 wickets standing, you'd start to think maybe there's a chance. As here's Hassan around the wicket, he bowls, and Gohar eases this into the offside, and no run is taken out to deep point, 3rd ball of the over. With these two, I think, well, from this stage, if they could get it below 30, maybe then Gohar is within a few big hits of seeing it home, which whether he opens up to do it that way or not, whether he patiently goes about it. We are in the 60th over of the innings, so you wouldn't fancy there's going to be a second new ball here, even though there are 27.3 overs remaining of the match. Hassan around the wicket, he bowls, and Gohar in behind this one, defends. Fielded at cover by Sam Northeast. That's been a factor all day, hasn't it? That Middlesex bat out the day, they win it. The second new ball comes too late in the day, really, to affect matters. And even still now, with Zaffer Gohar farming the strike here. Point and square leg come up on this occasion. So does deep third. That was where he ran the single at the end of last over, down to deep third. So there's boundaries everywhere. Where will Hassan serve this up onto the stumps and say turn it off the stumps for a single? He's around the wicket to the left-hander from the pavilion end, and Gohar drives one-handed into the covers. There's no run, and Navia Sharma will have to face the... Have I got my count wrong?
Just one to come, yeah. One to come now.
Yeah, one more to come. Gohar comes to have a chat with him. Fielders will need to be on their toes here because they'll be looking to scamper one somewhere. Who's warming up? It's Dudgeon warming up at mid-wicket. Milnes 5 for 31. Ideally love to take the winning wicket as well, I'm sure. whether he's got another over in him. 18 so far on a hot, hot day here in Canterbury as Hassan is in, bowls short, and it's hooked over mid-wicket. And Zafar Gohar's not running, so he believes it is going to go for 4, and it is. I thought he got underneath it more than he did. I thought he was just clearing the infield, but it does go. It's 4 runs, and the target to win, or the runs required, are down to 50. 181 for 9. Zafar Gohar moves to 66. Sharma, though, will have strike.
Well, this is already an innings of high quality from Zafar Gohar. Will it be something of the extraordinary with 50 to win here? These two coming together at 167 for 9. 181 for 9. There's a change of bowling at the far end, and Keith Dudgeon will take the ball once more. And it's quite a long, well, I think it was a monologue actually from Zafar Gohar to Navya Sharma, explaining what he needs from him, what the pitch is doing. Encouragement, I'm sure, as well. Field changes a little bit for Kent. As, well, it's a right-hander on the left-hander for a start, but slip and a gully in. It's one of the only close fielders. Saving the one, though, as well, as Dudgeon bowls to Sharma. And just a little nudge to northeast at gully.
I love the way that Sharma just drops into the offside. And it didn't set off, but, you know, a little shuffle forward 2 steps. No, Nav, no.
He's on his toes.
Zafar Gohar's down to have a chat with him.
I'm sure it's nervous energy as much as anything else at the for the young number 11 here. He bowled so well. Don't get his side close. Here's Dudgeon to him. This one's worked at the onside. Decent shot, that one. And stopped by Matt Milnes at mid-wicket.
Gohar almost wants to come and have a chat with him again. He has, by the way, he has Gohar on his back. On the board it says Zafar, but he wears Gohar on his shirt. And
I've been alternating just in case. There we go.
Well, yeah, I think...
Well, if he's got Gohar on his shirt, then Gohar
He's a bit like Virat, isn't he? You could go one or the other. It's Kohli or Virat. Zafar or Gohar. 66 from 110.
What's in a name? 101 for... 181 for 9. As it's got close to the off stump, that one. It's a leave by Sharma. Confident looking, but it is not very far away.
Wow.
From the off stump.
Zafar's down again. Nav, front foot, please.
Now then.
Well, forward defence, if you get caught at slip, so be it.
Yeah.
For it nips back, beats the inside edge in your LBW, but goodness me, we've seen a few shoulder in arms in this match. Leas Deploy was the biggest one of them all, I think.
Yeah, bounce low as well as Dudgeon bowls to him now. Defensive shot, there he is, on the front foot.
2 today, shouldered arms, did they? Leas in the first innings, Leas Deploy. Was it Max Holden today?
To Dudgeon, yes.
Geddes?
Yeah, that one's come back from a outside the off stump, hasn't it? Geddes was on the charge, wasn't he? He was LBW.
Oh, he was,
yeah. Robson first up.
He was bowled, wasn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he was.
It's taken its toll on us today.
I don't think he was trying to shoulder arms. I think he was very much hoping it wouldn't hit the stumps. But Milnes with an opening salvo taking the first 2. Dudgeon hoping to take the last one for Kent here. Sharma's gone! And that is the win for Kent. By 49 runs, Keith Dudgeon takes the 3rd of the innings. Navya Sharma goes for none. Zafar Gohar marooned on a fabulous 66, but it's not enough for Middlesex. And Kent have won their 4th game out of 5 in County Championship Division 2. Huge celebrations on a day it really could have gone either way. 2:31 Middlesex set to win. Kent were pretty quickly through them, 52 for 4 just before lunch. But when Toby Rowland-Jones and Zafar Gohar combined for a 50 partnership at 147 for 7, it was looking possible for Middlesex, but Kent have taken the wickets they needed. 5 in the end for Matt Milnes. Dudgeon finishes with 3, 1 for Stewart, 1 for Hassan, and it's a win for the home county here at Canterbury. Kent taking the victory by 49 runs.
Yeah, spare a thought for Zafar Gohar there. 66 not out from 110 deliveries. That to go with a really, really good 95 in the first innings, so 5 shy of a second first-class century. He's been phenomenal with the bat in this game. Max Holden scored 182 in Middlesex's first innings and loses. And Tom Helm similarly takes 4 wickets in the first innings, as Morgan took 5. There was 3 in the second innings for Helm. And it was, well, tough on the players who performed well, because it's a magnificent game. But Dudgeon and Milnes comes off with the ball, wave to the crowd. Dudgeon's 3 for, as you say, but also Dudgeon's, was it 37 from 35?
Yeah, indeed. This morning was a really important innings for him.
And right now, a victory margin of 49. That also huge in the match. It's been the finest of margins. And to be fair, the finest is here at Canterbury. An excellent con these two.
Yeah, absolutely. As the two sides' hands now contested, and right until 5 o'clock on the final day in the balance between these two sides. But that is the tale then. Kent take another victory. As I said, it's 4 in 5 after a really poor start to the championship season. They have turned it around. And with this win against Middlesex, they're trying to chase down Northamptonshire and Durham at the top of County Championship Division 2. Still have a bit of a lead on the rest of the pack, but third played 4th here. How important will that win for Kent be in the final scheme of things? Well, we won't find out until the end of September, but this match is done.
Well, we've got a bit of a wait now until the next round of championship games, but it's 6 on the bounce to finish the season, isn't it? And it's going to be quite the finale, depending on what happens in that game. Up at Durham, where Durham require 79 with 6 wickets remaining. I think the rest of the division are desperately hoping that Durham run away with it from here, and it's a scramble for second spot. That's, I think, what Middlesex will be hoping, certainly at the end of this game, because Kent will tuck up with their 49-run victory margin just behind Northamptonshire in second, again, dependent on that result. But yeah, it's set up for a fantastic September. Durham won't be completely done and dusted, but it's going to be, I say September, it's August, isn't it? It's 6 weeks to finish the season, 6 weeks of championship action.
Last week of August and into September, absolutely, is the run-in. But yeah, still a lot of games to be played in the division. But thank you all for listening to this. I hope you've been as entertained as we have. It's been a fabulous game between these two sides. As I say, going to 5 o'clock on the final day can't be bad, and fiercely contested. Not so much in the commentary box, but I hope we've been there.
Was it one-way traffic, man?
Have you
won hands down?
I've been worn down, I'll tell you that. None of it. Kevin, it's fantastic to commentate with you, as always.
And it was great fun.
From Ben Watts, from Jamie Reid and myself, thank you all for listening. Thanks for your emails during the game and tweets and posts as well. Kent will be next with you Friday night. It's their cross-border game with Nottinghamshire coming here on Friday evening on DAB in Kent and online as well. And Middlesex in the T20. When's their next game, Kevin Hand?
Next game Friday at Cardiff. Glamorgan. Thanks for putting me on the spot there, I think.
No, apologies. Beg your pardon.
You'll be panicking everybody that's thinking, why aren't you going on Wednesday to...
to Worcester.
Yes, exactly. Next game is Friday at Cardiff against Glamorgan, and then Sunday at Richmond against Durham in the odd T20 game. So, Old Deer Park for old dear Marty Emerson next Sunday.
Thank you once again for listening. That's all from us. Kent win by 49 runs here in the County Championship against Middlesex at Canterbury.